sufficient that it was captured within the surveillance footage, but it was kind of I guess it depends on how you define it. It was definitely across the street, but if we're going through the front door of the barbershop, it wasn't directly across the street from the front door. It's kind of like diagonal. Yeah.
Diagonal?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is that bench visible on the surveillance footage?
It is.
Were you interested in looking at a particular time on the surveillance footage after listening to Mr. Wright's interview and speaking with him yourself?
I was.
And what particular time were you interested in looking at?
Well, time isn't a constant here because there's the time that I believe the incident happened, and then there's the timestamp on the video, which differed.
Okay. And so let's start with the time that the incident happened. If it's different than the time on the video, how do you go about finding what time to look at?
Well, I'm watching the video. If you, in this case, you have a surveillance video, and the incident of which we're speaking is prominently featured when you watch that video. So I could just watch the video and wait for that incident to occur, and that's when I knew that the portion of the video that I was viewing was relevant insofar as it depicted the incident, regardless of the timestamp emblazoned thereon.
And during that time that you're looking at the video, are you able to discern where that bench at the bus stop is in relation to where the shooting occurred?
Like it was about, like I said, across the street, not directly across the street, but probably across the street and maybe 20 to 30 yards to the right if you're facing across the street from the barbershop.
Did Mr. Wright recognize the bench in the surveillance footage, or were you able to show him the bench in the surveillance footage?
In Your Honor, calls for hearsay and also confrontation clause.
Sustained. I would draw that. Did you ever see Mr. Wright in any part of the surveillance footage of the murder, or someone fitting his description anywhere near that bench? And by anywhere near, I mean sitting on or within 1 foot of the bench during the time of the murder.
No, there were no human-like figures around the bench. I saw a cat at one point.
You saw what?
It looked to be a cat.
A cat. You could see a cat on the surveillance video?
Yeah, that's what struck me. It wasn't real high fidelity, but it was the light was bright enough and the fidelity was sufficient to see a feline moseying around the bench. But there was unambiguously, there were no people around the bench.
Did you check the surveillance maybe like a few minutes or minutes after and minutes before the murder, just to see if perhaps there was a human at that bench?
Oh yeah, I'm sure I did. I watched that footage many, many times. Of course, the most relevant period to me was the time when the incident actually occurred. But no, I didn't see a human at that bench.
And how many times did you watch that video?
I didn't keep count, but it would have been many, 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 many times. So at least 150 to, I don't know. It was many times.
Why did you watch the video so many times?
To see every time every time I watched, I was hoping to see something maybe I hadn't noticed before, the way the light bounces off one of the vehicles, because that was a big part for me. I wanted to figure out what sort of vehicles we were dealing with here. I actually had the video enhanced at one point because like I said, the video wasn't very high quality. So yeah, I had to kind of try to fill in the blanks myself. That's why I viewed it so many times. And also just I always would hope, a lot of times it would probably just be in futility, but I would always hope to see something I hadn't seen before.
Now, when you said you had the video enhanced, would you tell the jury what you mean? I mean, when you say enhanced, what do you do?
I sent it off to private corporate companies or individual. There were two. It was Target, like the retail store. They have division within their company that deals with surveillance footage, and they at the time, maybe they still do, but they at the time they would digitally enhance surveillance videos. And there was another gentleman named Walter Pineda who offered the same services. He was an individual.
Why did you send it out to two different places?
I guess the more the better.
Were either of those places able to allow you to see anything more clearly in the video?
A little bit. Yeah, it helped a little bit. Yeah, it's digital. And so there's really only so much they can do to clean it up. It's just ones and zeros. But they are programs that can, I guess, kind of filter out some of the noise from the picture and that kind of thing. And that's what they did. So it helped a little bit.
Now, is it unusual for you to take surveillance footage in unindicted cases you receive from law enforcement officers and send it out to other agencies to have it, to see if you could have it enhanced at all?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
It is actually, I think this is the only case I've ever actually done that on.
And why then did you choose to do it on this case?
Because the video was so important and I really needed to identify as much as I could in that video.
Now, was this, when you say the video was so important, was this particular homicide case for you any more important than the others or any others that you worked on, the case itself?
No, it wasn't any more important. Any case, it got more attention because for my purposes, it was essentially unsolved right when I got it. And so that elevates the priority of any homicide case. Now, I wouldn't say priority isn't the right word. It really isn't. It's just the amount of time that I'm going to spend on it certainly goes way up.
Okay. And when you said it got more attention because it was unsolved, how often did you get unsolved cases in your capacity as an unindicted homicide?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Not very often, thankfully. The police don't normally make charges on.
Relevance and non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. So,
Sustained.
all right. When you say not often, can you tell the jury approximately how many unsolved homicide cases you worked with during your time? And it doesn't have to be an exact number. Just approximately. Because my follow-up question is going to rely on.
Maybe 20 to 30 truly unsolved cases.
In those other 20 to 30 cases, did you perform acts or investigations in the same manner that you performed your investigation or further investigation of this particular case?
I did.
And did that include seeking out witnesses that had not previously been identified?
That is correct.
Did that also include finding jail calls
It
that
did.
had not been identified?
It did.
Did it include going out to scenes?
It did.
Did it include interviewing people who had already been interviewed?
It did.
And with those other cases, did you include as part of the case file recordings that you conducted, recordings of persons that you conducted interviews with?
Yes.
And did you include any cell phone data, jail calls, social media, things of that nature that you found during your independent investigation of the case?
I did.
And after you got the video enhanced of the barbershop, did you review?
I can barely hear her. And Spencer is Spencer Wright. He's an alleged witness
Besides the barbershop video?
that lied.
I did. There was that video from the Texaco station. I reviewed that.
the video from the Texaco station, were you familiar with how to work that system when you first got it?
Well, I didn't, when you say system, I didn't receive the original recording apparatus.
Okay.
But the software, yes. Yes, I mean, I figured it out and was able to view the video.
When you first got that video, was the timestamp on that video the same? In other words, was the time on that video the same or different than the time on the barbershop video?
From what I recall, the barbershop surveillance video is considerably more accurate than the video from, or excuse me, the Texaco station video is considerably more accurate than the barbershop video, if not entirely accurate.
Okay. So if it was different, how were you able to look at the Texaco video and determine anything as it relates to what was happening on the barbershop?
So the frames there are certain parts of the frames that overlapped. So in other words, so you had a camera at the barbershop that was capturing the street, and then you had a camera mounted over at the Texaco that was also capturing that same street, and the two cameras were capturing part of the same part of the street. So if I saw something happening in one frame, I could just marry it up to from the image caught by the other camera. And if I had, for example, and that's how I would be able to tell. So in other words, I wasn't using the timestamp, particularly on the barbershop, since the timestamp was wonky. But even if the timestamp looks correct, it could still be a few seconds off, you know. So I was mostly things that were constants to me were like vehicles driving by the scene or when gunshots ring out. You know, I would look for that. So so on the Texaco footage, I don't recall exactly. There was a blue car that came into the gas station. There was something that was captured on both cameras that I was able to use as a marking point to sync up the two pieces of footage.
When you were reviewing the Texaco footage, did you only look at the time frame that you thought that the murder occurred?
No, I particularly as I continued my review, I looked at probably like 30 or 40 minutes before the murder occurred. I looked at the entire piece of footage.
We're going to come back to the Texaco footage, but I want to ask you, after looking at the Texaco footage, did you do anything to identify persons or objects that you saw in the Texaco footage?
I did.
Would you tell the jury how you went about identifying certain persons and objects? And if you need me to clarify, ask me to clarify.
Well, there was, and without getting into, all right. So there was an event that occurred on the video. First thing is that I was looking for something specifically that, based on other evidence in the case, I'll just keep it broad or general here. Based on other evidence in the case, I suspected I was going to see on the video. And then as I watched the video during that time frame, I did in fact see what I thought I was going to see.
Did or did not?
I did.
Okay.
And it was a vehicle specifically. There was a certain vehicle, and when I saw it, based on other things that I had seen, and specifically I'm talking about social media records, photos, and cell phone tower data, I thought I wonder if this person is at the gas station. And when I looked at the footage, I said, oh, well, I recognize that vehicle from social media. And then as I continued to watch the footage, I recognized one of the people that was inside. It was a passenger in that vehicle because that person walked into the store and they got close to the camera. And because they were close to an interior surveillance camera in a well-lit store, I was able to see their face. And then as other things happened around this vehicle that I recognized in the footage, I complete investigative tasks to figure out who the other people were. I already knew who one of the people was, the person that was driving the vehicle, or I had a strong suspicion as to who was driving the vehicle I was looking for based on cell phone records and social media photos and videos. So I already knew right when I saw it. I had a pretty good idea. I knew for a fact who one of the person was, and the person that was driving the vehicle, I had a pretty good idea who it was.
All right, let's unpack a little bit of that. Now, what vehicle were you looking for?
It was a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville,
What color?
gray.
Why were you looking for, better yet, did you have a particular reason for seeking out that vehicle?
Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
I haven't asked him what anybody said.
I mean, I don't know what the answer's gonna be, but it potentially could.
Let me tighten it up then. Was there a particular person of interest to you based on what you had learned during your investigation up to that point?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you looking for any particular gray Pontiac Bonneville?
There was one particular gray Pontiac Bonneville that I was interested in, yes.
All right. And who did that Pontiac Bonneville belong to?
Either belonged to or is associated with a man named Javoris Bradford.
Is there a nickname for Javaris Bradford?
Tuda, Tuda.
All right. Now, did you attempt to locate any social media footage that related to Javaris Bradford or Tuda?
I did.
Would you please turn to the jury and tell the jury how you went about locating social media accounts associated with Javaris Bradford or Tuda?
Well, I just searched for him probably on Facebook first, because particularly back then it was easier. And I either found him or a family member on Facebook, and then browsing the family member's profile. And this may not be exactly how I did it, because I don't recall exactly how I found Mr. Bradford's Instagram page. But somehow or another because on Instagram he went by the moniker I'm_living_great at the time. And so basically on probably starting at Facebook, finding family members, fanning out, and then on finding him on Facebook, finding maybe where he screenshot an Instagram page and pasted it to his Facebook. That would be how I would have found his Instagram page somehow. And then, and like I said, his Instagram name was I'm_living_great.
And did he have himself depicted in that Instagram footage?
I'm going to object. That's hearsay.
Overruled.
What did he have himself depicted in that social media footage or social media information that you saw with any kind of vehicle in particular?
Yes, it was a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville.
Gray?
It was.
Okay. Did you ever discern or gain a number for Tuda? Did you ever learn of a phone number for Tuda?
I did pretty early on, actually.
Where did you get the phone number from for Tuda?
So I testified previously about how I.
But don't talk about your previous testimony. Have you ever testified in front of this jury?
Yes, yeah, that was something I said like earlier today.
Okay. So without referring to the fact that you previously testified, just tell the jury.
No, I'm talking about like previous testimony like a few minutes ago.
Okay, go ahead. Tell the jury.
All right. So one of the ways I find jail calls is I go through phone records that I had in the case. And in this case, I had some phone records.
All right.
And I don't recall whose phone records it was exactly. But I just started running numbers that appeared in the phone records, whether they be numbers that were called by the handset, the records of which I was reviewing, or numbers that called that handset. It didn't matter to me, just whatever. I was running them through the jail call database. And one of those, because like I said, I was trying to get intel. It wasn't just, obviously on the night of the shooting, the murder, I mean, I would expect that the people that committed weren't in the Fulton County Jail. So I obviously wasn't looking for inmates to be saying that they did it.
Okay.
But I was trying to get for intel from people that maybe were being called from inmates. And one of those numbers was 404-957-8255. 8008, and I'm flipping through these discs to make sure to refresh my recollection. To make sure that I'm citing that. Yes, that is right. 404-957-8008 was one of the numbers that appeared in those phone records and that I ran through the jail call database. And on doing so, I did find calls that I deemed relevant that were placed on the night of the homicide from an inmate inside the jail.
So, Madam Court Reporter, and I suspect some of the jurors has informed me that you are speaking a little too fast. Do you mind slowing down and saying what you just said one more time?
Yes, I found a number inside within the phone call logs that were obtained by the Atlanta Police Department for one of the parties of interest, whether it be a person of interest or a witness or a defendant, whoever it may have been. And it didn't matter to me. All I wanted were numbers from the phone numbers of people that may have known something about the homicide and may have been called either on the night of the murder, the day after the murder, 2 days after the murder, whenever they were called.
You're getting really fast again.
All right.
So try to slow down.
All right. And one of those numbers of the many that I ran was 404-957-8008. I ran it through the jail call database, and I found that there were 2 calls I was able to retrieve anyway. I think at least 2 that were placed to that number on the night of the murder from an inmate inside the Fulton County Jail, and they were placed after the 8 o'clock p.m. hour. I think they're maybe between 8 and 9 p.m. that evening.
Now, why did that particular piece of information have any value to your investigation?
What piece of information exactly?
That there were 2 calls made to that number by an inmate at the jail on the night of the murder, around 8, or at the time you specified.
Well, I listened to the calls, and it sounded to me like they were talking about the homicide.
All right. So, were you able to identify who it was that was inside the jail that was making the call to that number?
I did.
How did you identify who it was inside the jail making the call to 404-957-8008?
Well, I believe, would you like me to say the name?
Well, number one, I would at some point, but hold on before you do. And let me ask you this. If you need to refresh your memory with any part of your report, would you just alert us that you're doing so and go ahead and read whatever you need to read?
Okay.
Do you need to refresh your memory at all?
No.
Okay. How did you learn the name of the person inside the jail?
It was placed from the account of the inmate.
Okay. And how were you able to determine that the person whose name was on the account is the actual person who's making the call?
Well, I gained familiarity with his voice by listening to other phone calls that the inmate made with persons that were well known to him. And then I later confirmed it by just like listening to the call with the inmate.
Okay.
He affirmed it.
All right. So tell the jury who it was that was inside the jail.
Martinez Arnold.
And does Martinez Arnold, to your knowledge, go by any other name?
Duke.
All right. At the time that Martinez Arnold was inside the jail, and what date was that you are talking about? January?
It was January 10th, the phone call. It was January 10th, 2015.
During that time, do you have any information about what color Mr. Martinez Arnold's hair may have been?
At the time that he placed the phone call?
No, around the time of early 2015. Do you know whether or not, if you don't, that's fine. Do you know anything about the color of his hair?
No.
All right. So once you listened to the call, did you attempt to get any more calls made from the Fulton County Jail?
I did. I downloaded a lot of jail calls on this case.
What jail calls, how did you go about deciding which jail calls in this case you were going to download?
Well, I tend to be I'll download because the jail calls don't reside on the server, the Securus Corporation server forever, I try to err on the side of just downloading them. So as I ran those numbers through the Fulton County Jails database, any calls that came back on the numbers from the phone, like the phone records, I just download them. But what would prompt me to pay particular attention to them is if they were placed in close temporal proximity to the homicide. Certainly a call placed like an hour or two after the homicide would be something I'd want to listen to. Also, I downloaded calls of the defendants that they placed following their arrests at the Fulton County Jail. I put those in the file as well.
And at the time that you were looking for the phone number and confirming, you picked up something in front of you. What is it that you have on this stack of items in front of you?
Those are just, I burned all of the jail calls. Not every single jail call that I download during but most of, I tried to confine or memorialize as much as I could to this report that I testified about earlier today. It's 140 pages long. And as I went through the report,
The answer is non-responsive to the question.
Listen to the question and try to focus on answering the question that's asked.
I'm also going to object to the relevance of the length of his report.
Sustained.
What is it that those are in front of you?
they're just the jail calls that I testified to downloading and interviews that I conducted. I burned them to disk.
And the one that you picked up, to refresh your memory about the 404-957-8008, would you pick that up?
Okay. Here we go.
I'm going to show you. What I have now labeled as 500Y. Is that the disc that you just
Yeah, yes, this is a disc that I created yesterday.
Okay.
That's my handwriting, and in fact, I signed the disc, my signature.
Okay.
This is a disc that contains the jail calls to 404-957-8008 that I downloaded.
Yesterday.
Now, when you said that you downloaded it yesterday, do you keep all of the jail calls that you download in a particular case somewhere where you can later copy it to a disk, or what
They're
do
on
you
a server. My case file, all the case files are on a server. They're all digital. They're just stored on a computer.
Okay. Had the name Javaris Bradford come up in the case file that you received from Detective Thorpe?
No.
And do you recall approximately how long after you received the case file from Detective Thorpe that you became interested in the name Javaris Bradford?
It would have been on or around January 10th, 2016, when I found the jail calls that are on State's Exhibit 5004.
I think that's 500Y.
Oh, 500. Why? Excuse me. All right.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm sorry. Terrible handwriting. What about the name Martinez Martinez Arnold, did you know about that name? Was that name in Detective Thorpe's case file that he gave to you?
That I don't recall. I don't know that I don't recall if he was in the case file or
And
not.
let me ask a better question. At the time you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, was the name Martinez Arnold of any interest to you in this investigation?
I don't recall.
Did you note anywhere in your report whether or not it was?
I'm sure I referenced him in my report insofar as he was the inmate that placed the call that became of interest to me. But as far, I'll just say this: he was in jail on the night of the murder.
Okay. Before downloading those calls, did you know he was in jail on the night of the murder?
I don't know if I knew or not.
Okay. After you downloaded those calls from the night of the murder, did you find any other numbers of interest to you in this investigation?
Numbers.
Phone numbers. Did you find or locate any other phone numbers or persons that were of interest to you?
Yes.
What phone numbers did you find?
Well, yeah, I get there was a number. There was a lot of. I mean, I remember doing quite a few search warrants for cell phone numbers and focusing on cell phone numbers or records that had been obtained by the police department.
Okay. So going back to the way you described obtaining information to conduct more investigations, did you
Period.
follow the practice that you
Period. Okay.
in terms of
Susanna, he on it.
get more information,
Y'all wrap this up.
gather, or
What's
follow
going on?
information you learned?
Yes.
With respect to Spencer Wright, did you ever seek any jail calls from him?
I did.
All right. Now, where did you look to find jail calls from?
For Spencer Wright?
Yes.
Well, I wasn't able to look for the jail calls myself for him. They were on a different system because he was at the Atlanta City Jail. So I reached out to someone there and asked them to pull them for me.
So thank you for clarifying that. Is reaching out to someone at a different facility with access to calls you don't have access to something that you did only in this case, or is that a practice that you follow to get information?
No, I've done that on other cases. That's not uncommon.
And if you slow down and speak into the mic and to the jury, say that again.
Yeah, yes, I've reached out to other facilities, jails and prisons, correctional facilities in the past to obtain calls, recorded calls placed by the inmates that I don't have direct access by way of a login and password at some website.
Okay. And so when you reached out to the Atlanta City Jail, what information were you trying to get if you didn't know or have Spencer Wright's jail calls or phone number? What were you trying to get?
I just wanted to see what Spencer Wright, I wanted to hear, I should say, what Spencer Wright was saying to people after his arrest in October of 2015.
And did you ask for a specific time frame of calls or just all the calls? What did you ask?
From what I recall, I asked for all the calls that had been made from his account since the beginning of his incarceration at the Atlanta City Jail. And then I believe I also had a few phone numbers that I wanted to run, that I asked them to run queries specifically in the event that he utilized another inmate's account to call that number.
So that's interesting. So when you say in the event he utilized another inmate's phone number, where did you get the phone numbers that you wanted them to run to see if he was using another inmate's phone number?
That I don't remember.
All right.
Probably just phone numbers that they're probably it may have been the same phone numbers that I ran through the Fulton County jail database. Not knowing who Mr. Wright knew or he didn't know, I'm sure I just thought, just out of curiosity, run all these numbers. Maybe I had a phone number for a family member that I found.
Did you follow the same procedure you used in all of your other unindicted homicides
I
in
did.
terms of running those numbers?
I did.
All right. Did you have jail calls, since this was 2016 that you're looking for these, did you have jail calls for Spencer Wright that went back into 2015?
I believe so. Yes, I did. I did.
And did you find a phone number? And if you don't recall, let me know and I'll refer you to your report. And I can actually, so that it is preserved for the record.
I already said something about the sleeves, y'all. Y'all know I already said something about the sleeves. Y'all on her today. The shoes, the jewelry, the
I'm gonna label
sleeves.
Your Honor, just for the purpose of the record, 501 Yankee Romeo.
And that same orange purse. I'm so sick of that.
It's a report that we have previously provided to counsel for this, and if either of them need to look at it, it's here.
Would this be a good time for our morning break?
Yes.
Okay, let's take our morning break.
Okay, guys. We got us a little break. And see, I'm staying on track today. So I'm getting all my work done while she's talking. And on breaks, I can talk to y'all today. You gonna get me. But I'm just saying. That's the orange purse. Y'all see it sitting right there, y'all. You gotta see it in person. It's so big and the stuff. It just, y'all know I'm a purse girl. Like, man, get you a purse.
Okay. All right, we'll take our recess. Miss Love, I've seen Mr. Scheid back, so now might be a good, he's not in the courtroom right now, but he's stepped in a couple of times, so that you might want to see if you can.
Do
grab
y'all
him.
see the orange bag?
And Your Honor, when we come back, can I just have a
Hang
brief
on,
moment?
hang on, because I would,
This is off the record. I don't need it.
we were trying to adjust something. Is it something we can do once we come back? All right, let's do that. Good.
Good morning. Happy Friday, guys. So we made it through the week. All week we have, okay, all right. We got 400 people in here. Everybody liked the live. But before we can move on and talk about things that are important and of substance, I'm gonna let you guys go on, have a little moment. Everybody, get it out your system so we can move on. Go ahead in the chat and put what you don't like about Adrian's outfit today. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys 30 seconds. After that, we're moving on. Let's go. Go ahead. Let's get it all out. I'm gonna put the best ones. I'm gonna pin the comments. Ready, go. Let's see. Naya, thank you. Say everything. Ebony says the big ugly necklace. This is the part I don't like. It's the sleeves. Like, man. The color is awful. Kenya, thank you for being a member. The fact that it's her. Two different color reds. Susanna, my girl. Okay, y'all gonna make me cry. She look like, oh my goodness. Okay. Roll session over. Roll session over. Okay. In all seriousness. Happy Friday, guys. In all seriousness. I gotta post one more. You see her? Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Hold on, y'all. Okay, sorry guys, I had to take that call. But um I'm gonna see. I don't know how long we got, but I'm gonna replay this morning the part I was talking about with her.
Could easily be a convenient excuse. I mean,
But we've
I
been
don't know what,
in the cases that he gets and his rules of evidence DDA Sprinkle used, showing his are able to show
right,
to look at. And
immediately upcoming. All right. All right, are there any other, we told the jury 9, so we've got a few minutes before it reaches 9 o'clock. Any other matters we need to discuss?
Your Honor, we came in early specifically to discuss the
Yeah.
objection that was raised
Okay.
by counsels for the defendant.
Okay, guys.
And what
So
I believe was
this is
happening,
just
if I
her response to
can
the
summarize it
defense's
clearly and
objection
accurately,
to
we on yesterday evening we had
her
Deputy
objections
DA
to
Mike
the
Sprinkle on the
defense's
stand,
objections to
who was asked a
DDA
question
Sprinkle's testimony.
regarding how it is that he conducts further independent investigations into the unindicted homicide cases that he receives in order to make those decisions that he makes. There was the objection specifically when I asked Deputy DA Sprinkle how it is that he decides with the thousands of jail calls, for instance, that he has access to, which ones are pertinent to
Right.
to look at. And so there was this objection that we were bolstering, that it was irrelevant, and that we should not be allowed to do that. We should only be allowed to ask DDA Sprinkle what he did in this case. To that, Your Honor, to the extent that the defense has made relevant by accusing, by in front of the jury, raising their defense of essentially selective prosecution and malicious prosecution by the state. It has not only made this particular testimony as to how DDA Sprinkle conducts his efforts to determine the proper charging decisions to make, not only relevant, but highly probative and thus not a waste of time or confusion. For the defense to take the position that they are able to show that or say that the state has essentially chosen to just go after their client because they wanted to get the big fish and then to object when we try to show the repetitive nature and the consistent method by which DDA Sprinkle conducts his procedures. It is an effort to create a distraction on their part regarding selective prosecution or malicious prosecution, and then to have that argument unanswered on the part of the state. And that is, it goes against 24-1-1, which obviously says that the whole purpose of this process is to determine the truth. And so when the jury is trying to make a determination about what was done in this case. And essentially, DDA Sprinkle has taken investigative steps, and he is showing his normal, consistent investigative steps. And for the defense to try and limit that showing to the jury, it's an effort to hide very relevant facts from the jury. When the defense is allowed to argue with respect to our officers, to ask on cross-examination, how many reports have
I
you
just
done?
want you,
Is this
I
what you
told
do
you
with
this was
every
the
report?
most
And to
interesting
essentially
part of the
question
morning.
the way that the officers normally conduct their procedures in order to make the
We
jury
are
believe that
rewatching
something
an
untoward has
argument from this
happened.
morning.
The state is
But the best
certainly should
part
not be
is
constrained
Attorney
from
Steele, of course.
showing the standard nature and the reliability of the procedures that DDA Sprinkle used in determining how he ultimately makes decisions. So how the phone calls are obtained is just one thing that makes it credible. It shows that it is a part of his routine policies and procedures. And it is not distracting. It is, in fact, clarifying. And again, under 24-1-1, the state is or should be entitled to present its evidence that what the defense has now put before the jury by way of argument and cross-examination is very relevant. Their entire position is antagonistic to 24-1-1. And even if someone feels they've got a constitutional right to confuse, that's not what our rules of evidence require. And we would ask that the court allow us to continue the line of questioning that we have begun. We have said that we would make it targeted. We are not attempting to get information that is not pertinent in this case before the jury. And we are attempting to give the jury all of the information that they need in order to make proper decisions based on whole truths in this case. Thank you for allowing me to say that.
All right, thank you. Do you have any case law you wanted the court to consider?
Well, as to bolstering, Your Honor, that is what the defense has argued is happening. That has been the basis for their objection. And the first case that I have for the court, it plainly says that bolstering is when one witness testifies or comments on the credibility of another, or when one witness attempts to, after the credibility of something has been attacked, another witness, before it's time to do so, attempts to bolster the credibility of that other thing that has been attacked. So in this case, this is simply the state showing DDA Sprinkle's policies, his practice, how standard his policies or procedures are in investigating and in making decisions in the cases that he gets, and his experience and the number of times that he has done it and how he has done it and why he does what he does is very relevant for the jury to decide how to assess the testimony that he gives in terms of what he did. So it's in no way bolstering. And I believe that the case,
Bless you.
my computer shut down on me and I'm getting the case that I had for the court. Okay, Brown versus State plainly says, when a witness's statement does not directly address the credibility of another witness, there is no improper bolstering. When the Supreme Court evaluates whether testimony constitutes improper bolstering, the Supreme Court considers the disputed testimony in context. That's Brown versus State, 302 Georgia, 454, and specifically, it references 24-6-620 and points out that it says the credibility of the witness shall be a matter to be determined by the trier of fact. And under that statute, a witness.
We'll come back to it. We'll come back to finish that and hear what Attorney Steele had to say in response. We're back from break. Maybe we are not back from break. I don't know. Maybe we are not back. Let's see. Okay, here we go again.
Attorney Hilton a moment ago.
Okay.
There's a gentleman outside. His name is Mr. Bush. It's spelled B-U-S-C-H. And he mentioned to me that he drove to your courthouse. He did not take his medication. He has a spinal issue. He's on prescription medication.
Okay.
He was subpoenaed last night by the DA's office, told to be here at 9. He came even though, the 24 hours wasn't complied with. But I
Right.
spoke with Ms. Hilton, if, just as a courtesy, if he's not going to be called or used, he'd like to go home, take the medication, and sleep in bed.
We went outside hallway, he's not there, so I'm waiting to see where he went, so I can go. But he wasn't in the hallway a few seconds ago.
All right. So is that somebody you plan to call today?
We'll probably be able to release him, so that's why I want to talk to him to see where he is and if he's in that condition.
Okay.
For today.
All right. Anything else? I guess we need Ms. Love back for the witness testimony. So do you want to, and is Mr. Sprinkle available still? Okay. All right, are we ready for the jury?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's give Mr. Sprinkle and the jury, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Mr. Sprinkle, would you refer to page 13 of your report? And if you need to refresh your recollection, just read over it and look up when you've refreshed your memory.
Okay.
All right. So did you gather phone calls from Mr. Wright that were going back as far as 2015?
Yes.
And would you tell the jury if they went back as far as November 5th, 2015?
They did go back as far as November 5th, 2015, because I obtained a call that Mr. Wright placed on November 5th, 2015.
Now, how many calls did you obtain from Mr. Wright, if you know?
The total number of calls, I do not know. I did put them on a disc though, so the disc would obviously have all the calls that I ran, but it would be over a dozen.
Over a dozen?
It'd be, I believe, well over a dozen actually.
And if you have that disc, would you pull that out?
Sure. Let's see. Here we go, right here.
All right, and we'll label this disc 501 Yankee. Do you know how many calls you listened to of Spencer Wright?
Several. I'm
Okay.
sure of one that was of particular interest to me though.
And was that the first call that you listened to, or did you have to listen to more than one before you got to that call?
I don't recall. I likely, unless I got real lucky, had to listen to several calls before I found that one.
Now, tell the jury, without detailing the content of the call itself, what date the call was that you found,
November 5th, 2015.
and what number was the call made to?
404-406-7784.
And is 501 Yankee the disc that you just gave to me that you said you downloaded the calls
Yes, this is
made by Spencer Wright?
Yes, this is the disc that contains the calls that I requested from the Atlantic City Jail, the jail calls, the recorded calls placed from either Mr. Wright or numbers that of which I was curious.
After you listened to the call, did you say what time that call was made on November 5th, 2015?
1:28 p.m.
And was that in, when you say 128, did you list it, is it listed on the recording or the CD as 128 or in military hours, 1328?
It's likely 1328
Okay.
on the actual timestamp, but probably there's a second value in there as well.
Okay. And was the call between, were you able to tell if it was Mr. Wright on the call?
I was able to tell, yes.
And was Mr. Wright speaking with a man or a woman?
He's speaking with a man.
All right. And without saying what either person said, are you able to tell the jury the subject of the call?
The subject of the call was
Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
the subject of the call was Mr. Wright talking about what he.
Well,
Don't
let's,
say what he was talking about.
Good morning.
Without saying what anyone said, let me be more specific. Was the
sorry, that was me. Go ahead.
was the subject of the call Mr. Wright's presence on scene at Diamond Thomas's murder?
Your Honor, calls
Yes,
for hearsay
sustained.
and leading.
Yes.
Your Honor,
Yes.
so I'll ask this question, and if it's an objection, but did they talk about Don Nutt in the call?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right. Your Honor, given that I'm not asking him anything for which I'm offering the truth of the matter asserted, and it's a subject. I don't think that it's hearsay.
Okay, well, appreciate that you don't think so.
Okay. So I'm gonna take that as you're not gonna reconsider.
Correct.
All right. So, after you listened to that call on November 5th, 2015, 1:28 p.m., between Mr. Wright and the person he called at 404-406-7784, did you endeavor to locate the person to whom Mr. Wright was speaking in that call?
Yes. Well, my first endeavor was to figure out who had that number, and then I asked David White, investigator David White, to locate him and speak to him.
All right. So back up a little bit. You said you endeavored to find out who had that number,
I did.
and was that the number ending in 7784?
That's correct.
And did you take the steps that you described for the jury earlier that you take in trying to determine what number belongs to what person?
I don't know if I went into great detail about that. I mean, there's numerous ways to figure out who a cell phone number belongs to.
Tell the jury.
I believe here, I basically, I found that somebody on Instagram posted that number in comments that were publicly visible as their number. In other words, there was an Instagram user that said, "Contact me at this number,"
Okay.
in a comment section of a post.
All right.
And then through perusing their Instagram profile, I eventually found enough biographical information. Like, today is my birthday. I don't know if that's specifically what happened here. It suffices to say that I found enough publicly available information about the person who posted that 7784 number as their own to figure out who they were.
And who did you have David White locate after you saw that Instagram information?
Are you saying the person I identified as posting that number as their own?
Yes.
The name was Jacquees. First name spelled Jocquise, Smalls. Last name spelled Smalls.
And did you find a date of birth for Jacquees Smalls?
September 27th, 1988.
Do you remember whether Investigator White was able to locate Mr. Smalls?
From what I remember, he spoke to him on the phone.
All right. Did you ever personally speak with him?
No, I don't think I ever did.
Did you listen to the phone call, or did you have David White record the phone call with Mr. Smalls?
Investigator White recorded it.
And did you listen to it?
I did.
All right.
Can I interrupt you just for a minute and have counsel come up to the bench? It doesn't have anything to do with what you're doing right now.
I don't know what's happening, but I am about to take a phone call really quick, go over some paperwork with a client, but I'm still here and I'll be back.
kind of time sensitive matter that we need to deal with. So I'm gonna excuse y'all into the jury room for what may be a few minutes. And if it ends up being an early lunch, I'll send word, but it may just be a few minutes. So I'm just gonna excuse y'all for now. Thank you. All right, does anybody know where where'd the state go? Can you ask anybody
Not
from the
keep
state to come back in
everybody in
for a
the
second?
courtroom. It's okay.
Hey, just any of you. So one thing we need to do is locate Mr. Scheib, and I don't know that we have his direct number, but I'm sure somebody does.
He's out in the hallway right now.
Oh,
That's what
okay,
we were doing.
great. All right, so y'all need to get something together.
Yes.
And it sounds like within the hour, Mr. Zachary will be over here. And I
Yes,
don't
and we
know
would,
if you want to, you had mentioned earlier having a doctor talk to the court or something. I don't know if that's something you still want to do or,
no, not
okay,
considering that he's being released. It was for the purpose of discerning.
whether he could be.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I don't know if, can we leave to Miss Hilton or another member of your team to get all of that in place and continue with this witness right now? Or,
Yes, she is doing that, and out whatever the court instructs regarding that. I know you wanted to hear from Mr. Scheib. I didn't know if you wanted to hear from him before.
I don't need to hear from Mr. Scheib.
No, I mean in terms of the agreement, the immunity agreement.
Again, I don't need to hear from Mr. Scheib unless y'all can't come to an agreement as to whatever the terms are going to be.
Okay.
If you can, great, just present it and I'll sign it.
Okay.
So if Ms. Hilton's handling that, then I'm happy to just continue on with this witness with the jury.
So she is out there talking to him, Your Honor, because of course that I'll be the person examining Mr. Zachary, and I'd just like to speak with Ms. Hilton and Mr. Scheib just quickly for a second,
Okay.
since they're out
All
there.
right, if it's a second, it's one, that's fine. If it's gonna be that I need to send the jury to lunch, you know.
I don't think so. I don't
Okay.
think he'll be.
All right, take a couple of minutes and come back and report. And I know we just took a break, but if anybody needs to run to the restroom, you're welcome to right now.
what his conduct was, why of the case proves to the jury.
Any,
A case, Your Honor, prosecutor just stated that there was an objection when Mr. Sprinkle was going through jail
Okay,
calls
guys,
which are
this is
pertinent.
Attorney
and,
Steele's response to
I
the
believe that
objection
this
we
case-
heard by Ms. Love earlier.
24 OCGA 24-1-1 talks about the mission of a case. And here, the mission of a criminal case is whether the state of Georgia proves to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the guilt of one or more of these accused. That's it. It's not about Mr. Sprinkle's work. And he can say, I have found this jail call. And if the court admits it, they can play it. But him going through, this is what I do, and I have grand jury power, and I don't always follow the police, and I don't indict other people in other cases at times that the police think should be indicted, is really no play here to that mission. The prosecution's attack or statement or justification maybe would be the right word that I'll just say me, but have raised the defense that the police targeted Mr. Williams. I stand by that. It came out in evidence. Just for instance, when this honorable court was here, it came out in other factions of the case before this honorable court graced the bench in this case. But Mr. Copeland's statement, which was admitted over objection on June 10th, 2015, he's with prosecutors, not prosecutors, police officers. And they specifically say, we don't want Shannon. He's a little fish. We want a big fish. And it comes out, I want Thug. I want to know where his money's from. This was embedded in the case by the prosecution. And Mr. Copeland testified, I knew who they wanted. And he said, whether it's believed or not is up to, obviously, the trier of fact. But Mr. Copeland said, I knew that I can get out of that interrogation room by finessing against Mr. Williams. And I lied. That's, short. That's a fair amount. But I was going through this last night and this morning, Your Honor. And if the district attorney's who's testifying, and he's an honorable man, if he's allowed to say what his conduct was, why he did this, why he didn't do certain things. They asked yesterday, or the court may have said, yeah, but you attacked why some people were indicted and some people weren't indicted. I believe that came from this honorable court. Then I would like to have, I believe that's a waiver of work product. I mean, we're getting very close to strategy, and they're revealing, they being the DA's office through this witness, may be revealing to an adversary, which waives attorney work product, what they did and why they did it. And if that's true, I just know myself, and I, God willing, follow the law. I'm going to serve a subpoena. It'll be met with a quash, I'm sure. And you're going to have to go through all of the in-camera inspection of all emails, text messages, memos from meetings. I'm going to put Paul Howard on my witness list because this case had been languishing before indictment for approximately 7 years. And I don't see why we're doing that, because it could extend the trial, which is fine. But it really is going to be met by a blizzard of people reading all, if you allow it, of the state's inner workings. So then we can confront Mr. Sprinkle. Well, you made this decision. I want to understand why you did this decision. Because this memo says this. For instance, there's no wiretap on Mr. Williams' telephone. There's a wiretap order that was given to us, a proposed order, in discovery. It was never given, I could tell, to a court. Well, I find that interesting, but it's not in evidence. I wasn't going to ask about it. But if his strategies are coming in,
No, it's not.
Your Honor, so Mr. Shibe, I believe, is on a Zoom call, so he's discussing what we talked about with Ms. Hilton. And I just inquired the court, since we are getting into the area that would sort of constitute where I'd need to reference the next witness's statements that he made before I ask questions about that. Would the court give us any idea of what time the court would be willing to stop for lunch? Or is it noon? Because we can keep going to whenever.
So I would like to be able to put Mr. Zachary on the stand as soon as he gets here. And so if he's going to get here within the hour, then we could either do a really quick lunch right now and then take him, or we can do a late lunch after his testimony. But how long do you think his testimony is going to be?
His testimony is going to be
The rest of the
the
afternoon?
day. Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, maybe we just take a quick lunch now.
Okay. That's
And
fine.
then by the time we get back from lunch, hopefully he'll be here. Does
Okay.
that make sense?
It does. It does.
Okay.
I just wanted the court's direction. That's all. In
Okay.
terms of because I didn't want to take Mr. Sprinkle like all the way through to the point where he's here and then we break for lunch and he's out there. And
No, I
want-
agree. I don't want him, once he's here, I'd like to go ahead and start his testimony, not say, well, it's nice that you're here, but we're breaking for lunch. So let's just break for a really early lunch right now. And you said you think he'll be here, or I don't know if you said that. The estimate from the sheriff's office is within
1 hour.
Okay. So why don't we, it's 10 after 11. Why don't we break till quarter after 12?
That's fine for me. And if he's not here by that time, I don't have a problem continuing with Mr.
All right.
Sprinkle until he gets here.
Okay. So if one of the deputies can just let the jury, since I told them it might happen anyway, let them know they're on break till 12:15. Miss Love, you can get hopefully whatever you're going to get in place with regard to an immunity order. And I guess you technically need to give me the motion too, but it's sort of been acknowledged in open court by Mr. Shibe that his client is going to plead the fifth otherwise. So I understand there's a basis for needing it.
And I'll say it if he, so, Your Honor, if he decides to, notwithstanding the immunity agreement, refuse, I'll speak about it with Mr. Shibe because
He might get taken into custody.
and not by,
Hmm?
and the state should not be required to house him. You get back to the jail.
Excuse me, could you speak in the microphone, please?
So if, well, I'll say this.
Get to the microphone and then speak.
It's premature, I believe, to speak on this, but I'll just say that I would ask that the court, if Mr. I don't know what Mr. Zachary is going to do when he gets here, given everything that we've heard, but so I'll just actually wait and see. But as it relates to if there is an immunity agreement in place, we are asking, and he does not testify, we would be asking that the court send him into custody and until he purges himself of contempt of court, if the court signs the order.
Normally have an immunity
It is,
agreement.
but there's also the concern about keeping him at the jail, and there was that.
I don't know. Maybe there are other alternatives. I don't know.
Okay, that's it, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're on lunch break till 12:15.
Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like he will get immunity too. They are working on the immunity agreement to, so it'll be pretty much almost the same situation as Mr. Copeland, where if he does not testify, then he will go to jail for pleading the fifth. Don't know what type of immunity they're going to give him. All right, so one thing is I wanted to show you guys. Hold on. Is we are on lunch, and I was going to show you. Sorry. Let's see.
I do.
This is,
First name Michael,
I know you guys are probably
Michael.
tired of seeing
Last
him,
name Sprinkle,
but this is the preliminary hearing
Sprinkel.
that was done to
Good
with ADA
afternoon,
Sprinkle.
Deputy
I
Sprinkle.
thought
How are you?
this was
Very well,
one of my
thank you. How are
favorite
you?
arguments from
I'm
the
well,
defense.
thank you.
A lot of the
Deputy
same
Sprinkle, would you
evidence is
please tell
coming
the
out,
court
but
where is it you're currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the office
I
of the
thought this
Fulton
was
County,
something good
Georgia
for us
District
to
Attorney.
watch
In what
and learn.
capacity are you employed there?
I'm a deputy district attorney.
How long have you served the Fulton County District Attorney's Office as a deputy district attorney?
Since June 21st, 2011.
And when did you first begin with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
June 21st, 2011.
What are your, what area do you work in within the district attorney's office?
I am the head of the unindicted homicide unit. I review all of the murder cases that come, well, not just murder, all homicide cases that come into the office from the various police agencies in the county.
And you made a distinction between murders and homicides. Why is that?
Well, it's not just murder, there's felony murder in the rival gang. I don't want to say there were no cases that involved the same
Part of the state. What? And that is. And did you prepare just briefly encapsulate some of the Deputy Sprinkle between November 2008?
Tell us.
That's all that I have for now.
All right, Mr. Sharp, go ahead, sir.
I'm just gonna play Attorney Sharp part. This is a preliminary hearing, and I'm gonna play Attorney Sharp cross Deputy District Attorney.
Mr. Sprinkle, how you doing today?
Very well, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. As I understand it, your role in the DA's office is you receive a case file from APD.
Well, many times, most of the time actually from APD, but there are other agencies in Fulton County, of course.
And you work on that case file and bring it up, build it up for indictment if you feel that is warranted.
Correct.
Okay. But you did tell us that you are not the person who
After this
decides
argument,
when
I'll
to indict
talk
the
about immediately
case.
what you got.
That's correct.
Who is that person?
Well, back in 2015, 2016,
Yes,
that would have been the district attorney, Paul Howard.
that was Mr. Howard back in 2015 and 2016. Okay. How long did Mr. Howard have that decision-making power on when Shannon Stillwell would be indicted on the 2015 case?
Well, presumably all the way up until the last day of 2020. I believe that was the last day he was in office. I could be wrong about that, but it would have definitely been around that time.
And who took over that decision-making power in 2020?
The current DA, Bonnie Willis, and her her agents, people like myself and Adam Boddy and Pat Dutcher.
Okay. So when Ms. Love asks if you delayed the indictment to get a tactical advantage on Shannon Stillwell, it wasn't even your decision, was it?
That is correct. That is correct.
That question about choosing when to indict from 2015 to 2020 should be asked of Paul Howard, correct?
I cannot.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
The question about whether or not the decision to indict should have been left to Paul Howard is not proper. It does not speak to Deputy Sprinkle's actions and steps that he took during this investigation in order to make sure that it was thoroughly vetted.
They tried to create the impression that Mr. Sprinkle's the one that called the shots, and he's clearly not. And now that I've asked him about it, and it's clear he didn't, now it's irrelevant. They asked him if he delayed the indictment of Shannon Stillwell.
So this is a preview of what Cross is going
It
to
was delayed, and my client has been prejudiced, and I want to hear from the person who made that decision.
Well, it's one factor that I'll weigh, Mr. Shard. So go ahead and move on. Because we've had another district attorney since then, and it's part of the overall investigation. So his response might be, I'm assuming it's correct, but certainly has to be looked at in terms of the continuum of other things that went on in this case. So, and I'm sure you're going to examine about those.
Yes, Your Honor. And so starting in 2020, the decision making was DA Bonnie Willis.
2021, yes.
2021. All right. Okay. When was Shannon Stillwell charged in this case?
I believe it was September 2015.
Okay. If I suggested that was October 2015, would you dispute me on that?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. And would you dispute that he was arrested in October of 2015?
I'm quite sure it would have been around that time, the last quarter of 2015. Based on when I received the case file, that would be in line with that.
And he was placed in jail?
He was.
Okay. Now, my client, Mr. Stillwell, was charged in 2015, October 2015. Who else did you say was charged at that time?
Antonio Sledge, briefly, because his case was dismissed at the preliminary hearing.
Okay.
Kenneth Copeland and Demikian Garlington.
And that's the same Kenneth Copeland that is on the state's witness list?
Yes.
Okay. And it was Detective Thorpe of APD that made the decision to charge my client, Mr. Stillwell?
Yes.
And it was Detective Thorpe of APD who made the decision to charge Mr. Sumlin, Mr. Copeland, and Mr. Garlington?
Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, I believe you meant to say Mr. Sledge?
Sledge, I'm sorry.
Yes, yes.
I said Sumlin instead of Sledge.
Yes.
And you're telling us that the decision to charge those 4 individuals was based on the word of Spencer Wright?
Well, for 3 out of 4 of them, if my memory
This
serves
is
correctly, it was
Spencer
essentially
Wright is, guys. This is
entirely based
this
on
is
Spencer Wright.
tying
Your client, there was a little bit more evidence.
And we're going to get to that, and I
whole
appreciate you
thing.
bringing that up.
That's why I'm playing this right
So, but for the other 3, well, for all 4, a man named Spencer Wright claimed to be at the scene of the murder and named those people as being involved.
That's yes.
And when Spencer Wright, are you aware of the circumstances
I
that brought
cannot,
Spencer
guys.
Wright into contact with Detective Thorpe to tell Detective Thorpe this?
After this argument,
Generally,
we
yes.
talk about immunity.
Did Spencer Wright have pending charges?
After this,
Spencer Wright had been, if my memory serves correctly, I know that he didn't just show up to the precinct out of the goodness of his heart. He had been pulled over, if I remember correctly. During the traffic stop, he threw a gun away in the bathroom at the gas station. He lied about his name, and there was an investigator, Lakia Gaither, just happened to recognize him and reminded him of what his name actually was. So he was, so he had a firearm, and I believe he had a probation violation warrant. So he was taken into custody contemporaneously with his statement.
And so we're clear, you wouldn't dispute that Spencer Wright had a motive to lie?
Yes.
That would be correct.
Yes.
Okay. And Spencer Wright actually came in at the same time that he named these 4 individuals as being involved in this murder and gave police a false name?
He did at first, and one of them, like I said, just happened to know him. And this is all from memory, but I'm pretty sure this is correct.
So he lied about his name?
He did.
And the police knew this?
Yes, they did.
And they took his word on who to arrest on a murder?
That's what happened, yes.
Okay.
lied about his name.
Through your investigation, you would agree that 3 of the 4 defendants in this case have changed since then regarding the 2015 shooting.
3 out of the 4, okay, so first of all, what do you mean by change, and which 3 defendants are we talking about?
There was 4 people that were charged in October of
Misdemeanor
2015
obstruction.
by Detective
Lying about your name is a misdemeanor obstruction.
3 of those 4
For giving
people
false
are
information.
no longer charged.
Oh, I understand. In other words, we ultimately indict a different set of people than were ultimately charged by the police. Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. We did indict Shannon Stillwell, aka Shannon Jackson, who's your client, but we did not charge Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, or Mr. Sledge with the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Well, let's be clear. They were charged.
They were charged by the police, yes.
And they were arrested and put in jail.
They were, yes.
Based on the word of Spencer Wright.
That is correct.
Who lied about his name.
He did.
And in those 3 people's place that were eventually released, 3 new people have been charged.
That's, well, 4 people actually, but yes.
Okay. 3 new people and Mr. Stillwell.
Yes.
Okay. So essentially what we're saying in layman's terms is Detective Thorpe added 250.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant and just unnecessary. Detective Thorpe batted 250.
Still don't know her objection, but the same.
So,
you know why? That was a very relevant.
You have your report, correct?
I do.
All right. And your report is approximately 100 pages long?
140, I believe.
140. Okay. And you began working in January of 2016?
That's correct, yes.
And on page 2 of those 140, well, let me back up. I'm sorry. Almost the first order of business in this report is your concerns about Spencer Wright.
Correct.
This
That
is
is,
a pre-trial
that is
hearing
how
date.
my investigation began.
And we are
Because
just
you were doing a thorough investigation and you
watching
looked
Attorney Sharp's
at
argument.
the video and noticed
We'll
the
then move
man who
on
was
to
saying
talking about it
witness
shortly.
the event was not where he said it was.
Correct.
And so your report, this 140-page report, begins with discussion of the video and Spencer Wright.
Yes.
On page 2 of the report, in the first paragraph, you talk about Detective Thorpe finding probable cause for these 4 individuals that are originally charged.
Yes.
And then you say, Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Garlington, and Antonio Sledge, or I'm sorry, you say Copeland, Garlington, and Sledge consisted almost entirely of the statement of Mr. Spencer Wright, correct?
Correct.
All right. You went on to say, with respect to Mr. Jackson, Mr. Wright also implicated him in the statement summarized below. However, there was another witness named Quindarius Zachary that also implicated Mr. Jackson.
I'm dropping
That
the
is
link
correct.
so we can
Okay.
have some conversation
So
after this.
on page 2 of the
Drop the
report,
link so I'll take
you
a
were saying that there was an additional witness against, when I say Mr. Jackson, you were calling Mr. Jackson report, but it's my client, Mr. Stillwell.
Yeah, back then he was known as Shannon Jackson. That's why I say Shan Jackson, aka Shan Stillwell, or vice versa.
All right. You, as the investigator, did not have the same doubts or concerns about Mr. Jackson's case or Mr. Stillwell's case than you did with the other 3 defendants, based on additional witness testimony, correct?
Well, I mean, I at least had some evidence that he committed the murder. Yes.
All right, and just to be clear, in January 2016, when you're working on this case and throughout your investigation, Shannon Stillwell is still
This is a
presumed
preliminary
innocent
hearing
in jail.
where
He was in
Attorney
jail
Carter
for
is
about
talking
250 days, I believe, on the murder
88
charge
people.
before he was transferred, I want to say, to the Department of Corrections on unrelated matter. But yes, he was in jail, yes.
And he didn't bond out on this
just give you guys some
case
background.
until on the 2015 case until October of 2018, isn't that true?
I recall, if I remember correctly, he
The
was
link is
booked into
for
the
if you
jail
want to
on
come up
October
and talk.
23rd and made bond the next
Yeah,
day
I'm
because he had
letting you guys
obviously
come up and
gotten a
talk.
bond long before then because he had been in jail over 90 days on the murder.
Right, but he was in jail for
Come up.
3 years.
A few people. I got Nene waiting.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe he was jailed for 3 years. I believe he was in jail for about 250 days on the
Okay,
murder.
well, we'll say 250 days. I mean, that's a substantial amount of time, correct?
Legally, it's subjective as to what's substantial.
Okay, well, you wouldn't want an innocent man locked in jail for that long.
Objection, argumentative.
I sustain this form.
Thank you,
I
Judge.
sustain it.
Okay, are you an ethical prosecutor?
Yes.
And for the record, I believe Mr. Sprinkle is. Okay.
I
If
told
you
y'all I like Mike Sprinkle.
felt that there was no case against Mr. Stillwell like you thought about the others, you would presumably have done something to get his release, correct?
Right. What I would have done is I would have told his defense attorneys that essentially there was no evidence, which is what I did with the other co-defendants. So.
Okay.
Right. But with Mr. Stillwell, the absence of evidence wasn't quite as stark.
Okay. And so you didn't take any proactive steps to seek the release of Mr. Stillwell like you did the others?
No.
How long has, to your knowledge, are you familiar with the internal workings of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Pretty familiar. I've been working there for over a decade. So.
How long has the Fulton County District Attorney's Office been investigating YSL?
I can't speak to what the gang unit was doing at around this time. They were in a section of the office to which I didn't have access. Now, if I knocked on the door, if they were there, they would generally let me in, but I didn't just have unfettered access to their area such that I could wander in at any given point. So they were by design closed off from the rest of the office.
Well, certainly you were aware generally of whether there was as you were working this Donovan Thomas case, whether there was an active investigation into YSL.
Yes, there was. And so to answer your question, to the best of my knowledge, as far as I knew, or as far as I can remember, the investigation into YSL really started with the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Okay, so 2015. And what about investigations into Jeffery Williams?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
I'm alleging that this has been a strategic decision to withhold the prosecution of Shannon Stillwell, who they claim to have had a case with or against, a solid case against since 2015. And I want to know why they waited 8 years to bring this
Well,
case.
then why don't you ask him?
Well, I want to know what investigation.
Oh, the objection. Go ahead and ask him, please.
To your knowledge, how long have you had an investigation ongoing, when I say you, the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, against Jeffery Williams?
For me personally, it would have been around, I want to say April of 2016 when I found out that he rented the car that was utilized in the drive-by shooting.
What about, not you personally, the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
That I can't answer. As far as I know, I don't know. I have no idea. If there were any other investigations regarding Mr. Jeffery Williams, I don't know about them.
Well, could you answer if you knew, do you believe that you were the first person to begin an investigation into Jeffery Williams, or do you believe that there was already investigations into Jeffery Williams?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance into investigations regarding Jeffery Williams.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you have discussions with Paul Howard about the Donovan Thomas case?
Yes.
How often?
Well, there would obviously, every few months, actually. Maybe there were times it would actually be more often than that. It was definitely not one or two. I can tell you that. It was more than that.
Was he familiar with the facts of the case as alleged?
Yes.
Would Mr. Paul Howard have had access to the gang unit of the district attorney's office that you did not have unfettered access to?
I would presume yes. I guess I never asked him, nor did he ever tell me. It never came up. But given that he was the head of the entire office, I would assume that he had access to every room of the office. But I'm only assuming.
Do leaders of different units within the office meet with each other?
Yes, yes.
Is there coordination between units in the district attorney's office?
Yes, of course.
Was there coordinations between units back in 2015?
Yes.
Could there have been discussions that you were not privy to about these matters?
I'm sure.
Okay. Mr. Sprinkle, you have, is it fair to say that you largely have investigative function within the district attorney's office?
Yes, for the most part.
But you all are also an attorney.
I am.
You have a bar code.
I do.
You're familiar with the laws of, the rules of evidence in Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree that we're in here today not on a murder case, but a large Rico case, which one part of it has an alleged murder.
I am familiar with the indictment that is before the court, that is being litigated right now, and I am familiar that the primary or the first count or couple of counts is a Rico case. As far as I'm concerned, I was primarily, if not really exclusively, concerned with the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Correct. But you are aware that this indictment that we're all in here today involves more than just the 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas.
I'm aware of that, yes.
Okay. And there are 4 people that you chose to charge and indict. Well, we'll get to that. There's 4 people that you advised the state to indict for the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Well,
Okay, guys, go ahead, unmute. Let's get the conversation started. If you want to be added, you have to activate your mic. Hello. Okay, go ahead. Y'all not saying nothing. Slow and breeze. Nay, nay. Okay, go ahead. Y'all not saying nothing. And you gotta mute when everybody else has to mute. When
Slow and
another
breathe.
person is talking.
Nay, nay.
I don't know how to.
And you gotta mute when everybody else has to mute.
How I work this, son? How I work this? I want to talk.
We can hear you, Nay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm new to this. I just want to say thank you, Kayla, for all what you're doing for the community. And I wanted to know,
We can hear you, Nay.
how is it that? I'm sorry. I'm new to this. I just want to say thank you, Kayla, for all what
You
you're
must
doing
have it
for
playing
the
on something else.
community.
You gotta
And I
mute.
wanted to know.
Not yourself. You gotta mute whatever open tab you're watching this on. Okay, go ahead. Okay, Nay, we giving you 2 more seconds, and we gonna take you down.
Okay, you can take me down because I don't have a clue
Okay,
what I'm doing.
you got it. Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to know why every time they want to take the fifth, that these prosecutors always end up giving them immunity. This man is sick, and this incompetent lawyer that he has doesn't even understand the fact that he should have just let him get on the stand and take the fifth instead of advising the prosecution what he was going to do. I don't understand that, and now because of this guy's health, like nobody understands that sickle cell is deadly. This is not, even the flu is deadly, but he's been in the hospital, and I'm tired of Paige playing in our face. I'm tired of her doing Love's homework, Hilton's homework, and then they running around standing up here like they know what they're talking about. And these guys been locked up for a long time. And where's the evidence? Like, how long do we get to watch this with no evidence, only but what I think? So maybe I could come into the courtroom and tell them what I think.
Yeah, I've had a few people say that to me that maybe they should just come since everybody is just giving opinions. And one thing I will say: have you ever served on a jury?
Yes, one time.
Was it a criminal case?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys know when you serve on a jury, they a lot of times they ask you when they're doing voir dire or jury selection, um, could you convict? The state will ask you, could you convict a person without having certain types of evidence, such as video footage or actual evidence, and that's because they sometimes intend on using circumstantial evidence. But this case is a little different because one, everything seems to be circumstantial, and two,
Correct.
it seems like every witness that they're getting this circumstantial evidence from is backtracking or has proven themselves not to be as credible as you would think,
Well,
including.
you know what my problem is with every witness that they've brought up there, that they've mistreated them. By law, you're not supposed to arrest nobody, put them in jail, not give them food, not give them water, and then bring them back into the courthouse and say, "I want you to get on that stand and tell the whole truth, except for what I tell you not to say." How does that work?
I mean, that's just, I mean, what they're doing is giving these guys immunity. It's use immunity, saying that the public interest of their testimony outweighs their constitutional right to plead the fifth, and that their testimony is so important that they don't have a choice.
But I want to say this. A lot of the witnesses that we've watched, and I say God bless Woody. I know most of them are probably not Boy Scouts, but if we've already served our time and we come out into this world, aren't we supposed to be given back the same rights that we had before we were criminals?
I mean, it's just the game that they play. Everybody doing their job. I don't, I don't, I don't necessarily think that it has anything to do with their prior crimes as much as it has to do with their involvement and them knowing what
No,
they.
the reason I say they prior crimes, because a lot of times people use that against you, and they'll say to you, "Oh, well, we know you a criminal, so nobody's going to believe you. So you better sign this paper. We're going to put these um rules against you, and if you don't do it, we'll just lock you back up. Nobody cares."
Yeah, well, that's unfortunately that's just how it goes, and that's a part of taking plea deals. When you take
Hmm.
a plea deal, there are certain rights that you give up. And I'm actually sitting here. I've been going over plea paperwork while I'm on live with you guys, and a lot of these, I'm going through a plea colloquy, and there are all these questions, and you guys have seen this where you have to initial and you have to read these, and I have to go through these. And ever since this case, I have taken much, much, much more time in going through these. And instead of going through them in court with my clients, I'm now scheduling meetings in advance to go over plea agreements because.
That's good. That's good. I'm so glad to hear that. But let me ask you this: when did it become a situation where your lawyer has to take the stand, and even if they have to take the stand, they get to put you in jeopardy?
Well, I don't know. This is the first, like I said, this is the first time. I said this previously. Every witness that has been called in this case that has representation, their attorney has been called, but this is my first time ever seeing anything like this.
It's crazy. When I saw you on the stand, I really felt so bad for you because honestly, in my heart and heart, you look like a deer in headlights. You look like you ain't know what the hell was going on. And when they were asking you questions, trying to slip you up, you can only slip up people who are lying. When you telling the truth, so that's why sometimes it just don't make sense. Because you really have no clue of what was going on as you was going through it, and now you gotta tell the story. But how do you tell a story that you didn't even know what was happening?
And a lot of times I tell people like the questioning wasn't in any type of order. It was this time, then this time, then this time. And also
Hmm.
the things that I didn't remember were the things that I should not have been expected to remember, which was who was in there at this time, who was in there in this time. And that's completely impossible for me to know if I'm focused on Mr. Copeland, I'm focused on what
Hmm.
DA in the room is saying, I'm focused on all of the things that are going on with my client at the time, there's no way I can know who walked in at this point and who walked out at that point with so much going on in the room. And that is the only thing that I did not know.
And then I don't think you knew also that he had been locked up, right?
No, I knew he
Because
had
when
been
he
locked
first
up.
took this,
I just didn't know until the weekend that he had been locked up.
right, but yes, that's what I mean. You didn't know that they were going to lock him up, and now you get there, he has been locked up. So now you trying to have a conversation with your client.
Well, yeah, I knew he was locked up when I got there, but the point was I didn't know about the immunity until almost the end of the meeting.
Wow. Well, one thing I liked about Woody, even though, he even said himself, I'm a bullshit artist and I don't do nothing but lie. But I honestly believe that he was trying to tell his honest to God truth now because he didn't want to be the one to sit up here and send people to a jail that he's gone to when he knows that they didn't do what these people are saying they did.
Right.
You
And if
know.
anybody else up is welcome to speak. I see Amanda and Slow and Breeze. You guys chime in at any point.
Hey y'all.
Hey.
Yeah, this whole case is crazy. I don't get it. I don't understand
Mhm.
it. It's insane. I don't get it. It really is a waste of taxpayer money in my opinion.
Not even the taxpayers' money. It's just like if we didn't have this type of technology to see just how these people break the law. Because how many people are sitting in jail right now that they have done this to, that don't have the means, that don't have an attorney, don't have no parents, don't have no family to fight for them?
Exactly. And then they hold them. Like I don't understand why they're not giving these guys a bond.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. And I was talking to someone last night, and they were asking me about these if they would ever get a bond, and I say no. If they could sit in jail for 5.5 weeks while we figure out who the next judge is going to be, and just on break, if that wasn't a reason to give them a bond, then I don't know what would ever be, because none of that was
Hmm.
of their own, and it was completely unfair to keep them there during that time.
I think it's sad that we got two judges now that sat on this bench and just lying and acting like they don't understand the law. It's like they just playing right in our face, and I'll be sitting here sometimes like I can't catch no heart attack watching this trial. But as far as the prosecutors and the defense, sometimes you can see them wanna like finagle the truth. But for the judge to sit there knowingly know that Love is a lying, I don't know, I don't want to use no profanity, but her and Hilton, and to me, I think Hilton is the worst because she quiet with hers. She quiet with her snake moves.
It
How?
just
Go ahead,
it
Amanda.
blew it blew my mind yesterday that they was in that Fannie case saying that you don't use subpoenas to harass witnesses, but down the hall that's what Love and Hilton are doing.
And not even just
Exactly.
that, everything that's going on with Fonnie is like, even Fonnie when she was on the stand and they were talking about the cell phone records. Even her herself said cell phone records aren't always accurate. And it's just, and then you have these large amounts of money and all of these things. If one of those boys was pulled over with that amount of money, or if their house was searched with that amount of money, it would automatically be asset forfeiture. It's just so it's corrupt.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
And
Yeah, I
all I
agree.
know is I say thank God for technology, even though a lot of times we sit here and we see things right in our face. There's nothing we can really do about it. We've seen our community be murdered right in our face, and they tell us that it's not murder. So at the end of the day, we got to just let God come in and show up and show out because I don't know what else could help.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna help at this point either, because they bringing in everything. There should not be 100 and something witnesses to prove a case. That doesn't even make sense.
Hmm. And I don't know what the bullets. I want to know who shot the bullets. Where's the fingerprints? I mean, just show me a whole bunch of bullets. I don't know. That could have been a lot of people shooting bullets. Show me the crime rate right now. I want to see the crime rate right now since y'all think YSL is this
If the
big.
most dangerous people are in jail, that means that.
Crime should have went down.
Hmm. And Shari, I see you are trying to come up, but you have to activate your audio to come up.
So my question too is, if they don't have a gun, but they have all these shell casings, are there crimes committed after, way later on that bullets match a gun, the same gun since there's no gun? You know what I mean? Like, has that same gun been used in crimes that have nothing to do with this, but they have
Well, they're not going to
shell
tell
casings
you.
for that?
If
Right,
even if
right.
it has, they won't say. Why would they tell you that? The prosecution is not going to tell you that. To me, I don't even know where they got their degrees from because they stand up there and I'm saying to myself, are these real lawyers? I mean, the questions that Love asked, like, why does she get to stand up there for 30, 40 an hour and talk about nothing? Or what she think? And
Yeah.
what she think these guys did and what she think. And then she want to talk to them like they don't deserve no respect. But I was so glad Muntu put her in her place and he told her, don't talk to me like I'm your child.
Well, that's my thing. They supposed to be her witnesses, and you're not even trying to build a rapport
All of
with
her
them or nothing.
witnesses, even the officers, have embarrassed the state. Every single, I don't know.
Hmm.
The only people I think that don't embarrass the state, then they just don't prove anything. They're just up there talking like all these. I don't know.
Exactly. And you say to yourself, where does this fit in at? Like, where's the Rico? Where's all these charges that you charge these people with? Where's the evidence?
It's crazy. And I saw a post from a lawyer yesterday talking about the Diddy case, and he was saying the difference between the Fed and the state is the Fed will make sure their case is rock solid, let you live out, do more stuff
The
before
feds
they
will
arrest
not take
you.
a case if they don't know that they can win.
Exactly. But the state will lock you up because somebody came and told on you and then build the case while you sit in jail.
Yeah,
That's
well, that's what
crazy.
we watching. That's what we watching right now. And they trying to build the case, but to me, it's like a house made out of sand. Because soon as Max and Steele and Weinstein and I love Harvey, when they get up there, they just start blowing the house down. They show all the lies.
Yeah, it was funny yesterday when Whitaker said, "Look, don't talk to the DA, talk to me." He was over it yesterday.
Flow and Breeze, are you gonna say something?
Can you hear me, Miss Lady?
A
Not
little bit.
Yeah, yeah. I'm in a semi truck, so I knew it was gonna be loud. I didn't want to interrupt y'all having a good conversation, so I bow gracefully
Go
so
ahead,
y'all
we can
can
hear you.
hear me. Oh, just good morning to you all, and pretty much Miss Lady covered everything. Just want to say thank you for doing what you're doing, and I appreciate you. I do be acting a fool on the chat just because people are crazy, and this is just not Fulton County. This is everywhere, and a lot of people do not believe that it happened, or they haven't been in court or have to do it, and they don't realize that this can happen to them as well. Like Ms. Jackson said, no representation, no nothing. And if they want you, they really can get you if they want to with nothing, and nobody's not going to say anything. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, okay. That's all I have on that. And it just look like they don't really know. They really don't care, basically, what it is. And we get to see how things play out when everybody's not telling. When it's time to actually do a job, it's kind of hard to do. And as you see with detectives and stuff like that, there's nobody really doing anything unless everybody is telling on somebody. And what I see is a bunch of people commit a bunch of crimes that hang around thugs. They don't have anything on thugs, but they have solved all these cases. I just say take the wins for people that commit the crimes, and hopefully they do better. But you trying to connect this guy messing with this girl in jail that had nothing to do with us. Or if they did later on in the past, all these things like personal abuse between each other that came together. There's no connection to this guy. And for me personally, I don't want to see the guy to go to jail, but if anything, I think they should have left the Rico alone. They had a better chance on getting on a conspiracy than a whole recap. Like, y'all, they just seem like they're just reaching for something like they want thugs. and that's crazy,
That is crazy.
crazy, crazy, crazy. Well, I'm gonna step back in the cut because I know I'm in this truck and it is loud, and I just want to say hello to you guys, and I appreciate you everything you do, Miss Taylor. I support you, uh, young black lady, what you're doing, and I just support what you do. Keep doing what you do. Tough skin to do what you do, but I do appreciate you, and I see the movement that you got going on. So hey, big props up to you, and you continue to live your life. Most people out here scared to live their life, and they don't like that.
Thank you so much.
People trying to put you in the box of what they're doing, they just be so mad. It's just so funny. It's like they act like you in your 60s and 70s, like you
We
you
can't
don't
hear you.
supposed to go nowhere. You're supposed to do. It's crazy.
Well, thank you so much for supporting me, and thank you for always coming.
All right, I'm gonna fall back. Y'all continue. I don't want to be loud and a whole bunch of noise on the chat, but
Okay.
I
Okay, welcome to everybody that's new up. Go ahead. Let me hear what you got to say.
I
Hey,
got a question.
counselor.
Hi.
Oh,
Hey,
go ahead,
y'all.
Sierra. I feel like I jumped in front of you.
Oh, it's okay. Mine was just, I think it's gonna be quick. So, Kayla, what is the difference? Because I'm saying, why can't he just plead the fifth without immunity? Let's say if they didn't give him a heads up, he could still get in trouble for pleading fifth if they didn't give his state a heads up?
Well, if he didn't have immunity, he could plead the fifth because he wasn't a co-defendant in this case. It wasn't like he signed a plea deal or anything. So, but for that immunity, then he could plead the fifth.
I want to know how are the prosecutors able to call witnesses at this point in the trial and edit and add new witnesses to, I guess it'll be bolstering their case.
Because they godmother page allows them to.
Well, I mean, you
Oh.
can add a witness at any time if I mean, because a case is always developing and discovery is always developing. And so if something comes out, I mean, because the same thing for the defense, just like Attorney Steele said earlier, if they do this, I'm gonna add Mr. Howard to the witness list. So, I mean, as you find out information, you have the right to tailor that information with your to tailor your witness list. But it's
Mhm.
supposed to be relevant.
Mhm.
Mhm. And nothing
And
they do is relevant.
and also, what is so pertinent about Zachary's testimony that they had to lock him up from the hospital?
That's what
What
I
are
want
they
to know.
expecting him to add to the case?
I mean, I can't tell you that because I don't have discovery.
Oh, okay.
But I mean,
I mean, if
attorney,
we look at what they've been doing in the past, they probably don't have anything. They just probably, because he hung with maybe one of them, they probably feel, oh, we just going to make him get up here and testify. And him being sick, they probably think it's going to make it look good for them. To me, if I was a juror,
I
I,
would
I
think it
would,
was so disgusting.
yes, yes. And I think he should get up there and I think he should not be able to breathe. I think he should be able to be like, I need to go back to the hospital.
Mhm.
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 How
But
about
what I was
that?
gonna say is, I mean, Attorney Sharp did kind of hint to what he expect the evidence to come out will be some incriminating statements to Mr. Stillwell, and like he said, which was very, very, and I'm gonna play this. Let me see for y'all.
He's supposed to be the straw purchaser, right?
The straw per
Zachary. Yeah, Zachary. Isn't that why he did time? Because he purchased a gun for somebody.
I don't
For
know.
Woody. Didn't
This
he
case
purchase
is
the
this case is like an ADD puzzle,
Yes.
and the pieces are all over.
Well, my thing is, you gonna put him on the stand over a statement, and is it gonna be that was a lie? I don't recall, like every one of your other witnesses have said.
I hope so. I hope
Okay, guys,
so.
hold on, put it on mute. I'm gonna play this little clip and then we can talk about it.
Based on the information that was in the affidavit, it's support of the material witness warrant. If he goes back to his family has no intention of, based on what's in the affidavit, of having him come testify.
Court could order it, hold them in contempt if they do not, and put a GPS monitor.
Okay. I told y'all to work that out like 2 days ago.
We've been talking, and as I have said to Mr. Scheib, we have his continued position is only about him being released and not testifying.
All right, if you can't work it out, then just present something else to the court, other arrangements. Because I don't think that it would be appropriate, considering the health situation, for him to go back to the jail either. But there's something between the two, between total release and he's in the wind because his family wants him far away from here and in the jail. There's something in between those two.
Okay. Okay. I have 2 court cases upstairs. I'll be back.
All right.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd like to put something on the record. Is this
All
an
right.
appropriate time?
Sure.
Okay. I fully understand that we are not a party. When I say we, I'm talking myself and my client, to anything going on with Mr. Zachary and the DA's office. However, it is my job to ensure a fair trial for my client. I am putting everyone on notice now. Your Honor, I don't, and I'm not casting aspersions. I don't know how much, if at all, judges know the discovery and the backstory of everything.
I don't.
Okay, all right. Well, this is what
That's between y'all until it gets presented in the trial.
Okay,
or unless you bring an issue to me.
well, that's why I'm bringing this issue. Okay, Mr. Zachary, in statements in 2015, says a bunch of nasty lies about Mr. Stillwell. He blames Mr. Stillwell for everything except the JFK assassination. And my concern is, and I'm going to deal with that on cross-examination. That's not going to be a problem. However, if those lies come out and I am not able to cross-examine Mr. Zachary due to him being unavailable, due to medical situation, due to anything like that, and I don't know about his medical, I'm just hearing about it just like you. But if that happens, there's going to be no one ringing that bell. There's going to be no limiting instruction that's going to protect his due process rights, his rights to confront his accusers, his cross-examination rights. And it's going to lead to me asking for a mistrial again. And the state is on notice at this point that by calling Mr. Zachary in this state, and I don't know what his state is, but they seem to know, they are on notice that something could happen. And I'm not the one calling him to the stand, but if his direct testimony comes in or his prior statements come in and I don't have a chance to confront him about those lies, we are not going to have a fair trial. And I'm just putting on the record now so everyone knows what my stance on that is.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I don't know what exactly his situation is.
Yeah, right.
Sort of varying things. There is, and I guess the most appropriate thing might be to just hear from the doctor, but
Yeah.
it is in a condition where testifying at this trial is risky and he may make it through half the testimony and not all of it or something like that. I mean, there is the possibility of taking his deposition to preserve his testimony, which then all of the attorneys would be present for, and you can do a video deposition. And then if for whatever reason he gets through part of it and not all of it, then it doesn't get used. I mean, that's a possibility.
Your Honor, there are just a couple of things that in the court is correct, and that is those are things that we have tossed around.
Yeah.
But the state's bigger concern is that given the commentary made by Mr. Zachary's father when we were trying to reach him, that he was going to reach out to Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele. I don't know why, but that's what he said.
He always trying to say
When
people are
and
working
he
with the
insisted
defense.
that
It's okay for the
Hmm.
state to talk to
Mr.
witnesses. It's
Zachary
okay for them to reach
testify,
out and do
and
whatever, but
given
it's not.
that
It's always a problem when
there
the defense
seems to
does
be
it.
pretty open communication between the Mr. Shibe and counsel for the defendants.
She's such a liar.
We haven't
And
even
y'all,
got
I
a
dropped the
grasp
link
of
in the
what's
chat
going
to
on
become
with
a
them
member.
in
Let me
any
get
week.
5 members.
What we do know is that there are people down there who are monitoring him, and the person with whom I spoke yesterday said that person is not a doctor, but that his
Not a
vitals
doctor. So
on the
that was
chart
confusing
looked
to me.
normal,
That person is
and
not a
that
doctor. So who?
there had been the representation by Mr. Shibe that if he goes down to the jail, he's going to die, and there are 28, all of these things, and so it perhaps makes certain people
Love should have been a lobbyist
protective of
because she is
keeping him there,
awesome
not
at
realizing
filibustering.
this circumstance that it comes close to the time that he has. So
Yeah, I
there's that.
realize that this
But we
could
have
just as
considered,
easily be a convenient excuse. I mean,
but we've
I
been,
don't know what the real situation is.
and we have
So
been,
then hush your mouth,
and we have
Paige.
been talking about all of that. But what I do know is that Mr. Shibe has told me flat out, my client will not testify, and he's given me the reason that he believes. And like I said, it does. I'll just leave it at that. And it's not the reason that he just represented.
Okay,
So
well, I have also not been presented with any sort of an immunity order, and that was something.
we have that,
Okay.
and it's the same. It's the standard
She's so
Y'all
shady.
better listen to God, mommy, before you get in punishment.
for Mr.
But
Shibe and his client to sign.
Why
anyway,
is she so against Zoom or exactly a video
Okay. So
deposition?
have the
That would be the fair thing to do.
I mean,
For
we did
for
Zoom for what, 2 years during COVID and court ran fine, so I don't understand the issue with that.
I don't think that Zoom would be great, but for several reasons. Cause like technology, all kind of things can happen with Zoom, but the deposition thing was a good idea.
yes, that's what I think, and it would have been fair to everybody, and it would preserve this man's health.
Yeah, because even with the Zoom, it could be the same situation where half the testimony comes out and then, the other half doesn't get out. And then what options do you have? And everybody talks about a mistrial, but at this point, I want to not guilty.
Hmm.
Exactly, exactly. They don't sat long enough. Let's just let them go home and be left alone.
Kayla, are you now focusing on criminal law more than personal injury because of this case?
No, I don't know where people get this idea that I was not a criminal defense attorney. Like you guys know, I'm a former prosecutor. I then for 2.5, 3 years did 100% criminal defense.
Okay.
As of maybe 2022, I started personal injury, but I've always been a criminal defense attorney, and everybody knows in Atlanta that I've been a criminal defense attorney. But
Okay.
I don't know, the internet is a very dangerous place, so they take parts of what they want to take and make it. I'm transitioning out of criminal defense, but I currently have probably about 120 criminal clients.
Mm. Okay, I just made that assumption because I know
Yeah.
you're the personal
But
injury
you made
princess.
it because of what you heard.
Yes, yes. Okay, so I graduated from law school, and my plan was to become a public defender because I wanted to save my people. And then I interned in criminal court in New Orleans. Oh, no, this is too much, and it was very depressing. And I just felt like I
Yep.
cannot fix people's problems. But now seeing this, it's like people have problems that they have no control over and they need the help. So I guess, how do you open your heart to criminal defense work? Like this case, only this case made me decide, well, maybe I should think about criminal law again because I
Me
see that
too.
people are treated so unfairly and the prosecutors, they are in my opinion, I feel like Love and Hilton, they are good. They don't back down, but it's just that in my opinion, I feel like they take things a little bit too personally. Um, so how do you, well, I guess two questions. How do you have the heart for the client, and how do you not get personal with the job doing criminal defense?
Um, well, once you start doing it, you do it. And I think thank you everybody who became a member. I think I'm at 4. I need one more and I have 5. Um, I I think that I have an advantage because I started off as a prosecutor. So I was used to being in a criminal courtroom and I was used to criminal cases. But the reason why I transitioned out of criminal work is because one, it's a lot of courtroom time. With personal injury, I don't have as much court, and I have
Hmm.
a small child. Two, it's way more money in personal injury. But the way that I transitioned out of criminal is I pretty much stopped taking criminal cases, private criminal cases, and I only do court appointed cases. And I'll continue to do court appointed cases. I'm trying to clear my docket out a little, and just have a few criminal cases so I can be the best criminal defense attorney that I can be. Not to say that I'm not that now, but if I
Hmm.
take 2 or 3 appointments, I can spend all my time on personal injury and my 5 criminal clients. But I think that that's my way of staying connected to the community and doing something that I know I'm good at and that I love. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to build a future for my family, for my children, and personal injury, everybody can. I try my hardest to respond. You might have to double text, but
Okay.
I'm kind of the same as Brittany. So I have a paralegal degree. I took my LSATs, got accepted into law school, and then decided not to go. And if
Girl,
I,
go.
yeah, I know. I just, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do criminal law either. I think I'm more like Kayla said, like you're doing, what you're doing now, or I would want to look into like corporate law because yeah, this criminal stuff, it's a lot, and it is emotionally draining.
In my opinion, I think that you should go to law school. Law school does not teach you the law. Law school teaches you how to
Right.
think. And just so happens you take law classes and it teaches you how to
okay,
research,
hold
how to
on.
find.
Y'all, I gotta let y'all go. We got 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, if you want to contact me and I can give you some of my personal advice from law school and try and help you with your personal statement, I definitely can do that.
Yes, ma'am. I definitely am gonna hit you up. Thank you.
How can we do that? Um, all
Both
right.
y'all both can text me and I'll put y'all in a group.
Got
Okay,
it.
cool. I'll text you from my 504 number. I'm about to text you right now.
Okay.
All
All
right.
right.
Thank you so much.
Okay, guys, we should be starting soon. I am gonna take a second. I gotta go get my phone charger and I'll be right back.
be so cold in here. I keep adjusting it and it just doesn't change. It gets colder, I think, instead of warmer.
Yeah, bring it. It's on a thumb drive or anything. For once, I'm not supposed to.
Well, no, but everybody else does.
I just asked her to bring it over on a thumb drive because if we can't print and we can't email for whatever reason from her computer, will the court, look at it, and if the court can print it, or
Yeah.
someone here can print, then we can
Okay.
have that, she can do that.
That's fine. So this is something that Mr. Scheib has seen and approved of?
It is, but
Okay.
what we're sending to the court also is a motion and the.
Okay.
My phone dead, Amanda. That's why I gotta go get my phone charger.
Order.
No, and I'm just.
They can't print it or email it, apparently.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Guys, what do you think's about to happen? Do you think he's in the courtroom?
Do you have it electronically on?
What do you think this immunity order says?
Right. I just wondered if Mr. Scheib might have it on his email on his phone, and then he could maybe try to email it to us and we could print it. No, everything goes to Jamal. Okay. That's fine. Wow. Okay. Everything goes to Jamal. Okay. That's either very retro or very forward of you, one or the other. You've got good assistance. Okay. I don't know why it's so, oh, old, yes, I thought you said cold, because it's that too.
That is unfortunate. The court wishes we have the printed out copy.
I'm sure I can look at least that.
And we'll.
I mean, I assume I know pretty much the motion's gonna say what y'all presented orally in court.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Extract the language.
Thank you so much, Kat. I'm getting better, guys. Green hearts if you think I'm getting better.
Want us to file this into the record, or?
We're gonna actually ask that the order in motion and the agreement be put under seal. We're gonna mind copy to council.
I couldn't hear what you were saying. Mike.
We were just asking it be filed under seal, that's all.
That's fine.
Do you want it filed under seal? I mean, what's the basis for filing it under seal?
Let me consult. I've actually never had one of these done.
Okay.
Your Honor, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's normally if.
Normally it occurs
doesn't
prior
matter.
to the person, basically walking into court to testify.
Your Honor, I am not speaking for Ms. Love or Mr. Schott. For myself, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I would like a copy of the order of granting immunity.
That's fine. And I don't, unless if somebody wants to vocalize a reason it needs to be filed under seal, I don't intend to have it filed under seal,
That's
given
fine.
the, circumstances of,
I'm not asking it to be filed under seal.
okay.
That's fine, and I wasn't trying to keep a copy from the defense. I'm actually bringing the electronic copy for everybody to have.
I don't have it.
And when you can, I'd like to
There it
discuss
goes.
the rules. Since I'm his lawyer, am I going to be permitted to object if they badger him?
No,
Or just
no.
is he
You're
gonna-
here so that if he wants to consult with you,
Okay, and I was going to ask that
but
if
yeah,
he wants
no.
to consult with
I
me.
mean, you're not a party to the case,
Well,
so you
no,
don't
and
need
I
to
just
make
wanted to make
those
sure I was
kind of
clear
Do
on
not get to say nothing.
Okay.
but he can consult with me anytime if he wants to stop and talk.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure he knows that.
All right.
Oh, tell them.
Came through.
Okay, so do you guys understand why I said what I said
It
3 days
just
ago,
basically says,
or whatever
they've
day
spoken with
when
Mr.
he
Shive regarding
stepped
the
in?
immunity agreement attached as the motion for the
I'm gonna
order
do this one more
and a
time.
proposed order.
Green hearts, if you
And
understand why I
it
said
says
what I
we're
said
asking it
about
be filed
19
under
court,
seal, which we've already dealt with, and I'm
please.
denying. So I will print out the motion and the proposed order. I don't know if, is that the order? I haven't even opened that one up. Of this signed, okay. That's fine.
If we get a break,
We can do that from here.
I'm going to replay what I said. Green card if green heart if you heard what I said about this attorney on day one of him entering the courtroom. Who knows what year I said? Do you guys remember the year I said? Put the year in the chat. Put the year in the chat. And what's going on today? I haven't got any super chats today, guys. Come on, y'all need to show some love. I did a
do have
Q&A.
a
Let's
request.
get some super chats going.
Contrary to insinuations that have been made today, I have no idea what's about to happen. However, if Mr. Zachary is not going to answer any questions, which strikes me as a possibility, um, I I think we should determine what Mr. Zachary is going to do in his condition and everything else before the jury comes out.
What do you mean?
His condition, his pleasure. I don't
No,
think.
I know what you mean by his condition. What do you mean by, I think we should determine what he's going to do in his condition?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what he's. I don't know what he's going to do. But if he's going to refuse to answer questions, I I don't believe that that would be appropriate for that refusal to occur in front of the jury. And I don't know if he's going to do that or not. Let me
Thank
be.
you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
actually, what is,
Thank
and we had
you.
this happen with another witness, and what has been, I know that what is the case law is that if the state has the opportunity to sit there and ask questions while a person continues to plead the fifth, it's not a pleading of the fifth and that causes a mistrial. It's if the state is allowed to put testimony in essence in front of the jury in the form of leading questions while a person continues to plead the fifth, and the defense does not have an opportunity to properly question or elicit any answers from that person, that's when the problem arises, not when the words "I plead the fifth" come out of their mouth. So we would ask that Mr. Zachary be allowed to be brought in just like any other witness, not be pre-questioned, and that the state be allowed to begin its examination.
All right. Mr. Scheib, you've just recently talked to your client, and you have, I presume, discussed with him the immunity agreement that you all have entered into. Is that correct, generally?
Come
All
on.
right.
Watch
And
it.
so in the course of that, you would have talked to him about the fact that once an immunity agreement is in place, the pleading the fifth assertion is not basically applicable anymore. And does he understand that at this point, if he says, I believe the fifth, that he may get taken to jail and held until he decides to testify? Okay. And has he given you any indication that once brought out to testify, he is nonetheless going to still plead the fifth?
He's not going to plead the fifth, but just tell you what he's going to say.
Your Honor, I object to Mr. Scheib.
All right.
I object to Mr. Scheib putting on the record representation about what his client is going to say. I would ask that the court allow the state to question the witness and under oath, and it be brought out then.
Go ahead, Mr. Scheib.
That's fine. Just also questioning or
Okay.
Well, I appreciate Mr. Shive saying that. Having to deal with someone on narcotics that's going to claim to not remember anything is quite honestly ridiculous. If he's going to testify, he needs to testify. If he's not, and he's just going to say, I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall anything, then we're not going to be able to cross-examine him. If he's going to say, oh, I'm too high to answer questions, that's not effective opportunity to confront a witness. And so I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what any of this is, but if we're going to call a witness to the stand, he needs to be able to answer questions. If he can't, then I'm not able to cross-examine him.
I
So,
answered it from great. We
Ms.
listened to
Love,
Sharp.
I know that we
Sharp's in the chat, y'all.
all discussed
Sharp
earlier the
in the chat
possibility
for a Mac.
of
Y'all know I'm a Mac.
you needing to have a doctor come give us some information about what
Your Honor,
impact anything in his system might have.
actually, Your Honor, what I had asked the court to do
I don't
was
see
to
no
connect
Sharps.
or
Sharp's
mix
in the
with the
chat for
doctor
a Mac.
and find out his status and his ability to actually be released and come down. This was done without.
Okay,
He
and
was
just to
really-
be clear, that never happened, okay? So that that's not confusing on the record, because we found out before you ever even were able to set anything like that up, that he was about to be released and on his way over here, right?
That was what I was attempting to say a
Okay.
bit too slowly. So yes, Judge, I don't think that there's any need to talk to a doctor because he was released
Okay, so
before all of that happened.
if he comes out and he says, I am high as a kite, I'm on whoever knows what, and, beats me, I'm just loopy, that may or may not be true, right? I mean, I don't know what he's actually on. I don't know what his condition actually is. I don't know if he is on something, what impact that might have on his ability to testify. And I am not necessarily going to take his word for whether he is in a mental state to be able to testify. Do you understand what I mean?
I do, Your Honor, and since that was not the reason that I was asking the court to meet with the doctor, I will, if the court will afford me a moment.
Okay, but we have been Mr. Scheib, when did you first bring all of this to our attention? Was it Monday, Tuesday? It was early this week, right? I mean, hadn't we been discussing this all week?
Monday morning. I was at the hospital, and then they told me what's going on. They told me what has been taken, on and on, taking intensive care and all the medical.
At least several days ago, you alerted everybody to this.
Judge,
Okay.
and that's why we had someone go to the hospital, and that's why we had someone speak to the doctor, and that is why we brought the representation that we did to the court, and the representation has been presented to the court regarding what Mr. Zachary is, or any impact what medicine he is taking would have on him and his ability to be harmed or to testify, and that was none. And Your Honor, frankly,
that was one person's version, was none.
Actually, we have the investigator who was in there with them, so if we can put that person up. But Your
Okay,
Honor,
at this point, we have no. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Your Honor, you
go ahead.
Your Honor, there has been a series of events that we have put on the record. There has been no indication that Mr. Zachary is going to be unable to come in here and testify. He was released before we were even able to check on his status. Your Honor, he would not, and Grady has been apprised of what he is being released for. We know because we have had investigators down there. So the court may or may not have been privy or may have seen transcripts of other witnesses who lose all memory with the state, and it comes back when the defense starts asking questions. I don't know what kind of antics, as we have been apprised that Mr. Zachary doesn't want to testify, and his father wanted to or did call Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele. I don't know what he's going to say, but Your Honor, I believe that he should not be allowed to hamstring, to hijack these proceedings by asserting things that are not
okay.
true.
So I think we have a fairly good indication through his attorney that he is potentially going to come out here and say some version of, I'm so messed up on whatever drugs they've given me that beats me. I mean, you're an elephant. So then how are you going to deal with that?
Your Honor, as Mr. Shad did not relay that to me, and I don't
Well,
think
he
he relayed
just
it to
relayed
no,
it to everybody in front of you.
I'm
So
not
you
just-
heard it too. And it's been a possibility that he has relayed several times as well earlier this week.
Your Honor,
Yes?
the doctor is on the phone. How about that? That's what we have. We have the doctor on the phone. We can get the doctor on the phone.
I don't know
He's on the phone.
what his demeanor will be on the
We
stand.
have it.
He has a great deal of anxiety, and that's one of the scenarios that he could go into a crisis with his
Anxiety, yes.
And I think I've spoken to everybody. He's had this for 30 years, and it's been built up, and quite frankly, he's an addict. He takes oxycontin every day, and can't take morphine.
Now he's an addict. Good gracious.
You just can't take that, but he's been on drugs for 30 years.
30 years. What's going on?
Thank you.
We have the doctor on the phone, Your Honor. Could we,
Okay, yeah. Is everybody going to accept that this is his Grady doctor on the phone?
I think you need to have, what needs to happen is, under the law, he needs to give consent for her to have a conversation with him.
You have been having conversations with his doctor and the state for the last several days, so I assumed that was with his consent.
Let it play out. Let it play out. See, now y'all know when I say something, it's not for no reason.
So it's been a minute by minute consent that you have had with him for the state to communicate with his doctor about his condition, Mr. Shad? Has it?
What I tell y'all.
Has it?
What I tell y'all.
The doctor said, right now, I can give you information as to what has happened.
I'm asking about the understanding that you have of Mr. Zachary's consent to let the state communicate with his doctor about his condition.
The other day. I don't know. He needs to come out and at least put it on the record. Hey, I consent. We need to find out who the doctor is. I don't know who's on there.
That was my point, is I have no idea who's on the phone. That was my point. How about a Zoom call?
that's what we're trying to establish, Your Honor. We have his email address. The doctor's email address is.
Well, you don't need to put his email address on the record.
I was gonna.
You don't need to put his email address on the record. I'm not emailing him.
I'm giving it to the person. I don't need his email address. I need a name.
He gave oral consent a few days ago to a doctor that he knew. I don't know who this is.
What is the doctor's name to whom he gave consent to speak about his condition?
I think he needs to give consent to it.
You are his lawyer. What is the doctor's name to whom he gave oral consent to speak to the state about his medical condition?
Green hearts for me, y'all.
I think they had the doctor on the phone. I think the doctor that I spoke to.
Didn't I tell y'all more green hearts? More green hearts because I told y'all. I'm gonna replay what I said. I can't wait. Oh, that's what I'm saying, y'all. That's why y'all gotta stay over here with me because I know the tea.
That's who I spoke to, face to face.
Okay. Thank you.
Person who's on the phone.
I'm sad that this is happening, but I'm trying to tell y'all this man is a crash.
Okay. Well, until he is in person on, virtually in person on Zoom, that everybody can be a part of.
And I would ask
Your Honor, could we not have this?
he's privy to this.
Could we not have this televised?
I need y'all to not talk at the same time. I cannot pay attention to both of you at the same time. Okay? Hang on, Mr. Schott. What are you asking?
That this doctor's conversation and communication not be televised.
Let me ask Mr. Scheib because he's representing Mr. Zachary's interests with regard to this. And I do think that it would be appropriate, if requested, to not have this televised because we're talking about somebody's personal medical information. Okay.
Been talking about it.
Y'all need to not record this. So is the doctor joining us by Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, guys. So perfect time for us to talk. Oh my God. I'm not laughing because it's funny, but this comment is funny. Okay, y'all. I gotta play what I said the other day. I gotta play what I said the other day. I gotta find it. What day was that, y'all? Hold on. What day was it? Oh wait.
Either on Monday or Tuesday, there was a doctor in the room.
Uh, Pick it up. Pick up the mic. I can hear you, but not everybody can.
Hear me now? You hear me now? Hello?
Yes, now we can.
My wife.
Just hold it up to your mouth.
Okay. The first one,
Hold it
either
closer.
Monday or Tuesday, when the doctor was in the room, my
Yeah.
client verbally said, you can tell my lawyer what's going on. The second scenario was when the DA's office and investigator was in his room and on the phone, and my client gave him oral consent to tell him what was going on to that point.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm not sure that we have his consent to talk to this doctor currently about what's going on.
Then, Your Honor, if he doesn't give his consent, I think he just needs to
All right, so
come out and take stand. I mean, I don't know why.
let's admit, well, get Mr. Zachary out at this point. We'll have him take the stand. He'll be able to see Dr. Bethina. I'm going to go ahead and let Dr. Bethina into the Zoom.
And Your Honor, no one is recording, right? I know the court said not to, but I just wanted to ensure that.
I'm confused. Are we supposed to be recording? Are we not? They started back. This is crazy. This is crazy. I found it though. But as soon as I play it, they're gonna start back.
Yeah, agreed.
He said no.
Just ask him to step
No.
back in.
Adam said no. That's right.
Yeah. If he knows. About 15 minutes. Thank you. You looked familiar to me, but okay. You are you asking to approach without the defense?
I don't like him, y'all. I can't stand Dennis Shives. Sorry. This was day one of him coming. But, whatever.
Go ahead. All right, so the information I got this morning, and y'all, this was actually what I wanted to discuss on the record, had we, at the bench conference, had we gotten started at 8:45, like I asked for us to get started.
This is when
So
Mr. Shives
anyway,
first appears.
no, this has nothing to do
We're
with
speaking
that.
on
But the
Jeffrey's good.
information that I got this morning from the sheriff's office was that he is in Grady.
Your Honor.
So I don't know how recent your information is.
Well, we've spoken with the sheriff has informed us since that time, and that was what I wanted to bring to the court's attention.
Okay.
Judge,
I
and
told
I
y'all I
think
don't
that
like
this
him.
is
He's
a
a
matter
terrible
that
attorney.
I can speak with Mr. Shive about. I don't know if he wants to fully flesh it out now, but I did want to approach the court with the information and the defense with the information we had. There's more information than just that.
Okay, why don't we just, let's have a bench conference, but I would like to be able to just talk about it without them all huddling at the bench, so just don't record this, please, and you're not supposed to.
Okay, yes, shout out to Adams for the new word in the dictionary. Okay, guys, so I'm gonna just give y'all some tea. I don't like Dennis Shy. It's very rare that I say I don't like someone. I'm not a fan at all. And the fact that look how he just come I'm not gonna talk about anybody else, but let's see how well he represents Mr. Zachary and what his purpose is. But okay, guys, so that was that was what I said the day Shy first came in. We now have Zachary on the stand. Don't know. Don't know what's about to happen. Here we go. Here we go.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump to a different witness right now, and we'll circle back to the other witness later. Mr. Zachary, can you please stand and be sworn?
There, Zach, Quindarius, Zachary, Zachary.
Told y'all.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zachary. How are you? Mr. Zachary, hello.
Oh, he's starting off rough.
Yes, you're going to have to answer questions.
You said question, not speak back, but hey, how you doing?
Mr. Zachary, would you please tell the jury how old you are?
31.
All right. And where did you grow up?
Atlanta,
What part of Atlanta, Mr. Zachary?
Cleveland Avenue,
Where'd you go to school?
Cleveland Avenue Elementary,
And middle school?
Crawford Lawn.
Did you graduate?
No.
What was the highest grade you completed?
8th, 7 1 on.
Mr. Zachary, do you know any of the persons in the courtroom today?
Nah.
None of them.
Nope.
All right. Mr. Zachary, let me ask you this. Do you know Shannon Stillwell?
Yeah.
Do you not see him in the courtroom today?
I can't see. I just got to the hospital. You know that. I can't see that far.
All right. Do you need some glasses, Mr.
If they got medicine and they don't work for me.
Mr. Zachary, were you present a moment ago when the court heard from your doctor?
Yeah.
And did you hear your doctor say anything?
You ain't asking what I nausea.
Sustained is to bolster.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 123 Echo. Do you recognize the person that has been depicted in State's Exhibit 123 Echo?
Yeah.
Who is this person?
Shannon.
what has been already admitted as 123 Echo.
That's the other little D, not this little D.
Mr. Jeffery, while we are pulling that up, are you familiar with the person by the name of Jeffery Williams, who also answers to the name Young Thug?
Yeah.
How long have you known him?
15 years.
15 years?
Yeah.
Do you consider him your friend?
Yeah, all right.
All right. And the relationship with him that you have had, has it been good, bad, something in the middle?
It's all right.
All right. Now, when you say all right, does that mean you all have had no disagreements during the time that you've known him?
Everybody has disagreement.
I agree. Would you consider him a friend?
Yeah, all right.
All right. What does that mean for you?
Cool.
You're cool?
Yeah.
All right. Do you know a person by the name of Kelvin Watts?
Nah.
You've never heard of Kelvin Watts?
Nickname.
Shell Kel. Do you know a Shell Kel?
Yeah.
All right. How long have you known him?
I don't know him like that.
I didn't say how
don't
you
know him like that.
How long have you known of Shell Kel?
Like 2015.
All right. Are you cool with Shell Kel?
No.
All right. Now you chuckled. Why did you chuckle?
I ain't
Yes.
cool with him.
Exhibit displayed on the screen. Are we going to use that exhibit or just?
No, my nerves are so bad.
You actually said you were going to publish it
Yes.
as a, I don't know if it's what it is, a video?
It's
or-
a video that has
Okay.
already
Are you
been
ready
admitted.
for that?
It in a moment, Your Honor. I was just completing the questions that I asked.
Can you take it off until we're ready for it?
This is.
Why did you chuckle when you said Shell, when I asked you about Shell Kel?
I just chuckle. What's the problem?
No, Mr. Zachary.
Okay, then.
So you said you're not cool with Shell Kel. Is that what you said?
I don't know him to be cool with him.
Okay. What about Kenneth Copeland? Do you know of a person named Kenneth Copeland?
Nickname.
Woody.
Yeah.
How long have you known Woody?
She didn't even want to say the man
4
name.
years, something like that.
And are you cool with Woody?
He all right.
What does he all right mean?
He cool. He all right.
Okay. What about Diamante Kendrick, Yak Gotti? You know him?
Yeah, he all right.
All right. And is that the same he all right that you mentioned with Mr. Williams and Mr. Stillwell?
Yeah.
All right. Moontoon or Antonio Sledge, is he all right too?
Moonton.
Yes.
Yeah, he all right.
Okay. How long have you known Moontoon?
About 20-something years.
All right. Demikion Garlington. Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
All right. And how long have you known him?
20 years.
All right. And what is your relationship with him? Is he all right?
He all right.
You cool? Okay. Now, do you have people, friends that you consider more cool or I than others?
Nah.
No?
Really. Not really.
Okay. So are you equally eyed with Jeffrey Williams, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Demikion Garlington, and Antonio Sledge?
Yeah.
Do you know Kelvin Treadwell or OG Bentley?
He dead, ain't
I don't know, Mr. Zachary.
he? His name Bentley?
Yes.
Yeah, I think something happened. I don't know.
You don't know whether you know him? Do you know a Demise McMullen?
No.
Do you know a Nard?
Picture?
I'm asking you first. Do you know a Nard?
Yeah, I know a couple of them.
All right. Now, the couple of them that you know, where do you know them from?
Prison.
All right. So if I show you a photograph, that I will mark 503 Yankee, can you tell the jury whether this picture that I'm holding in front of you depicts Nard?
I don't know. It's
Did you
blurry.
did you write anything on it?
Look like my name, but I don't know.
Is that your handwriting?
No,
That's not your handwriting.
no.
Okay. Do you remember seeing this picture before?
2015, I can't remember that.
Okay. But you remember knowing Mr. Stillwell in 2015?
You just showed me a clear picture of him.
I understand. You remember knowing him in 2015.
You showed me a clear picture of him.
Can you answer the question?
You showed me a clear picture of him.
So you remember part of 2015?
No, you showed me a clear picture of him.
Mr. Zachary, please answer the question.
I didn't answer the question. You showed me a clear picture of him. That picture just showed me one clear.
All right, Mr. Zachary, listen, she's not asking you now about the picture. She's asking you about something different. So listen to what she's asking and try to answer.
Yeah, I
her.
remember 2015.
You do remember 2015?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and play the video that we previously had up on the screen that the court asked us to take down.
That same shit that got Biggie and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass, you gonna get your bitch ass killed. Yeah, hey, gang, you bring your pussy ass down here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck. Fuck anybody.
Mr. Zachary, did you see yourself in that video?
Yes,
And where were you seated in that video?
in the back.
All right, and were you behind Mr. Stillwell?
Yeah.
All right, did you hear what you said?
What I said?
Did you hear what you said?
No.
All right, can we play that again?
That same shit that got Biggie and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass, you gonna get your bitch ass killed. Yeah, hey, gang, you bring your pussy ass down here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck. Fuck anybody.
Did you hear what you said then?
Can't come to Atlanta.
Okay. Did you hear yourself say black?
No.
Did you hear anyone say black?
How you spell it?
Did you hear what I just said?
How you spell it?
Mr. Zachary?
No, I didn't hear nobody say black.
What did you hear being said that sounded like black, if anything?
Well, when y'all played the video on my trial, y'all say we said black, B-L-A-C-K. So that's what I'm gonna go with. That what
We're
y'all
not
say we
talking
said.
about anything but here today. Do you understand that, Mr. Zachary?
We said black,
What is that? How do you spell it?
B-L-A-C-K.
Okay, so now are you saying that what is being said is B-L-A-C-K?
That's what y'all told me it said.
Okay, Mr. Zachary, I don't want to know what anyone told you. I want to know what your understanding of what is
That's
being
my
said.
understanding, yes.
That is B-L-A-C-K.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard B-L-A-T-T?
No.
Okay. Have you ever heard S-L-A-T-T?
I heard of, yeah.
Okay. Ever used it?
No.
Ever been around anybody that used it?
Heart beating
Probably.
so fast.
I don't remember.
Do you remember how they used it? If you heard them? No? Okay. I'm going to now show you. Actually, could you tell the jury all the people that were displayed in that video you just saw? Do you need to see it again?
I just saw me and Shannon.
Okay. Did you see it? You didn't see a third person in there?
I
Could you
saw a
play-
third person, but I don't know who that is.
Do you remember when that video was taken?
2015.
All right. Do you remember where you were when it was taken?
In the car,
Where? What city?
Atlanta.
All right. And do you know what it is that you all were talking about?
Say something about game or something.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What about game?
I just heard say game. Can't come to Atlanta, something like that.
Okay. And so did you hear yourself or anyone say YSL for life?
I heard it, but I don't know who said it.
Okay. Did you ask anyone on the video what that means, what you're talking about?
What do you mean?
I'm asking you if at any time in
No,
that car you said, what do you mean YSL for life?
no.
Okay.
I probably was high. I probably ain't paying attention that time.
Did you hear yourself talking?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you sound high to yourself?
What?
Did you sound high?
I'm saying the video I probably was. We made the video.
All right, Mr. Zachary. I'm going to show you what has been marked as an admitted, and this is a screenshot, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 441 Yankee. Do you recognize the people who are displayed in 441 Yankee, the screenshot?
Yes.
Who is that displayed in 441 Yankee?
Me and Moot.
All right.
Little strip dip ass nigga. We ain't really going back to no nigga. You little bitch ass nigga. I know who we hate. I'm everywhere. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Cal. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Nigga. Whoa. They said they ain't really going back.
Did you hear what was being said in the video?
Yes.
Now, who is the Kel that is being referred to? Go ahead.
They say, oh, I don't remember.
Do you remember the Kel you told the jury you were not cool with a few minutes ago?
Yeah.
Is that the same Kel or a different?
Probably was.
Probably was.
Probably was him. I don't remember.
Do you remember making that video?
Yes.
When did you make it?
I like 2014, 2014, 2015, something like that.
Would it have been the latter part of 2014?
Yes.
And when you were holding the guns up to the camera, what were you meaning to show?
Shoot, gun. I showed a gun.
Why were you showing?
I don't know. Shoot, probably high.
Okay. Why were you saying the things you were saying to Caleb?
I said something to him.
Why was whatever you all were doing on that video being done?
I don't think I said nothing to him personally.
Why were you all shooting that video?
I don't know. I was just in the video.
With guns?
Yeah.
To the camera? How often do you do that?
A lot.
And do you do it at everybody or just Caleb?
Did I say something to him in that video?
Do you point guns at a video, in a video to everyone or just Caleb?
Probably everyone. Most of my pictures gonna be with guns.
Okay. When you say most of your pictures are with guns, are most of your pictures also with members of YSL?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 477 Yankee. I'm going to, no.
We gotta listen. We can't talk, and I'm too nervous. I can't speak. Oh Lord, child, my head hurt. Quindarius Zachary is on the stand, guys. They got him from the hospital. They got some HIPAA issues going on. We don't know what's really about to happen. He's not happy to be there.
Marked, my apologies, as 477 Yankee. Would you take a look at 477 Yankee?
Yes, I see it.
All right. Can you see, without telling the jury out loud, the name at the top.
YSL legit. Oh,
Okay. And can you see the caption at the bottom? Don't read it out loud at all.
yes,
Okay. Do you recognize this post?
yes.
All right. And how do you recognize this post? Where was it made?
I look like a club.
And where was this post placed on social media?
Look like Instagram.
Was it your Instagram account?
Yeah,
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the post on your Instagram account?
yes.
State tenders 477 Yankee.
It's admitted.
We're gonna permission to publish.
You may.
Thank you. And if Ms. Knight, you would blow up the bottom portion. Mr. Zachary, would you tell us what time and date is shown on that photograph, 477 Yankee?
I can see it.
If I put it before you here, can you see it right there?
7:02 p.m. February 26, 2015.
All right. And can you see if I hold it here, what caption is under that post?
Yes, say that out loud.
Now you can say that.
Remember all you niggas sleeping on us.
What else does it say?
YSL thug on one.
All right. And if you would, Ms. Knight, bring the photograph down. Would you please tell the jury who is shown in this photograph from left to right as Ms. Knight puts the icon over each face? Who is that?
Mr. Williams.
All right. And what else do you call him?
Thug.
And who is that in the middle?
Monton.
All right. And who is that on the end?
Me.
All right. Now, is there an emoji after Thugger one?
I can't see. You gotta show me.
Bring it up again. Can you see it on here? Ms. Knight, can you blow up the emoji?
Like a bird.
It looks like a bird. Blow it up, Ms. Knight, all the way. That's as far as it'll go. Does it look like a snake at all?
No, I look like a little green rubbery ducky.
Do you typically
Yeah, this nigga acting
use
crazy.
green rubbery ducky?
I use green anything.
What's special about green to you?
Cause I drink green lean.
Okay. Do you use other green emojis?
Hearts.
All right. And do you use red emoji?
Everybody use the red heart.
Do you, why didn't you answer the same way about everybody uses green hearts?
You said, why I use them? You ain't ask me about nobody else.
All right. So do you use red hearts?
Yes.
All right. Do you use any other emojis like that in your post?
His lawyer said he's a drug
Every
addict.
emoji on the emoji app.
Now, the name YSL, how long have you had that as your Instagram handle? YSL Lil D.
I like 2015, 2014.
Okay. And do you know how long Mookton has had a handle YSL Tune?
I don't know.
When you first started using YSL Lil D, what did you mean for it to represent?
Shoot. What you mean? Like, what I meant for it, it meant?
What did it mean when you started using the name YSL Lil D?
I was hanging around. That's around the time I changed my name. I was going to show Mr. Williams stuff. That's when I changed my name to YSL for like the record label.
What for the record label? What shows were you going to Mr. Williams?
A lot on.
A lot of them. Had you, before going to shows with Mr. Williams, had you gone to those type of shows before with anyone else?
Not was nobody performing, no.
Okay. So are those shows that you remember because you hadn't done it before?
Yes.
All right. So what was the first show you went to with Mr. Williams?
I don't remember.
All right. Do you remember when it was? No. All right. So do you know a person by the name of Bug Buck or that calls himself YSL Bug?
Nah.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, have you ever made a post, I just bought some new guns and got rid of some friends, you don't want to live my life? Under the name YSL Lil D.
I don't know. That's a fool. I don't know. I don't remember.
You said that's a what one?
A fool one?
What does that mean?
I don't remember.
What is a, did you say fool?
Yeah. Caption. Like, I probably would have said something like that.
Okay. What would it have meant if you had said something like that?
Exactly what he said.
Explain further.
Exactly what he said.
All right. And when you say exactly what it said, what does getting some new guns and getting rid of some friends have to do with one another?
Shoot, I don't know. I probably heard it in the song.
What song?
I said I probably heard it in the song.
Okay. Now, do you remember when you got your first gun?
I'm like 14.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 504 Yankee. State's Exhibit 504 Yankee. Is that the post that you made? You got to say yes or no out loud.
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember when you made it?
I don't even remember that picture.
But you remember the post?
It's on my page.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate copy of the post on your page?
Yeah.
All right.
Cucumber water.
504 Yankee.
Cucumber water.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary, have you ever heard of a group called 30D?
Yeah.
All right. Now, what is 30D?
A group from Canterville.
What kind of group?
I don't down know.
Do you know who all was a part of that group?
No.
Was Amikian Darlington a part of that group?
She probably will.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as 476 Yankee. Do you recognize the photograph shown in 476 Yankee?
Yeah.
Do you recognize whose page is posted on?
Yeah.
Whose page is it posted on?
Mine.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the posting on your page?
Yeah.
State tenders 476 Yankee.
Admitted.
On 476 Yankee, could you read at the bottom the time and date that it was made?
10:04 p.m. May the 6th, 2015.
All right.
Got locked up that day.
What now?
Nah.
You said you got locked up that day?
Yeah.
What did you get locked up for?
A gun.
Where was that gun?
What you mean? What was it?
Where was the gun?
It was on me.
Where on you?
In the car.
Who were you in the car with?
I don't remember.
Were you in the car with your girlfriend?
Yeah, I think so.
And were her initials SG?
Yeah.
All right. How long had you dated SG at that time?
I don't remember.
What kind of gun did you have?
I don't even remember. I did not have a gun.
Do you know how many guns you bought over the years?
I don't know.
Where were you when you got locked up?
On Cleveland.
Do you remember where on Cleveland?
BP.
All right. Is it the BP at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know the address.
Do you remember at some point asking or meeting Detective Gaither after you got arrested at that BP?
No.
Do you remember ever talking to or meeting a Detective Dennis?
Yes.
Do you know who Detective Gaither is?
Yes.
How do you know who Detective Gaither is? Have you met her before?
The Mickey and Garlison auntie was fucking her. I mean, excuse me, Judge. But they had a relationship.
So, were you ever present during any of what you just described? And Your Honor, actually, I asked that be struck from the record.
I can't believe he just said no shit like that.
Have you ever witnessed any of that?
Yeah, he told
You
me.
were in the room?
He told me.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask that this hearsay be stricken from the record.
It's stricken.
Thank you. Do you have some kind of, are you saying you haven't had any interaction with Detective Gates?
You say, how did I first hear about her?
You said you didn't know her.
You say, how did I first hear about her?
Did you know her?
Not before then, no.
Okay. Have you ever sat in an interview room with her?
Yes.
All right. And have you sat in an interview room with Detective Dennis?
Yes.
Have you sat in an interview room with Detective Dennis and Detective Gates?
Yes.
Do you know how many times you sat in a room with Detective Dennis and Detective Gates?
Not that many.
Was it after you got arrested with that gun on Cleveland Avenue?
No, it was not.
Was it before?
No, it was way after.
Oh, okay, so it was way after. Okay. Was it in 2015?
Yes.
Was it in August of 2015?
Yes.
Did you ask to speak with Detective Gaither and or Detective Dennis?
No. What the hell? Call 911 so you speak to the police?
Were you incarcerated in August of 2015?
Yes.
Were you in jail when you asked or when you spoke with them?
I ain't asked to speak with nobody.
Were you in jail when you spoke with them?
Yes.
Did you speak with them in an interview room?
Yes.
Was it, to your knowledge, in a room where you were being recorded?
Probably so, yes.
Okay. And did you talk with them?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State Exhibit 471 Yankee, but not admitted. Do you recognize what has been shown and marked as 471 Yankee?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's on my page.
All right. Is it a fair and accurate copy of what's on your page?
Yes.
State tenders 471 Yankee. Is that it?
Admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
All right. Who is shown in 471 Yankee?
Me and Mickey.
All right. And what's that in the Mikion's hand, in his right hand?
A gun.
What's that in your right hand?
A gun.
All right. And what do you have at the bottom? Can you read the caption? Bring it up.
They can forward us if they want. We bring the homicide.
Who'd you tag?
30 D. D.
All right. It's 30 D the Mikion Garland.
Yes.
All right. Who is the they you were talking about?
That's a song. That Lil Wayne.
Okay. So when you did that and pointed the gun at the camera, what was the reason you did that?
That's a song. I just told you on the last thing it probably was a song.
Okay. What was the name of that song?
For whatever you want, we bring the homicide. Word to my mama told her get it, not the game is like coming out of a
What's
coma.
the name of the song?
Right. I don't know the name. That's a Lil Wayne song though.
Okay. And so when you pointed that at the camera, you didn't mean for it to display anything. You just wanted to put the song. Okay.
Most of my pictures gonna be with songs.
Okay. In 2015, January 2015, specifically January 10th, 2015, do you recall where you were?
In the house.
Now, when you say in the house, what house?
My mama house.
All right. How do you remember that?
Cause what you mean? I know I was in the house. 'cause I was sick.
Okay. So did you stay in the house all day?
Yes.
Do you remember anything else happening on January 10th, 2015?
No.
Do you know who Donovan Thomas is?
Yes.
Do you know when he was killed?
2015 sometime.
Do you remember it being January 10th, 2015?
It probably was.
Do you remember when you heard about Donovan Thomas being killed?
Probably the same day.
Do you remember how you heard about it?
I think somebody called me.
Do you remember where you were when they called?
I was at home. I just told you that.
Do you remember who it was that called you?
Probably Moonson.
I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 482 Yankee. You recognize the post in 482 Yankee for the picture.
Yes.
All right. And who is depicted in that picture?
Me, Shannon, and Yet.
Okay. And what date was that post made?
March 8th, 2015.
All right. And whose page was it made on?
OG underscore Boo.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Now, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the way you, Shannon, and Yak looked in this photograph at the time it was taken?
I guess. Oh, what you mean?
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the
Yeah.
picture? All right. State tenders 482 Yankee.
Submitted without objection.
Do you remember what time it was when you learned Donovan Thomas had been killed?
Right around the time he got killed.
And what time do you remember that being?
I don't remember.
And you still don't remember who it was that called you?
I told you probably Moonson.
You said probably, not it was Newton.
Probably him. Probably. I don't. Probably.
What happened after you got the call?
I went back to sleep.
For how long?
Rest of the night.
Did you go anywhere after that?
No.
What did you do the next day?
I don't remember the next day. I think we went somewhere. Went out of town or something.
And who is we?
Me. I don't remember where I went. I know. I think with Mr. Thug, we went had a show.
Who else?
Shoot, it was a couple of us.
Okay. Did Shannon go?
Yeah, I think he went.
Did Yak go?
9 times 10, he went, yeah.
Did Woody go?
I don't remember who Woody went. Probably so. I think he came probably a few days later or something.
Did Moonton go?
No.
What show was it?
I don't know, some show in Florida.
Now, at the time, were you performing in that show?
No.
Did you have any, were you employed by anyone who performed in the show?
No, but I used to help out.
Help out who?
Like with the clothes and stuff.
Help out who?
The record label. Mr. William.
Okay. And how did you help out with the clothes and stuff?
Selling the clothes.
And what kind of clothes would you sell?
Stone t-shirt, stuff like that.
Did you ever sell free Roscoe gear?
You know, I was locked up and Roscoe got locked up. I'm a silly t-shirt.
Okay. But do you know about free Roscoe gear?
No.
Other than stoner gear, have you ever sold any other kind of gear?
I think some, I don't remember. I just know whatever t-shirt they had.
Do you ever sell anything with slime on it?
No.
Have you ever used slime in the context of this record label?
No.
Have you ever used slime in any other context?
Have I used it?
Yes, you.
Probably so.
And how are you using it?
I don't remember.
Have you ever heard Shannon use it?
No.
Have you ever heard Thug use it?
I think in the song, yeah.
Have you ever heard Yak use it?
Probably in the song.
Have you ever heard Nard use it?
Who is Nud?
Demising mother.
You gotta show me a picture. I told you that.
Do you know a person by the name of Justin Cobb who also answers to the name Dulop?
You gotta show me a picture.
Is that a no or a yes?
You gotta show me a picture. I told you that.
Okay, so right now you don't know until you
Right
see
now, I
the
don't know until I see a
picture.
picture.
Okay. After you got arrested with that gun on Cleveland Avenue, and let me ask you this. Do you remember buying the gun at a pawn shop?
Yes.
Do you remember which pawn shop?
Yes.
Which one?
Arrowhead.
All right. How many guns did you buy at Arrowhead pawn shop?
About 3.
All right. Were they all the same kind?
No.
All right. What were they? What kinds were they?
I don't remember.
Were they long guns or handguns?
I think both.
All right. How many long guns did you buy?
2.
All right. Now, the gun in the video with you and Moulton talking about Kale. Did you see that?
Yes.
All right. Was that one of the guns you bought?
No.
Now, was the gun in that video similar to one of the guns you bought?
No.
All right. Did you give one of your guns or sell one of your guns to Kenny Cole?
Let him borrow a gun, yes.
Okay. When did you let him borrow your gun?
I think I was out of town and he just kept it, ended up keeping it.
Do you remember around that time it was?
2015?
Do you remember around what month?
No.
When you spoke with Detectives Gaither and Dennis, was it always at the same place?
What you mean always at the same place?
Was it always at the same place, at the Atlanta Police
I
Headquarters?
only spoke with him probably 1 or 2 times. I ain't no always at no same place.
Well,
No.
those 1 or 2 times, was it at the same place?
I think so.
Okay. Did you ever speak with them, either Detective Gaither or Detective Dennis, individually outside of that place?
No.
All right. And did you ever individually reach out to either one of them outside of that place?
No.
Okay. When you said that you traveled with Shannon Thug, possibly Yak.
I think Mr. Williams already there. And he's in Florida, he was already there.
He was already there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, when did you go in relation to January 10th?
I don't know. It was the next morning. Yeah.
And when did Mr. Williams go?
I don't know. I just know he was already there.
So was he there on January 10th?
I just told you he was already there when I got there.
I'm asking
We
you,
got
was
there
he
late
on
on that
January
night, the
10th?
next night.
Was he there on January 10th?
I don't know.
When you say we, so did you, Shannon, and Yak travel together?
Yes.
How did y'all get there?
I think a Sprinter or something like that.
Who purchased the Sprinter?
I don't damn know. I mean, I don't know.
Did you purchase it?
No.
Was that the first time you was ridden in a Sprinter with Shannon or Yak?
No.
How often have you ridden in a Sprinter with Shannon and Yak?
I don't know.
When you rode in the other Sprinters with Shannon and Yak, where were you going?
I don't remember. Probably show.
Okay. And so who paid for those Sprinters?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you know where Mr. Williams lived during January of 2015?
Yeah,
How many residents did he have?
one that I know of
Where was it?
downtown.
What was it called?
I think Sky House.
What kind of place was it? An apartment, a condo, a standalone house, or something else?
Condo.
All right. Do you remember what floor he lived on?
No. Yeah, I think.
Which one?
Or the limb or something like that.
Okay. Do you know who else, if anyone lived with him?
Lived with him?
Yes. Lived with Mr. Wood?
I don't know.
All right. How often did you visit Sky House?
A lot.
When did you first start visiting Sky House?
Probably when he first got it. I don't
Which
know.
was when?
I don't know.
Was it in 2014?
Yes.
Was it an early part of 2014 or the latter?
I don't know.
When you say you went a lot, would that mean more or less than 5 times a week?
Probably more.
Would it mean more or less than 10 times a week?
Nah, I went no 10 times a week.
So between 5 and 10 times a week you visit?
Yeah.
Now, when you went, how did you get there? Did you drive? Did you walk? How'd you get there?
I drove.
What kind of car did you drive?
I don't know.
Did you have your own car on January 10th?
I always had my own car.
What kind of car did you have during that time?
I don't remember.
How many cars have you had?
I don't remember.
Did you ever drive any of Thug's car?
I think a van, Sprinter van or something before.
A Sprinter van?
Yeah.
Did you drive it down to a show or something?
I drove it somewhere. I don't.
Okay. Is that the only type of car of his that you've driven?
Yes.
Do you know about any cars that Thug has rented?
You gotta be more specific.
I mean, any car that Thug has rented.
I don't know he rent no car.
Do you know of any cars that maybe his manager has rented?
I don't know who rent the car. He probably had. He had. I don't saw what rentals, but I ain't never just no rental.
Okay. So what rentals have you seen of Thug?
I think a vet.
A vet?
Yeah.
What kind of vet?
A vet. A Corvette.
What color do you remember?
Gray, I think.
Do you remember what year it was that you saw that Corvette?
I think 2014.
The latter?
2015. One on.
So late 2014 or early 2015?
Yes.
Did you see any other cars that Thug rented or of Thugs that were rentals after the vet?
I don't know if he rented them.
That's not what I asked. Did you see any other rentals of Thugs, regardless of who rented them for you?
I don't know if it was his. I just
Okay.
know somebody told me.
Did you ever ride in a car when you took?
She didn't object to that here, sis.
I rode in a car with Woody.
When?
January the 9th, I think.
Okay.
I never saw Mr. Williams in the car. I don't know if it was his rental or not.
So if you say you don't know what now?
If it was his rental or not. If that's what you're trying to put it as.
Just asking questions. What time of day or night did you ride in a car with Woody?
I don't remember the time. It was
How?
nighttime.
It was nighttime? How did you know it was, why did you bring that up in terms when I asked you about Thugs running?
Because I know you're trying to get in it.
Why do you know what I'm trying to get at?
How many people you don't sit up and ask these same questions?
Have you been sitting here watching people testify?
No.
Then why are you asking me that question? What kind of car was it that you rode in with Woody on January the 9th at night?
It was a car, photo car.
What now?
It was a car.
Was it a vet?
No, it was a photo car.
A 4-door car?
Yeah.
Was it a silver 4-door car?
think like dark gray or something like that. I don't remember.
Was it an Infinity four-door car?
Yes, I think so.
Was it an Infinity Q50?
Yes, I think so.
Now, where did you ride with Woody in this car?
We went to put up on some females.
Where? Would you?
You just, I said, well,
Atlanta?
yeah, Atlanta.
What part of Atlanta?
Shoot. The west side.
The west side?
Yeah.
And when you say the west side, can you tell the jury, please, what streets or areas you mean?
I don't remember what street. I know the Expressway.
The expressway?
Like 20 West.
20, okay. And where you were going 20 West?
Yeah.
Who was driving?
Woody.
All right. Was Woody driving carefully?
He'll never drive carefully.
Okay. So was he driving any less carefully that night?
Can you just get to what you asking me? I
I'm
don't
asking you,
understand all
was he
that.
driving recklessly that night?
He always drive like that.
All right. So he drove recklessly that night too?
All the time.
Did he spin out that night?
Yes.
Does he always spin out?
Yes.
Okay. And when he spun out, did you all hit anything?
Hit some cones in the Expressway.
Okay. And when you hit the cones in the expressway, did any part of the car fall off?
I think the bumper.
All right. And what happened when the bumper fell off? Did either of you get out and put it back on?
Yeah.
Now, to your knowledge, did Thug allow anybody else to drive that Infinity?
I just told you I never saw Thug in the car. Oh, you know, Woody just told me that was Thug car. I never saw the car around him.
When you said that you spoke with Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis in August of 2015, did you tell them, or rather, did Investigator Gaither ask you who Thug allowed to drive the Infinity while it was in his possession?
And I told them
That's
only.
yes or no before you get to what you told me.
You say, repeat
Did
it.
Investigator Gaither ask you who Thug allowed to drive the Infinity while it was in his possession?
Yes.
Right. And did you give them an answer?
I told them I'm the person I ever saw in the car with Woody.
Did you ever tell them Nard, Gat, Shannon, and Dua?
Oh, I lied.
I'm asking you if you ever told them
If
that.
I did, I lied.
Do you remember telling them that?
If I did, I lied.
I'm asking you a different question.
Yes, I lied.
So you remember?
Overruled.
You remember telling them that?
Yes, I lied.
Okay. Now, did you also tell them that Nard, Yak, Shannon, and Dua were supposed to meet Yak's girl Bushi?
Yes, I lied.
All right. Now, did you tell them about spinning out on the highway?
Who?
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis about spinning out in the Infinity with Woody on the night of January the 9th, 2015?
Yes.
Did you lie about that?
No.
What made you lie about one thing in your words now and lie not about another thing?
Because my friend came to me with a play.
A play?
Yeah.
Who was your friend?
Garlington.
Garland. Now, how long did you tell me you had known Garlington?
About 20 years.
And what month and year did he come to you with a play?
When he got out of jail.
When was that?
It was summer 2015.
Do you remember what month?
Nah.
Now, you said you were equally close with, did I hear you wrong? You were equally cool with Garlington, Thug, Yak, Chance.
Yes, I think I said that.
Is that not the case anymore?
What you mean?
Overruled.
I think that's a misstatement. I think he was asked right now, and he said equally cool, but Miss Love is posing it as back in 2015, so I think we need clarity on that.
Okay, can you please make sure that your question is clear?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Back in 2015, August 2015, were you equally cool with Demekion Garlington, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, and Justin Cobb?
No.
Who were you the coolest with?
Garlison.
Were you cooler with Kenneth Copeland or Shannon Stillwell?
Copeland.
And when you say that you were cooler with Copeland than Shannon, which one had you known longer?
Copeland.
And which one had you hung out with the most?
Copeland.
All right. How often did you hang out with Shannon?
Not often.
How often did you hang out with Yak?
Not often.
How often did you hang out with Duop?
Not often.
Now, where were you when Demekion came to you with the play?
I had just picked them up. We probably gonna Cleveland.
Okay. So was this before May 6th or May 7th of 2015?
I think it was after.
It was after? When after?
I said, gotta be the summer sometime. I don't know. It before after May probably. It had to be after May because I was locked up in May. And probably before I got locked up in August, I don't know.
Did you get out between May and August?
Yeah, I just said I got out.
When did you get out?
Like May the 20th or something.
Okay. And when you picked him up, Garlington that is, how did you pick him up?
On my bike.
Okay, what kind of bike?
On BMX.
All right. And where'd y'all go?
The park.
All right. And what time of day or night was it?
Day.
Early morning? Late afternoon?
Probably evening.
Evening time? Okay. Who else was around?
Just me and him.
Okay. In August of 2015, do you know how many shows you had gone to with Thug?
A lot.
Had he paid your way to any of those shows?
What you mean pay my?
Had he paid for you to go down to any of those shows?
How you got to pay to get in your own show? That don't make sense.
You got to pay to travel, don't you?
I mean, no. Sometimes Moncton or drive his car. You know, it depends on whoever driving.
Okay, but like in January of 2015, Mooktook didn't go, so did Thug pay?
I don't know who paid. I just know I rode.
Okay. Did you ever get paid any money by YSL?
No.
And so when you sold clothes for YSL,
I helped them out, yes.
You didn't get paid for that either?
I did that as a favor.
Okay. Did you ever receive any free entry to Thug shows?
I'm pretty sure if it's your show, whoever get in free, whoever come with you get in free.
That might be so, but I'm asking you if you got in free to Thug shows.
I don't know. I just went.
Did you pay anything out your pocket?
No.
Okay. So in August of 2015, were you more cool or less cool with Thug than you were any of the other people that I named?
I ain't never said nothing to y'all about Thug.
I'm asking you right here, right now, were you cool with Thug in August of 2015?
Yeah.
All right. Were you more or less cool with Thug than you were any of the other people I've named?
Probably more.
How much more?
And more as I've been knowing him longer.
Okay. You've been knowing Thug longer than Moonshot?
No,
Have you been knowing Thug longer than Garlington?
no,
Have you been knowing Thug longer than Woody?
yes,
Did you meet Woody through Thug or Thug through Woody?
no.
How much longer had you been knowing Thug than Woody?
Probably about 4, 5 years.
Right. So that would mean you met Woody in what year again?
I mean, we were like 2013,
Okay. And that would put you at having met Thug when?
2009, something like that.
2009. Where were you living? Were you living on Cleveland Avenue then?
Yes.
And where was he living? Thug.
I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever visit his house back then?
No,
Okay. Did you ever know him to live or to hang out on Cleveland Avenue back then?
yes,
All right. Did you know of a group called Rock Crew back then?
yes,
Right. And did you know that group to stand for Raised on Cleveland?
Where can you hear me at?
yeah.
Okay. Was Trontavia Stevens a part of that group?
I don't know.
Do you know Tick?
Yes,
How long have you known him?
20 some years.
Have you known him more or less than you've known Thug?
More.
All right. Did you ever know Tick to be a member of Rock Crew?
Yes.
All right.
Commentary after testimony. We got to
How'd you know Tick was a member of Rock Crew?
Shit. I don't know.
Well, why did you tell this jury that he was a member of Rock Crew?
I just thought he was. Shit, if he went, my bad.
Okay.
Everybody just used to hang around
What did everybody hang around doing?
at the park,
What part?
Cleveland Avenue.
All right. Was Quentin Porter a part of Rock Crew?
Yes.
When did you first hear about the group Rock Crew?
I don't know.
Did you know about it in 2009,
Yes.
2012?
Yes.
All right. Did it still exist in 2015?
Yes.
All right. And was Tick still a member?
I don't know. You just said you wasn't no member, so I don't know.
Then how do you know it still
I
exists?
just say I assumed because everybody was hanging around.
Who all was hanging around?
Sure, a lot of people. Everybody, Cleveland Avenue.
Everybody. Name 2 or 3 of the people.
Junebug, Larry, and Mike.
Okay. None of the ones we named earlier.
They not from Cleveland.
Okay. You're from Cleveland. Were you a member of Rock Crew?
I'm not from Cleveland.
Where are you from?
Capitol Home.
Okay. Now, was Rock Crew, what kind of group was Rock Crew?
A R&B group.
An R&B group?
Yeah.
What kind of music, what kind of songs did they put out?
A lot.
Okay, which ones?
I don't remember that joint 13 years ago.
Who were the artists in Rock Crew?
Quinn Porter.
Who else?
That's all I remember.
Did Tick ever sing with Rock Crew?
I don't remember.
Did you know about a R&B group or any other kind of singing group called Red Cartel?
Yeah, that was a record label, yeah.
Was it record label?
Yeah.
Who was a member of that record label, Red
I don't
Cartel?
know. I don't know.
Then how you know it was a record label?
Because I heard
You heard what?
the songs before.
Okay. What song?
I don't know. Yeah, it's been a long time. You talking about something over 15, 13 years ago.
Okay. Was Red Cartel and Rock Crew the same kind of record label as YSL?
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
It's not my, that's above my pay grade.
You didn't get paid.
I know it.
So how are you able to say that each of these are rap groups, R&B groups, record labels?
Shit, they had songs out.
Okay. Did they have the same members?
I don't know.
Did you know anybody who claimed one or more of these groups?
I know Quinn Porter.
Did Quentin Porter claim more than one of those groups?
No.
So is the answer no? You didn't know anybody who claimed both? Did you ever know Tick to claim Rock Crew and YSL?
I know him claim YSL.
Did you hear yourself earlier say he was Rock Crew too?
But you said he won. So I ain't want to put that on him.
Do you remember telling the jury that he was?
But you said he won. So I ain't going to say he is.
I'm asking you if you remember telling the jury.
You said he wasn't. That's why I'm going to put it on
Right,
if you
listen
saying
to
he
the
wasn't.
question she's asking
I'm
and answer
answering
the
him, Judge.
question.
I'm answering him.
No, listen to the one she's asking right now and answer that one.
Do you remember telling the jury that Tick was Rock?
And then I remember, yes, I remember telling him I don't know.
Have you ever seen Rock Crew and YSL tattooed on Tick's body?
I ain't looking at no man body.
Okay. So is that a no?
No.
All right. Did you know about Donovan Thomas being associated with any groups?
No. I don't know if he, what you mean associated? What that mean?
A part of, hang out with, a member of?
Mm. I don't think I remember. I don't know.
Have you ever heard of the group called If Gang?
Yes.
Is it a record label too?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Donovan Thomas was a member of it? You have to answer.
I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Do you remember ever telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in August that Donovan Thomas was a member of the gang?
I lied.
Now, you said that quickly. If you don't know or have to think about whether he was a member of that gang today, how can you
Because I'm
say,
pretty sure you wouldn't be asking me that I ain't said. So I lied.
Mr. Zachary,
I didn't answer your question.
to ask you to allow me to ask the questions and you answer them, okay?
This
So,
is Little
if
D,
you don't
Quindarius
remember
Zachary.
whether
He is
Donovan
testifying.
Thomas was a member of the
I do not talk over testimony on
how can you
YT.
so quickly
We
say
will discuss
that
later.
you lied when you said he was, if you told the police that?
Because if you said I told the police that, then I lied.
How do you know you lied if you don't know today that he's a member?
Because I just can't say nobody no member. You just told me that was the same thing with Tit.
Bentley, did you know Bentley having a spot on Cleveland, on Oak Drive?
Yes.
And where on Oak Drive was that?
I don't know. I just know it was on Oak.
How often, if at all, did you go there?
Every day.
How cool were you with Bentley in August of 2015?
Not at all.
So why did you go to his spot every day?
Because it wasn't necessarily a spot. Everybody just be on his street.
I'm sorry, what?
It wasn't necessarily his spot. Everybody just be on a certain street.
Okay, so you did not go to his spot on Oak Drive every day?
I ain't go like everybody used to be outside.
Who is everybody?
The whole Mr. Cleveland Avenue.
Were there any people who weren't YSL out there?
I don't know who YSL that was out there.
You didn't see any people who were YSL who were out there?
No.
Do you know whether Duop was YSL?
Who is Doo-Wop? You gotta show me a picture. You said you're gonna show me a picture.
Do you know whether Yak is YSL?
Yeah, I think he signed to him.
Do you know whether Shannon is YSL?
I never told y'all Shannon YSL.
I said, do you know whether he is?
No.
He is or is not?
He's not.
So, have you ever heard Shannon claim YSL?
No.
So, do you have to be signed to YSL to be YSL?
You gotta ask them that.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I'm not YSL.
Then why you call yourself YSL Little D?
I told you I was just really selling clothes and stuff. Like I just wanted to be. I don't know. I just wanted to shoot. I changed my name. That. Yes, I was a groupie. I was a fan. Yes.
Were you a fan in 2009?
Yes.
What was he doing that made you a fan in 2009?
He was rapping. He was rapping.
Was he famous?
No.
Okay. Now, you're here in an orange jumpsuit. Why are you in an orange jumpsuit? Because the jury doesn't know.
Because you locked me up.
And why?
I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed to come to court?
I was subpoenaed. Then y'all told me I was on another subpoena up on an old judge. Y'all wanted me to volunteer take a subpoena. What I'm a volunteer and take a subpoena for?
Did you tell your father to tell us you weren't gonna come?
My father, he grown man. He tell you what he want to tell you. I ain't telling that.
Were you with him when he said you weren't gonna come?
No.
Do you know whether he offered to call anybody?
You want to get my dad up here?
I want to talk to you.
Okay. I know you want to get him up here.
Why?
You know why.
Why?
You know why.
Tell the jury why.
You know why.
So you're not going to tell the jury?
Oh, y'all, what's the
Was
tea?
your
What's the
father with
tea?
you when you talked to
What's the
David
tea?
in August 2015?
No.
Did you live with your father in August 2015?
No.
Who did you live with in August 2015?
Myself.
Did you live with SG at any time?
Yes.
In August 2015.
Yes.
Where did you all live?
I don't remember.
You
I
said
want to
that
see
you
the
were
daddy,
coolest
y'all.
with Moonton, or you were coolest with Moonton. All right. Were you coolest with Moonton in April 2015?
April. Yes.
And were you cooler with Moonton than you were, say, Shannon?
Yes.
Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with Demekion?
Yes.
April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people?
Yes.
Where?
Don't we call our case? We was in the car together.
What kind of car?
I don't remember what kind of car.
What did you have in the car?
A gun.
How many?
2, 3, 1 on.
And what time did you all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime?
Night.
Was it after 10 o'clock at night?
Yes.
Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been to Club Crucial earlier?
I think they was.
Be right back, y'all.
So how did you end up in the car with them?
Came and got me.
Did you ask them to come and get you?
Yes.
Why did you ask them to come and get you?
Because somebody had shot up my cousin's house.
Where did your cousin live?
On Campbellton.
All right, and who is your cousin?
Alexis Bryant.
All right. if you had your own vehicle?
Because my girlfriend was in mine.
Your girlfriend was in yours?
Yes.
All right.
No, I'm wrong. Because I was going to get in the car with my girlfriend. I was getting dropped off to her.
Okay. And so, did you have guns?
Yes.
How many guns total were in the car?
I know I had 2.
And did you see any more?
Demekion had 1.
Were you wearing dreads during that time?
No.
Okay. So, where did they pick you up from?
Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
The store, I think.
Which store?
BP.
Was that the same one you were at with that gun?
Yes.
Where you got arrested in May?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you just normally hang out at the BP with guns?
Yes.
So when they came and got you, what did they do?
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out who we're talking about.
Your Honor, I, first of all, asked him about people, and then I referred to those people specifically.
All right.
So,
Who are those people?
Your Honor, I'd ask Bill allowed to continue the question. He'll have no problem.
So is it a vagueness objection?
Yes, it's vague.
Your Honor, I was specific. I asked him about a specific set of people.
I don't
and
know what.
I specifically referred to them.
Yeah, why
Maybe.
would we want to know what we're talking about?
Do you want to clarify, please?
I can continue, and then I can ask a separate set of questions. Of course, Mr. Sharp has him on fraud.
Well, I think we should be clear about what we're talking about right now.
Ask.
Thank you. Go ahead and clarify.
When I asked you about Garlington, Moncton, and Shannon,
You said Garlington and Moncton.
you didn't hear me say Shannon?
No.
Yes.
That
Let's take a break. Hang on. Let's just take our mid-afternoon break right now.
Shit getting crazy.
All right. Can you excuse the witness to where?
OMG, guys. Let's see what's about to happen.
All right, Mr. Sharp.
Your Honor, what just happened was completely dishonest, disingenuous, misleading, and gross.
And you objected.
I objected, and I wouldn't have even thought about anyone doing this other than the fact that I've seen the prior behavior throughout this trial of this type of nonsense where we try to trick a witness into think we're saying they, meaning 3 people, and then try to convince the jury that we're somehow including my client Shannon when it's clear that the witness is not following. That's what we're talking about. And it's disgusting, and I don't know how we cure it, but I'm going to move for a mistrial. I think it was completely intentional. Obviously, it was calculated. Obviously, when I asked for clarification, I would think anyone seeking the truth would gladly clarify. I'm seeking the truth. I would gladly clarify. No, it's sheepish grin and then.
All right, I understand your objection, and I understand what you were saying past that objection. Miss Love, I think
May I
one thing that,
respond?
no, you need to listen. I think that one thing that needs to happen is when an objection is made and you are given an opportunity to respond, and I make a ruling, even if that ruling is, please clarify, that you then need to obey what my order is instead of continuing to argue.
Your Honor, when I ask for clarification and consideration, I believe that as an advocate and as a person who is actually representing the victims who have been victimized in this case and who is representing as much as as actually more than an officer of this court, and I represent something, I believe that the state has as much right to express, to request, and to ask for consideration and for an allowance to ask the questions that it wishes to ask as the defense does. I believe, Your Honor, the objection that was made, and I understand what Mr. Sharp said,
Miss Trout,
but there are a couple of things at play here. One, Mr. Sharp is well aware that Mr. Zachary has said that his client was with him. He has said it in the interview that I'm holding in my hand. He is not being honest with the court when he is claiming that Mr. Zachary had no idea what I was talking about. I literally said Shannon, Demikian, and Muntu, and I asked him how close he was with each of them.
Right. And then we went from that to his girlfriend, and then it was not unreasonable. And the objection could just be, vague, but it was not unreasonable to object to make sure that it was clear what the question was, who the they was in the question. And when I say clarify, that needs to be the end of it. And you need to ask a different question, rephrase the question, and let's move on. And there shouldn't be an issue with it.
Yes, Your Honor. If the state is not allowed to ask for clarification or consideration, that I
I don't
understand.
know what you mean by that.
Your Honor, when I
A
asked
clarification of my ruling, is that what you mean?
when I asked for permission beyond what the court has instructed, I did not know that I should not do that, so I won't do that anymore.
That's not what was going on. You're basically, it seems to say, I'm asking permission to do something other than what the court has just ordered me to do. And so if that's what it is, then no, you cannot do that. If you need clarification of a ruling, then of course you can ask that. And if you want reconsideration, then you can ask for that, but that does not need to go on in front of the jury. When I make a ruling, obey the ruling and move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I really haven't heard any explanation for what happened. I think it was calculated. I'm moving for a mistrial. In the alternative, Your Honor, I do believe that there needs to be a curative instruction, or at least it needs to be clarified who they was. It doesn't matter what he said in the past. He lied in the past. I've already said that. I know what he said in the past.
All right.
But what he's
We don't know. You don't know that he lied. You don't know what the truth is and what the lie is if they are inconsistent. And there may even be a reason for that. Although if they're virtually diametrically opposed, there probably is not an explanation. But when you say he lied, we don't know that.
Okay.
Just like Miss Love doesn't know when he lied.
Well, I'll put it like this. Mr. Stillwell was never charged with those crimes. And Miss Love was not asking about what he said in 2015. She was asking about today.
I understand.
And today, he was clearly responding, they meaning Mr. Garlington. And, well, it's clear to me. I don't believe it's clear to the jury.
Don't talk while he's talking.
And I believe it needs to be clarified immediately because, of course, I will have an opportunity to cross, but I will probably not have an opportunity to cross for about 4 days. And I don't think we should be misleading the jury on direct.
All right, I'm going to look back at what the transcript says. I mean, And Ms. Love, you may, given that there's now a motion for mistrial on the floor, in assertion that you did things purposefully, you may respond to that.
I vehemently object to the mistrial. I vehemently object to any mistrial, and I beg the court to look at the transcript and see what I said right before I asked him the people that I just mentioned. And I would ask that the court, I mean, if the court deems it appropriate that such language is gross and all of the disparaging remarks made by counsel for the defendants are appropriate, that's one thing. But I'd ask that the court limit that type of behavior, which is, not becoming of officers of the court.
I agree with that. It is not becoming. All right, y'all can take a break if you want to. I'm going to take a look at this transcript.
Okay, well, let's look at the transcript too.
You didn't see any people who were YSL who were out there?
No.
Do you know whether Duart was YSL?
Who is Doo-Wop? You gotta show me a picture. You said you're gonna show me a picture.
Do you know whether Yak is YSL?
Yeah, I think he signed to him.
Do you know whether Shannon is YSL?
I never told y'all Shannon YSL.
I said, do you know whether he is?
No,
He is or is not?
he's not.
So, have you ever heard Shannon claim YSL?
No.
So, do you have to be signed to YSL to be YSL?
You gotta ask them that.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I'm not YSL.
Then why do you call yourself YSL Lil D?
I told you I was just really selling clothes and stuff. Like I just wanted to be. I don't know. I just wanted to shoot. I changed my name. That. Yes, I was a groupie. I was a fan. Yes.
Were you a fan in 2009?
Yes.
What was he doing that made you a fan
He
in
was
2009?
rapping. He was rapping.
Was he famous?
No.
Okay. Now, you're here in an orange jumpsuit. Why are you in an orange jumpsuit? Because the jury doesn't know.
Because you locked me up.
And why?
I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed to come to court?
I was subpoenaed. Then y'all told me I was on another subpoena up on an old judge. Y'all wanted me to volunteer to take a subpoena. What I'm gonna volunteer and take a subpoena for?
Did you tell your father to tell us you weren't gonna come?
My father, he grown man. He tell you what he want to tell you. I ain't telling that.
Were you with him when he said you weren't gonna come?
No.
Do you know whether he offered to call anybody?
You want to get my dad up here?
I want to talk to you.
Okay. I know you want to get him up here.
Why?
You know why.
Why?
You know why.
Tell the jury why.
You know why.
So you're not going to tell the jury? Yes, MA?
Yes.
Okay. So do you just normally hang out at the VP with guns?
Yes.
All right. So when they came and got you, what did they do?
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out who we're talking about.
Your Honor, I, first of all, asked him about people, and then I referred to those people specifically.
All right.
So,
Who are those people?
Your Honor, I'd ask Phil not to continue the question. He'll have no problem.
So is it a vagueness objection?
Yes, it's vague.
Your Honor, I was specific. I asked him about a specific set of people.
I don't know what.
Specifically referred to him.
Yeah, why
Maybe.
would we want to know what we're talking about?
Do you want to re-clarify, please?
I can continue, and then I can ask a separate set of questions. Of course, Mr. Sharp has him on cross.
Well, I think we should be clear about what we're talking about right now.
Ask.
Thank you. Go ahead and clarify.
Come on, Tika.
When I asked you about Garlington, Moncton, and Shannon,
You said Garlington and Moncton.
you didn't hear me say Shannon?
No.
Yes.
That
Let's
they
take a break.
was to
Hang on,
include.
hang on, hang on, hang on. Let's just take our mid-afternoon.
Car.
Okay,
Bill,
let's see now.
you're here in an orange jumpsuit. Why are you in an orange jumpsuit? Because the jury doesn't know.
Cause you locked me up.
And why?
I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed to come to court?
I was subpoenaed. Then y'all told me I was on another subpoena up on the old judge. Y'all wanted me to volunteer take a subpoena. What I'm a volunteer and take a subpoena for?
Did you tell your father to tell us you weren't gonna come?
My father, he grown man. He tell you what he want to tell you. I ain't telling that.
Were you with him when he said you weren't gonna come?
No.
Do you know whether he offered to call anybody?
You want to get my dad up here?
I want to talk to you.
Okay. I know you want to get him up here.
Why?
You know why.
Why?
You know why.
Tell the jury why.
You know why.
So you're not going to tell the jury. Was your father with you when you talked to Gaither and Dennis in August 2015?
No.
Did you live with your father in August 2015?
No.
Who did you live with in August 2015?
Myself.
Did you live with SG at any time?
Yes.
In August 2015.
Yes.
Where did you all live?
I don't remember.
You said that you were closest with Moulton, or you were coolest with Moulton. All right. Were you coolest with Moulton in April 2015?
April. Yes.
And were you cooler with Moulton than you were, say, Shannon?
Yes.
Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with Demetrion?
Yes.
April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people?
Yes.
Where?
Don't we call our case? We was in the car together.
What kind of car?
I don't remember what kind of car.
What did you have in the car?
A gun.
How many?
2, 3, 1 on.
And what time did you all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime?
Night.
Was it after 10 o'clock at night?
Yes.
Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been to Club Crucial early?
I think they was.
So how did you end up in the car with them?
Came and got me.
Did you ask them to come and get you?
Yes.
Why did you ask them to come and get you?
Because somebody had shot up my cousin's house.
Where did your cousin live?
On County.
All right, and who is your cousin?
Alexis Bryant.
All right. Why did you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle?
Because my girlfriend was in mine.
Your girlfriend was in yours?
Yes.
All right.
No, I'm wrong. Because I was going to get in the car with my girlfriend. I was getting dropped off to her.
Okay. And so, did you have guns?
Yes.
In the car? How many guns total were in the car?
I know I had 2.
And did you see any more?
Demetrion had 1.
Were you wearing dreads during that time?
No.
Okay. So, where did they pick you up from?
Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
The store, I think.
Which store?
BP.
Was that the same one you were at with that gun?
Yes.
Where you got arrested in May?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you just normally hang out at the BP with guns?
Yes.
So when they came and got you, what did they do?
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out who we're talking about.
Your Honor, I, first of all, asked him about people, and then I referred to those people specifically.
All right.
So,
Who are those people?
Your Honor, I'd ask Bill not to continue the question. He'll have no problem.
So is it a vagueness objection?
Yes, it's vague.
Your Honor, I was specific. I asked him about a specific set of people.
I don't know
and
what.
specifically referred to them.
Yeah, why
Maybe.
would we want to know
I'm
what we're talking about?
Do you want to re-clarify, please?
I can continue, and then I can ask a separate set of questions. Of course, Mr. Sharp has him on fraud.
Well, I think we should be clear about what we're talking about right now.
Ask.
Thank you. Go ahead and clarify.
When I asked you about Garlington, Moncton, and Shannon,
You said Garlington and Moncton.
you didn't hear me say Shannon?
No.
So did she say?
Let's
They
take a break.
was to
Hang on,
include.
hang on, hang on,
Did
hang
she
on.
say?
Let's just take our mid-afternoon break right now.
Okay, what do y'all think the transcript is gonna say? Oh my God. Lot y'all, I don't know what's going on. Okay, guys, so look, I just went, let me see, I'm trying to do something. I'm asking Kat for help. I don't know if it works. Let's see. I don't know. Hold on. Let's see. Did she say it? Did she say? Did she say it? Exactly. That's what I think. I didn't hear Shannon until she was asked to clarify. Looks like we coming back. She did say they, and then she came back and said, three names. So everybody is saying she did not say Shannon. I'm gonna do a poll. Let's see. I'm gonna do a poll. You found it? What you find? She said Shannon before she asked about why they came to get him. Slick. I mean, y'all, what would y'all do if she just yelled in the middle of the of that mistrial? Like, just no matter. So she did say Shannon. When did she say it? When did she say it? When? Okay, I'm gonna rewind it again.
I remember telling them I don't know.
Have you ever seen Rock Crew and YSL tattoos on TikTok?
I ain't looking at no nigga. I mean, no man body.
Okay. So is that a no?
No.
All right. Did you know about Donovan Thomas being associated with any groups? Shannon is YSL. Spot on Cleveland on Oak Drive.
Yes.
And where on Oak Drive was that?
I don't know. I just know it was on Oak
How often, if at all, did you go there?
every day.
How cool were you with Bentley in August of 2015?
Not at all.
So why did you go to his spot every day?
Cause it wasn't necessarily his spot. Everybody just be on his street.
I'm sorry, what?
It wasn't necessarily his spot. Everybody just be on certain street.
Okay, so you did not go to his spot on Oak Drive every day?
I ain't go like.
Are you in an orange jumpsuit? Because the jury doesn't know.
Cause you locked me up.
And why?
I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed to come to court?
I was subpoenaed. Then y'all told me I was on another subpoena up on an old judge. Y'all wanted me to voluntarily take a subpoena. What am I voluntarily take a subpoena for?
Did you tell your father to tell us you weren't gonna come?
My father, he grown man. He tell you what he want to tell you. I ain't telling that.
Were you with him when he said you weren't gonna come?
No.
Do you know whether
Everybody's texting me saying mistrial.
offered to call anybody?
You want to get my dad up here?
I want to talk to you.
Okay. I know you want to get him up here.
Why?
You know why.
Why?
You know why.
Tell the jury why.
You know why.
So you're not going to tell the jury. Was your father with you when you talked to Gator and Dennis in August 2015?
No.
Did you live with your father in August 2015?
No.
Who did you live with in August 2015?
Myself.
Did you live with SG at any time?
Yes.
August 2015.
Yes.
Where did you all live?
I don't remember.
You said that you were closest with Mooktoon, or you were coolest with Mooktoon. All right. Were you coolest with Mooktoon in April 2015?
April. Yes.
And were you cooler with Mooktoon than you were, say, Shannon?
Yes.
Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with Demetrius?
Yes.
April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people?
Yes.
Where?
Don't we call our case? We was in the car together.
What kind of car?
I don't remember what kind of car.
What did you have in the car?
A gun.
How many?
2, 3, 1 on.
And what time did you all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime?
Night.
Was it after 10 o'clock at night?
Yes.
Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been to Club Future earlier?
I think they was.
So how did you end up in the car with them?
Came and got me.
Did you ask them to come and get you?
Yes.
Why did you ask them to come and get you?
Because somebody had shot up my cousin's house.
Where did your cousin live?
On County.
All right, and who is your cousin?
Alexis Bryant.
All right. Why did you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle?
Because my girlfriend was in mine.
Your girlfriend was in yours?
Yes.
All right.
No, I'm wrong. Because I was going to get in the car with my girlfriend. I was getting dropped off to her.
Okay. And so, did you have guns?
Yes.
How many guns total were in the car?
I know I had 2.
And did you see any more?
Demetrius had 1.
Were you wearing dreads during that time?
No.
Okay.
Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
Uh, the store, I think.
Which store?
BP.
Was that the same one you were at with that gun?
Yes.
Where you got arrested in May?
Yes.
Okay. So do you just normally hang out at the BP with guns?
Yes.
So when they came and got you, what they do?
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out.
I'm not gonna. I can't agree that I heard Shannon, y'all. I can't agree. I absolutely cannot agree. I'm gonna do a poll. I just cannot agree. So right now we got Max beating Adrian, but and if anybody has where they hear it, y'all, all I heard was they and them. Which one, y'all? I just did a poll. Yes. Okay. No, way before. Way before. Way before. Yes. I already went. No, she never said it. She never said it. She said it farther back, but when she was talking about the car, she said they and them. I'm sorry. And then she came back. Where? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, 89 Slab. If I'm wrong, somebody give me the timestamp. Somebody give me the timestamp. Yes. Where? Somebody give me the timestamp. Thank you. Thank
YSL?
You got to ask them that.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I'm not YSL.
Then why you call yourself YSL Little D?
I told you I was just really selling clothes and stuff. Like I just wanted to be. I don't know. I just wanted to shoot. I changed my name. That. Yes, I was a groupie. I was a fan. Yes.
Were you a fan in 2009?
Yes. Car.
What did you have in the car?
A gun.
How many? So when they came and got you, what did they do?
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out who we're talking about.
Your Honor, first of all, then why you call yourself YSL Little D?
I told you I was just really selling clothes and stuff. Like I just wanted to be. I don't know. I just wanted to shoot. I changed my name. That. Yes, I was a groupie. I was a fan. Yes.
Were you a fan in 2009?
Yes.
What was he doing that made you a fan in
He was
2009?
rapping. He was rapping.
Was he famous?
No.
Okay. Now, you're here in an orange jumpsuit. Why are you in an orange jumpsuit? Because the jury doesn't know.
Because you locked me up.
And why?
I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed to come to court?
I was subpoenaed. Then y'all told me I was on another subpoena up on an old judge. Y'all wanted me to volunteer to take a subpoena. What I'm gonna volunteer and take a subpoena for?
Did you tell your father to tell us you weren't gonna come?
My father, he grown man. He tell you what he want to tell you. I ain't telling that.
Were you with him when he said you weren't gonna come?
No.
Do you know whether he offered to call anybody?
You want to get my dad up here?
I want to talk to you.
Okay. I know you want to get him up here.
Why?
You know why.
Why?
You know why. You know why?
So you're not gonna tell the jury?
Nigga.
Mr. MA?
Yes,
Okay. So do you just normally hang out at the BP with them?
yes.
So when they came and got you, what'd they do?
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out who we're talking about.
Your Honor, I, first of all, asked him about people and then
Your Honor, I really haven't heard any explanation for what happened. I think it was calculated. I'm moving for a mistrial.
a separate set of questions. Of course, Mr. Sharp has him on cross.
Well, I think we should be clear.
Those people.
Yes.
Where?
Don't we call our case? We was in the car together.
What kind of car?
I just wanted to be. I don't know. I just wanted to shoot. I
Did you
changed
just
my
wanna
name.
be
That.
around Thug?
Yes, I was a groupie. I was a fan. Yes.
Were you a fan in 2009?
Yes.
What was he doing that made you a fan
He
in
was rapping.
2009?
He was rapping.
Was he famous?
No.
Okay. Now, you're here in an orange jumpsuit. Why are you in an orange jumpsuit? Because the jury doesn't know.
Cause you locked me up.
And why?
I don't think I remember. I don't know.
Have you ever heard of the group called If Gang? Mr. Zachary.
I didn't answer your question.
To ask you to allow me to ask the questions and you answer them, okay?
This
So,
is Little D,
if you don't
Quindarius
remember
Zachary.
whether
He is
Donovan
testifying.
was a
Zachary, he is testifying. I do not talk over testimony on
how can you
YT.
so quickly
We will
say
discuss
that
later.
you lied when you said he was, if you told the police that?
Cause if you said I told the police that, then I lied.
How do you know you lied if you don't know today that he was a member?
Cause I just can't say nobody no member. You just told me that was the same thing with Tit.
Bentley, did you know Bentley having a spot on Cleveland, on Oak Drive?
Yes.
And where on Oak Drive was that?
I don't know. I just know it was on Oak
How often, if at all, did you go there?
every day.
How cool were you with Bentley in August of 2015?
Not at all.
So why did you go to his spot every day?
Cause it wasn't necessarily a spot. Everybody just be on his street.
I'm sorry, what?
It wasn't necessarily his spot. Everybody just be on a certain street.
Okay, so you did not go to his spot on Oak Drive every day?
I ain't go like everybody used to be outside.
Okay. Who is everybody?
The whole Mr. Cleveland Avenue.
Were there any people who weren't YSL that were out there?
I don't know who YSL that was out there.
You didn't see any people who were YSL who were out there?
No.
Do you know whether Duop was YSL?
Who is Doo-Wop? You gotta show me a picture. You said you're gonna show me a picture.
Do you know whether Yak is YSL?
Yeah, I think he signed to him.
Do you know whether Shannon is YSL?
I never told y'all Shannon YSL.
I said, do you know whether he is?
No,
He is or is not?
he's not.
So, have you ever heard Shannon claim YSL?
No.
So, do you have to be signed to YSL to be YSL?
You gotta ask them that.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I'm not YSL.
Then why do you call yourself YSL Lil D?
I told you I was just really selling clothes and stuff. Like I just wanted to be. I don't know. I just wanted to shoot. I changed my name. That. Yes, I was a groupie. I was a fan. Yes.
Were you a fan in 2009?
Yes.
What was he doing that made you a fan?
He was rapping. He was rapping.
Was he famous?
No.
Okay. Now, you're here in an orange jumpsuit. Why are you in an orange jumpsuit? Because the jury doesn't know.
Because you locked me up.
And why?
I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed to come to court?
I was subpoenaed, then y'all told me I was on another subpoena up on an old judge. Y'all wanted me to volunteer take a subpoena. What I'm gonna volunteer and take a subpoena for?
Did you tell your father to tell us you weren't going home?
My father, he grown man, he tell you what he want.
You were close with Mungtunk or cool with Mungtunk. All right. Were you close with Mungtunk? Yes. Okay. And were you cooler with Mungtunk than, say, Shannon? Yes. All right. Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with Garlington? And I can't tell what the rest of that is. Yes. April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people? Yes. All right. And I have to. Where? Back. Some kind of car. I can't tell exactly. I don't know what kind of car. What'd you have in the car? A gun? How many? 2 or 3? Yes, ma'am. Okay. And what time did y'all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime? Nighttime. Was it after 10 o'clock? Yes. All right. I mean, at this point, there's nothing that indicates he doesn't think that we're talking about the 3 people that she just asked about. Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been at Club Crucial earlier? I think they was. So how'd you end up in the car with them? And then the names don't always get, but somebody came to get you. Yes. All right. Why did you ask them to come get you? Because my head shot. And then something about where my cousin lived, Camp something or another, Campbellton. Why'd you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle? Because my girlfriend was in it. Your girlfriend was in yours. Yes. All right. I don't think because I was going to get the car with the girlfriend, something. Did you have guns in the car?
She don't
Blah,
even
blah,
know her
blah.
questions.
Were you wearing dreads at that time? No. Okay. So where did they pick you up from? Cleveland Avenue. Where on Cleveland? The store, I think. Which store? Same one you were at with the gun? Do you normally hang out at the store with guns? Yes. All right. And he came and got you. What did they do? Your Honor, I'm going to object. So, I mean, again, valid objection, but also not, not any kind of purposeful, oh, aha. So
There's a live stream, and I reviewed the live stream. I'll also point out that nowhere in discovery, he says they were at the club, okay, in the
it
testimony.
would have been easier to review the live stream. Yep.
And Mr. Zachary said they were at the club.
Mhm.
The state is very well aware, as am I, that even in prior statements, it is clear that, and Mr. Sledge's testimony, Mr. Sledge and Demekion Garlington were at the club. Mr. Stillwell is never alleged to be at the club at Club Crucial. So it is very clear that Mr. Zachary is referring to, when he says they, is referring to Mr. Sledge and Mr. Garlington. It is also very clear to me by the fact that Ms. Love repeatedly refuses to clarify that she wants the jury to believe that they also includes Mr. Stillwell, which is not what Mr. Zachary believes at this point.
Okay.
And I'm just going to ask that it be clarified with the first question, and then we can stop using pronouns.
We're not going
Move
to
forward.
stop using pronouns. I mean, that's just not how people talk.
Well,
But
it's led to a mess.
she had
right now.
already been instructed to clarify before we took the break, and she's going to clarify. And
Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Zachary already addressed that. The court can listen to the live stream or look at the transcript, but I think that I heard him say, because of Mr. Sharp's, I don't know what it was, but Your Honor,
yeah, he then said, I didn't hear you say Shannon. That's kind of how we left it.
and so, Your Honor, to the extent that there are these dispersions being cast, these, I don't know, attempts for, I don't know.
Yeah, that needs to stop. I mean, you don't know what's in Miss Love's head. You don't know why she's asking a particular question. And, just let's stop making it so personal between attorneys. That's really not appropriate. It's not professional.
Okay, well, Your Honor, I have strong feelings about what just happened. And I will stop saying what you don't want me to say, but I can't help how I feel about it, and that's not going to change. But I've also been accused of insinuated that I've been conspiring with a man that I've never spoken to in my
Let's
life repeatedly. And
let
so,
everybody stop with the personal
yeah,
jabs against each other to the extent anybody has been making them. Okay? All right. We don't need any more of this. Let's just get back on what we're doing. It's supposed to be based on facts. Okay? So you understand if you're going to ask any more about this line of questioning, clarify who it is that you are asking him about.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand that if I'm going to ask him any more about this question,
Okay.
I'll clarify
All
who
right,
I'm talking
thank you.
about.
So we'll get Mr. Zachary out, and I'll let him know that if he finishes today, he can go home, and that I don't quite know where he's going to go otherwise. So let's do that. And yes,
Your Honor, can I just make the court aware and ask for a court's ruling on what you just said about what I believe it was Miss Love asks about Mr. Zachary's father saying something, and she said earlier that it was said to Miss Love by the father that he has spoken with myself and Mr. Shart. I'd ask that that not be gone into, not only is it hearsay, but I don't know the evil or the benefit of doing that, because I've done nothing wrong at all, nor did Mr. Shart. I'll vouch for him. The second thing is Miss Love brought out from this witness that he purchased 2 or 3 guns from Arrowhead Pawn Shop.
yeah.
One of those guns is found during the unlawful search of Mr. Williams' home on July 15, 2015. So I know I've done this. I know it's been ordered by the predecessor judge. I know it's been ordered by this court. I don't want to stand up and have to then say a mistrial and get a curative instruction if the mistrial is denied. That has to be just, in my opinion, just stayed away from. The fact that that gun was found, or a gun was found in Mr. Williams' home. So
Okay.
I'm doing
May
it
I
now.
respond to that, please? Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, with respect to the pertinent part, which is the part about the gun being found at Jeffrey Williams' home, and the assertion about the unlawfulness of the search. I won't even go back into that. But, Your Honor, as it pertains to who he gave those guns to, I believe that it is a valid question, and I will ask that the court instruct or allow me to speak to Mr. Zachary to tell him, don't say anything about where it's located, but I am going to ask him who he gave or who the guns were given to. The fact that it was found at Jeffrey Williams' home doesn't mean he gave it to Jeffrey Williams. And even if he did give it to Jeffrey Williams' home, that doesn't imply or speak to the search of Jeffrey Williams' home. So the state should not be precluded from putting before the jury the fact that Mr. Zachary purchased guns for other members of YSL, and that he told detectives that he purchased guns for other members of YSL, and which guns he purchased.
Okay.
So
yeah, all of that should be fair game. Where any gun was ultimately found, if it was found in a search that was suppressed, should not be gone into. And does this witness even know that it was found?
I don't know, but
anywhere?
because this witness can go off, I want to tell him before he gets, back in front of the jury to not. I don't think he does. I have not spoken with him about his knowledge of that search. So I want to instruct him when I ask him, who did he give the other one to answer only that question and not anything about where he thinks it might have been found, because I don't have it my head. He hasn't told me where he thinks it might have been found.
It would be really weird if he answers that, if you just say, who'd you give the gun to? But I mean, I
Have
guess
you not-
better safe than sorry.
I mean, I'm sorry, but the court has heard testimony that is non-responsive all day.
I believe it's derivative evidence which has been suppressed, and the law enforcement officers after July 15, 2015 are asking Mr. Zachary about the search of Mr. Williams' home where that gun was found in his name. So I don't believe that it's a proper question because
All right, hang on. He's already testified that he bought several guns from whatever that pawn shop was. So as long as your line of questioning is about that, then that's not derived from law enforcement finding them in the search, is it?
right.
No.
So,
But I believe
And that's why I want to ask and make sure. That's why I'm asking for the court's permission to just tell him, don't mention that.
I wouldn't suggest it to him if he does.
Oh.
We don't think he already knows it. Just answer the question I ask you.
Judge,
Yes.
he has not answered questions that I've asked him for the last hour
All right.
and a half.
I will do that. What else?
The record, Your Honor, before the next question is asked, I believe I may have to renew my motion for a mistrial.
On with the one you just made?
Yes,
Okay.
just for the record.
Oh, okay. Yes. No, that's.
Thank you.
All right. I thought you meant something else just happened. Okay. Yes, you're just preserving it. Okay. That's fine. Okay, let's get him out here.
Just instruct that when I ask, who did he give the gun to? That is the only.
I'm not agreeing
answer
that he
that
will
is
say
being-
who he gave. Excuse me. That's a bad question. Who did he
Well,
give the guns to?
I mean,
Presumes he gave the guns to
there's
someone.
a lack of foundation at this point to that. I'm going to be more general in my instruction to him than that. We're ready for him. Oh, can everybody who's operating cameras make sure that you do not, and I think some of you who've been here the whole time know that, but any of the newer people, no pictures, no filming of this area over here, the detention area, okay? That includes still shots. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Zachary, I know from your attorney that you had a couple of questions about sort of what happens next. And as long as we finish your testimony today, the direct and cross and whatever anybody of the attorneys wants to ask you, then yes, you can go home today.
What did I finish that?
If you don't finish, then we haven't quite worked out where you're going, but it will not be you're free to go, have a great life. It will not be Rice Street, but it will also not be bye, have a great life. It'll be something short of that because you will, we'll just need to make sure that
Put me on house arrest. My grandma's funeral.
we'll sort out, your attorney and the state are working on potential conditions right now. So we'll sort that out.
What do you mean conditions?
I don't know what they're going to be. I mean, I may end up needing to impose them, but if they can work something out, then we're going to go with that. Also, when any of these attorneys is asking you a question, I want you to try to listen carefully to what specifically it is they're asking you and then answer just that question, and you can explain it, but try not to just go off on something else entirely, okay? All right. Okay. Are we ready for the jury? Yes. All right. Let's get the jury out. I'll have to tell you later. It has nothing to do with And jurors, thank you all for your patience when we have to take breaks. I appreciate that, as do the attorneys. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary.
When just before we broke on the break, and you told the jury who you are saying today was in the car with you on April 28th, 2015, who is it that you are saying now was in the car with you?
Me, Garlington, and Sledge.
Okay. You,
Garlington and
Garlington,
Sledge.
and Sledge?
Yeah.
Right. Today, is it your testimony that you three were the only people in that car?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you spoke about talking to detectives Gaither and Dennis back in August of 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And before you spoke to them, you said that you had not spoken to them outside the room where you were interviewed, correct?
No.
Okay. No, you hadn't spoken with
No,
them.
I haven't.
Okay. So had either one of them told you or given you any indication that they wanted you to do anything other than give them information that they could confirm or deny?
What you mean by that?
I'll change it. When you talked to detectives Gaither and Dennis, did they ask you about shootings that had happened in the city of Atlanta between January 10th, 2015 and the time that you were talking to them in August?
Yes.
And when you talked to them, did you tell them information about those shootings?
Yes.
All right. Which shootings did you tell them information about?
About April 28th.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay. And as it related to April 28th, who did you tell them was, first of all, what did you tell them happened on April the 28th?
I don't know. I was just making up stuff as I go.
Okay. Now, is it your testimony today that you just made up everything that you told them about April 28th?
Yes.
And do you know whether, did they confront you with anything after you gave them information about April the 28th?
What you mean confirm me with?
For instance, if you said a light was red and it was green, would they ask you or challenge you?
I had already knew what had been said before, so I
What are
knew
you
what to
talking
say.
about?
You somehow them the police. I had already knew what was said to them before I even said something to them.
Okay, let's talk about that. What do you mean you already knew what was said before to them?
I had
Your
already
Honor,
knew.
I'm going to object. This is potentially opening the door for hearsay, I believe.
Your Honor, I potentially, without saying what someone else said, what do you mean you already knew when? What are you talking
I had
about?
already knew that somebody else had already told them about the shooting.
Okay. So how, I'm sorry, let me ask you this. Were you present when someone else told them about a shooting?
No, someone told me
All right. When did someone tell you?
when they got out of jail.
All right. I'm asking, do you know a month or a year?
I told you 2015.
Okay. And is the person who told you something they told police about the shooting Demekion Garlington?
Yes.
All right. Now, is there a time frame that you believed Demekion Garlington told police these things?
I didn't know he got out of jail. He
Don't
told
tell what he said. Just, do you have a time frame?
2015.
Do you know when in 2015 he supposedly told police certain
I
things?
just know it when he got out of jail.
Okay. Now, did those things that he told police, that you believed he told police, did they involve you?
Yes.
All right. So when you first told police about the April 28th shootings, were there more than one?
Yeah.
How many shootings were there?
I'm like 2, 3.
How many? Tell the jury where you all went after you got picked up.
For clarity's sake, I'm just going to ask
He's,
you all.
Judge, he's already asked. Go ahead and clarify. Are we talking about the same people you just told the jury was in the car with you that picked you up?
It's not the same people you asked me about.
Okay, and what people are they?
Garlington and Schlid.
Okay, so where is it that you are saying today that you all went after Garlington and Sledge picked you up?
To get my girlfriend car. To get my girlfriend.
Okay. To get your girlfriend from what location?
My cousin house.
Where?
Campton.
All right. And did you do anything between the time from leaving where you were on Cleveland Avenue at the BP to your girlfriend's house, or to your girlfriend's location on Campbellton?
No.
All right. How long did it take you to get from the BP to Campbellton?
I don't know.
All right. Generally speaking, is it like an hour or more like 15 or 10 minutes?
Like 20 minutes.
Thank you. When you got to Campbellton, did anyone else join you in the car?
No.
Where did you all then go after leaving Campbellton?
To the west side.
Where on the west side?
I don't know them streets.
Whose house were you going to?
Somebody that had shot at my cousin house.
Somebody what?
Who had shot at my cousin house. We going to their house.
And whose house was that?
I don't know.
So how did you determine where you all were going to go?
It wasn't even just, it's like when we get out of Spreadway, we saw that car and we followed the car.
What car did you all follow?
A car that shot at my cousin house.
And describe the car for the jury.
I don't remember the car.
Was it a pickup truck, a regular sedan?
I think it was a car.
With 4 doors, 2 doors?
Yes.
All right. Which one?
4.
All right. And did you believe you knew who was driving the car? Are you thinking?
Yes, I'm thinking.
Okay.
I don't remember who was driving the car.
Okay. At the time, did you know or believe someone in particular was driving the car?
I can't remember.
Okay. So as you sit here today, is the car parked in front of a house when you all see it, or is it driving?
It's driving.
And what do you all do? Follow it?
Yeah.
How far do you all follow it?
Not that far. About like 3, 4 minutes.
Do you follow it to a house?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Martin Luther King?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with where the Atlanta University Center is?
No.
Are you familiar with Morris Brown College?
No.
Spelman, Morehouse, anything like that? Okay. Do you know whether you followed the car to the Martin Luther King area of Atlanta?
I don't remember. I just know it was When we get off Sprayway, like 3-4 minutes.
What now?
When we get off Sprayway, like 3-4 minutes.
What exit did you all get off?
MLK.
You did get off at MLK?
Yeah.
All right. And what did you all do after you got off the expressway at MLK?
Follow the car.
Right. And where did you follow it to? I don't need the
house.
address. What happened when the car got to the house?
I started shooting at the car.
All right. Had the occupants of the car gotten out of the car when you started shooting at
Yes.
it? Did you see the occupants get out of the car?
Yes.
All right. And were the occupants standing outside the car or inside the house when you started shooting at the car?
They were walking towards the house.
Okay. And what kind of house was it? A standalone condo apartment?
It's a house.
Was it a brick house?
I don't remember.
All right. And how many people had gotten out of the car?
Just me and Garlison.
No, I'm asking you. I'm
Oh.
sorry. I should be clear. The car you all were shooting at, how many people had gotten out of it?
Like 4, 3, something like that.
Were they all males, all females, or a combination?
Males.
All males? Okay. Now, did you know which of those males or all of those males had supposedly shot your cousin's house?
I was high. I don't remember. I just know when we pulled up, they were shooting at our house.
Oh, so you saw them shooting?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 6KK. And if you recall, or if it looks familiar to you at all, would you tell the jury? And if not, let the jury know, okay? All right. Does any part of that house in front of the white car look familiar?
I don't remember.
Okay. So what kind of gun did you use to shoot at the car? Did you shoot at the house too?
Shoot, I shot. I didn't know I shot.
Okay. What kind of gun did you use to shoot?
I don't remember. I didn't know I had a gun. I got
Okay.
3 on.
Did you have all 3 of them in your hands at one time?
Nah.
All right. So how many did you have in your hands while you were shooting?
1, I think.
Was it a long gun or a short gun?
It was the gun I got caught with. It was short.
Okay. Did it shoot short bullets or longer bullets?
Long bullet.
Long bullets? Okay. Do you have any idea how many shots you fired?
No.
All right. So what made you stop firing?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did the gun have a banana clip or some kind of long magazine?
I don't remember what kind of clip it had.
And then what did you do after you stopped firing?
Got in the car and pulled off.
What color was the car you were in?
I don't remember.
Okay. And where were the other occupants of the car when you got out and started firing?
Oh, what car?
The car that you were in.
Me and Garlison got out. Shalette stayed in.
All right. So did you and Garlington both shoot at the house?
Yes.
All right. Did he have the same kind of gun that you had?
I don't remember. Why?
Was he shooting, would you all switch guns or did you all have different guns?
Yeah, they own gun.
Okay. Where did you all go after that?
I don't remember.
Did you, what now?
I told you I went in and out of it at night.
Okay. Do you know Darren Mills?
No.
Do you know the name Darren Mills?
No.
Do you know the name Philip Collins?
No.
Do you know the name Philo?
Yes.
All right. How long have you known the name Philo?
Not that long.
When you say not that long, did you know Philo or the name Philo in 2015?
Yes.
Did you know the name Philo on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
Did you know whether Philo had a child?
I don't know.
Did you know whether he had a girlfriend?
I don't know.
Did you know where Philo lived?
No.
All right. Now, how would you describe how you felt about Philo? Were you cool with Philo?
No,
Had you had conflicts with Philo?
no.
All right. Describe for the jury Philo best you can. You don't have to be too specific.
I don't remember him.
All right. Do you remember whether he was taller than you or shorter than you?
I don't remember that love.
Okay. How did you know Philo?
I don't remember.
Well, why do you remember Philo?
You talking about how did I know him? I don't remember how I know him. I just remember the name.
What do you remember about Philo to remember the name?
I don't remember. I don't remember exactly how I remember nobody.
Okay. Now, when you said that earlier, did you say that you all shot up maybe more than one house, maybe one or two?
We probably think we shot up 2 years.
Was one of them an apartment complex?
Yes.
Now, why did you go shoot up an apartment complex?
Told you. I was in and out of it that night. I was on drugs.
What now?
I was in and out of it that night. I was on drugs.
Okay. So what did that have to do with your going to shoot up an apartment complex?
I believe that whoever apartment complex, they shot up my cousin's house.
But I thought you said you followed the people that you saw shooting at your cousin's house to the standalone house that y'all
Like
shot up.
3 or 4 of them in the car.
But I thought you said the car went to a house that you shot up.
They pulled off when we pulled off.
Okay. Okay. So
they got back in the car and pulled off.
And did you follow them to another place?
I think we bumped into them some late on that night or something.
Okay. And where did you bump into them later on that night?
I think it was still in the same area.
Okay. Was it the apartment complex or the house?
It was in apartments. It was in apartments.
Okay. I'm going to show you 62 CC, which has already been admitted as evidence. And I'm sorry, Lima Lima. 62 Lima Lima, LL. And see if you remember or if this area looks familiar to you. Okay. It's already been admitted. So just look at it. All right. And as we're pulling that up, do you remember anything at all about that apartment complex beyond that it was an apartment complex?
No.
Okay. Now, when you say that you told Detectives Gaither and Dennis about that, when you first started talking about it to them, did you tell them that you were involved?
Shoot, I told them I was in the car.
Did you tell them at first that you were in the car?
However it happened, I pleaded guilty to it, so I probably I don't know.
I'm not asking you that.
Are you going to use this exhibit?
Yes, and this is the exhibit 62 Lima Lima that's on the screen. Does that area look familiar to you?
No.
Okay. You can take it down. All right. So when you told the jury a moment ago that you told Detectives Gaither and Dennis what you did because you knew that Garlington had told them something.
I told you that already though before.
I understand. When you said that, do you know or did you believe that Garlington had said you shot up somebody's house?
He told me that he said I did.
Okay. Garlington, the one that you've been friends with for 20 years?
Yeah.
All right. Did he tell you why he would say that?
I ain't asked him. I just laughed.
Oh, you did? Okay. Okay. So if you believe that Garlington told them that you did it, why did you deny doing it initially?
Cause you're supposed to deny it.
Okay. Did you tell detectives Gaither and Dennis what you believed that Garlington had told them?
Yes, I put a mixer to it though.
A what?
I twisted up a little.
What do you mean?
Shit, I added on what I wanted to add on.
What does that mean?
Try to make myself look innocent.
Okay, fair enough. So, who else did you believe that Garlington had told shot up these people's houses?
What you mean?
Your Honor, that calls for hearsay.
I said, you, you can, I'll rephrase. Okay. All right. Who else did you tell detectives Gaither and Dennis shot up these homes on April 28th, 2015?
I don't remember. Like 9 years ago.
Did you tell them that Moontoon shot up the houses?
No, I told him Moonton was there. I never told him Moonton shot no house.
Okay. Did you believe that Garlington had already said something about Moontoon?
Yes.
Overruled. All right. And you, Moontoon, and Garlington were all equally close to one another during this time?
No.
Okay. Then describe if you all weren't
Me and
equally.
Moonton closer.
You and Moonton were closer? Okay. And so when you believed that Garlington said Moonton did something, how did you confront him about it?
Front who guards?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Now, if Garlington said that you and Moonton shot up these houses, along with Garlington, was Garlington conveying something that actually had occurred?
Can't use a word I understand.
Which part didn't you understand?
Conveying.
Okay, thank you. Was he saying something that had actually happened?
Yes.
Okay. So then you just went in and told Gaither and Dennis what happened because you believed or knew that Garlington had already done it?
I knew, yes, I knew.
Okay. Now, did you ever tell Moonton that Garlington had told on him?
I think he knew already.
I'm asking you if you ever told Moonton that Garlington told on him.
No, I was just trying to like free Moonton.
Okay. Were you? Okay. Did you also tell Gaither and Dennis, or rather, let me ask you this. Did you try to tell them at first that you were not there?
Probably did. I don't remember. I think I did probably.
Do you remember they told you you were there? I have your phone records.
And then I think I told them that.
But yes or no, just that part first, okay? You can explain, I promise. Just, do you remember whether Gaither or Dennis told you, we know you were there because we got your phone records?
I think they did say that.
Okay. Now, did you want to say something else after that?
Yes, but when the phone came back, it went in my name, so they didn't have my phone name. And I already knew that.
Okay. What do you mean when the phone came back, it wasn't in your name?
When they tried to see whose name the phone was in.
Did they tell you they tried to see whose name the phone was in?
Huh?
Did they tell you that they tried to see whose name the phone was in?
think my lawyer had already knew.
What,
Somebody told me.
did they tell you before that interview?
Yes, when I got locked up for the May the 6th, when I got caught with a gun, I think they had said in the open court.
Okay. Did you think that the phone being in someone else's name would make it harder for the police to find out it was you who had done the shooting?
They ain't find out because of the phone.
I understand, but you mentioned they found out it was in someone else's name, right?
Yes,
So did you think that would make it harder for them to learn it was you?
yes.
Okay. Whose name was the phone in?
I don't remember. I just know it went in mine.
Okay. You know what?
No, it wasn't in my name.
All right. I don't want to know your mother's whole name. I just want to know what it begins with.
Okay.
Okay. And that phone that you had at that time, what were is it one that you still have now?
No.
All right. So is it okay to ask you about the whole number?
No, you can't.
Why?
Because that's my mama number.
Okay. So it's still your mom's number?
Yes, it was never my phone.
Okay. Give me the last digit of your mama's number.
3.
All right. How long has your mom had that number?
About 20 years.
All right. And if I show you the first 6 numbers without publishing them of your mom's number, will you recognize it?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I will, for purposes of this questioning, label this exhibit States 505 Yankee. And if anyone wants to see it, I will show it to them. Okay. Mhm.
Oh, okay.
All right. So approaching with the court's permission. You may. Approaching you with States 505 Yankee, okay? That's this. I don't want you to call out any of these numbers. Were those the first 6 digits of your mom's number?
Yes, y'all thought that was my number?
Let me ask you this.
Yes,
Were those-
yes. Yes.
Okay. And is this the number that you believe that they had the records?
No.
So your mother's number that she's had for 20 years, now you're saying that's not the number that they had the records to?
No, that's not the number.
Okay. So whose number did they have the records to?
I told you a cell phone that belonged to me but was in somebody else's name.
So it was your cell phone?
Not that phone right there.
I understand. But the cell phone they had the number to was your cell phone?
Yes.
And you no longer have that cell phone?
No.
Does your mother have that cell phone?
She got the number you just showed me.
I understand. Does your mother have the cell phone that belonged to you but that was in someone else's name?
What the number? You show me the number.
You said your mother had one number, and this was it, right?
Can you show me the number so I can make sure?
I can.
That number right there, yes, that's her number.
Did she have any other? Is this the one she had for 20 years?
She got 2 phones.
Oh, she got 2 phones. The second phone, what number does it end in?
I don't remember. It ain't no more.
So nobody uses that number. Is that the number that you had that was in someone else's name?
No.
So let's stop talking about your mama's phone, okay? All right. So who had the phone
John Doe.
John Doe, okay. So now, since nobody owns that number now, may I ask you the full number?
Yes.
All right. Did that number end in 5726?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, if the number was in the name John Doe, and the police had that number, do you have any personal knowledge of how they learned or found out you were the one using that phone?
No.
All right. And I'm going to show you what I have marked as basically 506 Yankees. And if anyone wants to see it, I'll let them see it. All right. I'm showing you 506 Yankee, and I'm asking you, is that the number that you had that was in the other?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the number is at the top line of 506 Yankee? Is on the top line?
Yes.
All right. Were you, Demikion, and Motum the only people you told detectives Gaither and Dennis were in the car with you?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling them Shannon was in the car with you too?
If I did, I lied.
Okay, but do you remember telling them that?
Yes.
What good would it have done, or did it do you to tell them Shannon was in the car with you?
Because Garlison told him Montauk was in the car.
So what does that have to do with Shannon?
That's his homeboy.
If Garlington told them Moulton was in the car, and you told them Moulton was in the car, why did you?
I told him Montauk was in the car after I tried to free Montauk.
It's your testimony that you said that Moulton was in the car only after you told them Shannon was in the car?
No, I had already knew. I was already know. I was a steps ahead of y'all already.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm slow. Would you tell the jury, are you saying that you told the police?
I told the police that Shannon was in the car because I was mad because Garlison said Montauk was in the car.
Okay. And did you tell the police that Moulton was in the car before you told them Shannon was in the car?
How I supposed to know? 10 years ago. I don't remember.
You remember why you told them, you said.
Yes, but how I know what I said first?
Did you give them any details about what happened?
I think I told them what house we went to, yeah.
And did you tell them who it was that you were looking for at the house?
I don't remember if I did. You had to show me or something. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis that you graduated from high school?
I ain't never say no nothing like that, man.
Okay. I'm asking you if you did or not. Do you remember giving them your mother's number?
When? In court, probably, yes.
No. In August, and thank you for making me clarify. In the August 2015 interview with Detective Gaither and Dennis, that you told the jury about her.
I ain't getting my mama number.
Okay. Do you remember giving them her name?
Yeah, I probably gave her a name.
Okay. Do you remember them reading you your rights?
Yes.
Do you remember waiving your rights?
Yes.
And at the time that you spoke to them, had anybody forced you or threatened you to go down and make a scene?
No, my whole plan was to just go free months on.
Did they ask you whether you could read and write English?
I don't know.
And did they tell you or ask you, what is the big rush? Why did you want us to come down and talk to you?
And what I say?
You gotta answer.
I don't remember.
I'm going to pause y'all for a minute. There's a juror that's feeling sick. Might be a couple. So let's.
Y'all, I went to walk the dogs. Did I miss anything? What happened?
This dude, Artemis, is probably one of my favorite too. Like that crow vibe with the sniper is we.
I don't quite know how long it's going to be, so no, he doesn't need to.
Okay, guys, sorry. I was regathering myself. I've been sitting here for a while, just trying to catch up on some texts and some calls. So it doesn't seem like much of anything is happening. What's today? Friday. So at least we know Mr. Zachary will be able to go to his grandmother's funeral, it seems like. I guess when they come back, we will know if he's going to have to stay in jail or what's going to happen with that. Yeah, this is crazy right now. The fact that we even have to wonder if he'll be able to go to his grandmother's funeral is pretty wild because he's not a defendant. He's a witness. So that's very interesting.
When you talked to detectives Gaither and Dennis, did they ask you about shootings that had happened in the city of Atlanta between January 10th, 2015, and the time that you were talking to them in August?
Yes.
And when you talked to them, did you tell them information about those shootings?
Yes.
All right. Which shootings did you tell them information about?
About April 28th.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay. And as it related to April 28th, who did you tell them was, first of all, what did you tell them happened on April the 28th?
I don't know. I was just making up stuff as I go.
Okay. Now, is it your testimony today that you just made up everything that you told them about April 28th?
Yes.
And do you know whether, did they confront you with anything after you gave them information about April the 28th?
What you mean confirm me with?
For instance, if you said a light was red and it was green, would they ask you or challenge you?
I had already knew what had been said before, so I
What are
knew
you
what to
talking
say.
about?
You somehow them the police. I had already knew what was said to them before I even said something to them.
Okay, let's talk about that. What do you mean you already knew what was said before to them?
I had
Your
already
Honor,
knew.
I'm going to object. Uh, this is potentially opening the door for hearsay, I believe.
Your Honor, I potentially, without saying what someone else said, what do you mean you already knew when? What are you
I
talking
had
about?
already knew that somebody else had already told them about the shooting.
Okay. So how, I'm sorry, let me ask you this. Were you present when someone else told them about a shooting?
No, someone told me
All right. When did someone tell you?
when they got out of jail.
All right. I'm asking, do you know a month or a year?
I told you 2015.
Okay. And is the person who told you something they told police about the shooting Demekion Garlington?
Yes.
All right. Now, is there a time frame that you believed Demekion Garlington told police these things?
I didn't know he got out of jail. He
Don't
told me.
tell what he said. Just, do you have a time frame?
2015.
Do you know when in 2015 he supposedly told police certain
I
things?
just know it when he got out of jail.
Okay. Now, did those things that he told police, that you believed he told police, did they involve you?
Yes.
All right. So when you first told police about the April 28th shootings, were there more than one?
Yeah.
How many shootings were there?
I'm like 2, 3.
How many? Tell the jury where you all went after you got picked up.
For clarity's sake, I'm just going to ask you all.
Judge, he's already asked. Go ahead and clarify.
Are we talking about the same people you just told the jury was in the car with you that picked you up?
It's not the same people you asked me about.
Okay, and what people are they?
Garlington and Schwed.
Okay, so where is it that you are saying today that you all went after Garlington and Sledge picked you up?
To get my girlfriend car. To get my girlfriend.
Okay. To get your girlfriend from what location?
My cousin house.
Where?
Campton.
All right. And did you do anything between the time from leaving where you were on Cleveland Avenue at the BP to your girlfriend's house or to your girlfriend's location on Campbellton?
No.
All right. How long did it take you to get from the BP to Campbellton?
I don't know.
All right. Generally speaking, is it like an hour or more like 15 or 10 minutes?
Like 20 minutes.
Thank you. When you got to Campbellton, did anyone else join you in the car?
No.
Where did you all then go after leaving Campbellton?
To the west side.
Where on the west side?
I don't know them streets.
Whose house were you going to?
Somebody that had shot at my cousin's house.
Somebody what?
Who had shot at my cousin's house. We going to their house.
And whose house was that?
I don't know.
So how did you determine where you all were going to go?
It wasn't even just, it's like when we get out of Spreadway, we saw that car and we followed the car.
What car did you all follow?
A car that shot at my cousin's house.
And describe the car for the jury.
I don't remember the car.
Was it a pickup truck, a regular sedan?
I think it was a car.
With 4 doors, 2 doors?
Yes.
All right. Which one?
4.
All right. And did you believe you knew who was driving the car? Are you thinking?
Yes, I'm thinking.
Okay.
I don't remember who was driving the car.
Okay. At the time, did you know or believe someone in particular was driving the car?
I can't remember.
Okay. So as you sit here today, is the car parked in front of a house when you all see it, or is it driving?
It's driving.
And what do you all do? Follow it?
Yeah.
How far do you all follow it?
Not that far. About like 3-4 minutes.
Do you follow it to a house?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Martin Luther King?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with where the Atlanta University Center is?
No.
Are you familiar with Morris Brown College?
No.
Spelman, Morehouse, anything like that? Okay. Do you know whether you followed the car to the Martin Luther King area of Atlanta?
I don't remember. I just know it when we got out Spreadway, like 3-4 minutes.
What now?
When we got out Spreadway, like 3-4 minutes.
What exit did you all get off?
MLK.
You did get off at MLK?
Yeah.
All right. And what did you all do after you got off the expressway at MLK?
Follow the car.
Right. And where did you follow it to? I don't need the
house.
address. What happened when the car got to the house?
I started shooting at the car.
All right. Had the occupants of the car gotten out of the car when you started shooting at
Yes.
them? Did you see the occupants get out of the car?
Yes.
All right. And were the occupants standing outside the car or inside the house when you started shooting at the car?
They were walking towards the house.
Okay. And what kind of house was it? A standalone condo apartment?
It's a house.
Was it a brick house?
I don't remember.
All right. And how many people had gotten out of the car?
Just me and Carlos.
No, I'm asking you. I'm
Oh.
sorry. I should be clear. The car you all were shooting at, how many people had gotten out of it?
Like 4, 3, something like that.
Were they all males, all females, or a combination?
Males.
All males? Okay. Now, did you know which of those males or all of those males had supposedly shot at your cousin's house?
I was high. I don't remember. I just know when we pulled up, they were shooting at our house.
Oh, so you saw them shooting?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as SACE Exhibit 6KK. And if you recall, or if it looks familiar to you at all, would you tell the jury? And if not, let the jury know, okay? All right. Does any part of that house in front of the white car look familiar?
I don't remember.
Okay. So what kind of gun did you use to shoot at the car? Did you shoot at the house too?
Shoot, I shot. I didn't know I shot.
Okay. What kind of gun did you use to shoot?
I don't remember. I didn't know I had a gun. I got
Okay.
3 on.
Did you have all 3 of them in your hands at one time?
Nah,
All right. So how many did you have in your hands while you were shooting?
1, I think.
Was it a long gun or a short gun?
It was the gun I got caught with. It was short.
Okay. Did it shoot short bullets or longer bullets?
Long bullet.
Long bullets? Okay. Do you have any idea how many shots you fired?
No.
All right. So what made you stop firing?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did the gun have a banana clip or some kind of long magazine?
I don't remember what kind of clip it had.
And then what did you do after you stopped firing?
Got in the car and pulled off.
What color was the car you were in?
I don't remember.
Okay. And where were the other occupants of the car when you got out and started firing?
A what car?
The car that you were in.
Me and Garton got out. Shalette stayed in.
All right. So did you and Garlington both shoot at the house?
Yes.
All right. Did he have the same kind of gun that you had?
I don't remember. Why?
Was he shooting, would you all switch guns or did you all have different guns?
Yeah, they own gun.
Okay. Where did you all go after that?
I don't remember.
What now?
I told you I went in and out of it at night.
Okay. Do you know Darren Mills?
No.
Do you know the name Darren Mills?
No.
Do you know the name Philip Collins?
No.
Do you know the name Philo?
Yes.
All right. How long have you known the name Philo?
Not that long.
When you say not that long, did you know the name Philo in 2015?
Yes.
Did you know the name Philo on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
Did you know whether Philo had a child?
I don't know.
Did you know whether he had a girlfriend?
I don't know.
Did you know where Philo lived?
No.
All right. Now, how would you describe how you felt about Philo? Were you cool with Philo?
No.
Had you had conflicts with Philo?
No.
All right. Describe for the jury Philo best you can. You don't have to be too specific.
I don't remember him.
All right. Do you remember whether he was taller than you or shorter than you?
I don't remember that, love.
Okay. How did you know Philo?
I don't remember.
Well, why do you remember Philo?
You talking about how did I know him? I don't remember how I know him. I just remember the name.
What do you remember about Philo to remember the name?
I don't remember. I don't remember exactly how I remember nobody.
Okay. Now, when you said that earlier, did you say that you all shot up maybe more than one house, maybe one or two?
We probably think we shot up 2 years.
Was one of them an apartment complex?
Yes.
Now, why did you go shoot up an apartment complex?
Told you. I was in and out of it at night. I was on drugs.
What now?
I was in and out of it at night. I was on drugs.
Okay. So what did that have to do with your going to shoot up an apartment complex?
I believe that whoever apartment complex, they shot up my cousin's house.
But I thought you said you followed the people that you saw shooting at your cousin's house to the standalone house that y'all
like
shot up.
3 or 4 of them in the car.
But I thought you said the car went to a house that you shot up.
They pulled off when we pulled off.
Okay. So
they got back in the car and pulled off.
And did you follow them to another place?
I think we bumped into them some late on that night or something.
Okay. And where did you bump into them later on that night?
I think it was still in the same area.
Was it the apartment complex or the house?
It was in apartments. It was in apartments.
Okay. I'm going to show you 62 CC, which has already been admitted as evidence. And I'm sorry, Lima Lima. 62 Lima Lima, LL. And see if you remember or if this area looks familiar to you. Okay. It's already been admitted. So just look at it. All right. And as we're pulling that up, do you remember anything at all about that apartment complex beyond that it was an apartment complex?
No.
Okay. Now, when you say that you told Detectives Gaither and Dennis about that, when you first started talking about it to them, did you tell them that you were involved?
Shoot, I told him I was in the car.
Did you tell them at first that you were in the car?
However it happened, I pleaded guilty to it, so I probably I don't know.
I'm not asking you that.
Are you going to use this exhibit?
Yes, and this is the exhibit 62 Lima Lima that's on the screen. Does that area look familiar to you?
No.
Okay. You can take it down. All right. So when you told the jury a moment ago that you told Detectives Gaither and Dennis what you did because you knew that Garlington had told them something.
I told you that already though before.
I understand. When you said that, do you know or did you believe that Garlington had said you shot up somebody's house?
He told me that he said I did.
Okay. Garlington, the one that you've been friends with for 20 years?
Yeah.
All right. Did he tell you why he would say that?
I ain't asked him. I just laughed.
Oh, you did? Okay. Okay. So if you believe that Garlington told them that you did it, why did you deny doing it initially?
Because you're supposed to deny it.
Okay. Did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis what you believed that Garlington had told them?
Yes, I put a mixer to it though.
A what?
I twisted up a little.
What do you mean?
Shit, I added on what I wanted to add on.
What does that mean?
Try to make myself look innocent.
Okay, fair enough. So who else did you believe that Garlington had told shot up these people's houses?
What you mean?
Your Honor, that calls for hearsay.
I said, you can, I'll rephrase.
Okay.
All right. Who else did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis shot up these homes on April 28th, 2015?
I don't remember.
About the three people that she just asked about.
April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people?
Yes.
Where?
Don't we call case?
Told the jury a moment ago that you told Detectives Gaither and Dennis what you did because you knew that Garlington had.
I don't remember, my love.
Okay. How did you know Philo?
I don't remember.
Well, and as we're pulling that up, do you remember anything at all about you believe that Garlington told them that you did it Why did you deny doing it initially?
Cause you're supposed to deny it.
Okay. Did you tell detectives Gaither and Dennis what you believed that Garlington had told them?
Yes, I put a mixer to it though.
A what?
I twisted up a little.
What do you mean?
Shit, I added on what I wanted to add on.
What does that mean?
Try to make myself a little innocent.
Okay, fair enough. So, who else did you believe that Garlington had told shot up these people's houses?
What you mean?
Your Honor, that calls for hearsay.
I said, you can, I'll rephrase. Okay. All right. Who else did you tell detectives Gaither and Dennis shot up these homes on April 28th, 2015?
I don't remember. Like 9 years ago.
Did you tell them that Moontoon shot up the houses?
No. I told him Moontoon was there. I never told him Moontoon shot no house.
Okay. Did you believe that Garlington had already said something about Moontoon?
Yes.
Overruled. All right. And you, Moontoon, and Garlington were all equally close to one another during this time?
No.
Okay. Then describe if you all weren't
Me and
equally.
Moontoon closer.
You and Moontoon were closer? Okay. And so when you believed that Garlington said Moontoon did something, how did you confront him about it?
Front who, Garlington?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Now, if Garlington said that you and Moontoon shot up these houses, along with Garlington, was Garlington conveying something that actually had occurred?
Can you use a word I understand?
Which part didn't you understand?
Conveying.
Okay, thank you. Was he saying something that had actually happened?
Yes.
Okay. So then you just went in and told Gaither and Dennis what happened because you believed or knew that Garlington had already done it?
I knew, yes, I knew.
Okay. Now, did you ever tell Moontoon that Garlington had told on him?
I think he knew already.
I'm asking you if you ever told Moontoon that Garlington told on him.
No, I was just trying to like free Moontoon.
Okay. Were you? Okay. Did you also tell Gaither and Dennis, or rather, let me ask you this. Did you try to tell them at first that you were not there?
Probably did. I don't remember. I think I did probably.
Do you remember they told you you were there? I have your phone records.
And then I think I told them that.
But yes or no, just that part first, okay? You can explain, I promise. Just, do you remember whether Gaither or Dennis told you, we know you were there because we got your phone records?
I think they did say that.
Okay. Now, did you want to say something else after that?
Yes, but when the phone came back, it went in my name, so they didn't have my phone name. And I already knew that.
Okay. What do you mean when the phone came back, it wasn't in your name?
When they tried to see whose name the phone was in.
Did they tell you they tried to see whose name the phone was in?
Huh?
Did they tell you that they tried to see whose name the phone was in?
I think my lawyer had already knew.
What
Somebody told me.
did they tell you before that interview?
Yes, when I got locked up for the May the 6th, when I got caught with a gun, I think they had said in the open court.
Okay. Did you think that the phone being in someone else's name would make it harder for the police to find out it was you who had done the shooting?
They ain't find out because of the phone.
I understand, but you mentioned they found out it was in someone else's name, right?
Yes,
So did you think that would make it harder for them to learn it was you?
yes.
Okay. Whose name was the phone in?
I don't remember. I just know it went in mine.
Okay. You know what?
No, it wasn't in my name.
All right. I don't want to know your mother's whole name. I just want to know what it begins with.
Okay.
Okay. And that phone that you had at that time, is it one that you still have now?
No.
All right. So is it okay to ask you about the whole number?
No, you can't.
Why?
Because that's my mama number.
Okay. So it's still your mom's number?
Yes, it was never my phone.
Okay. Give me the last digit of your mama's number.
3.
All right. How long has your mom had that number?
About 20 years.
All right. And if I show you the first 6 numbers without publishing them of your mom's number, will you recognize it?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I will, for purposes of this questioning, label this exhibit States 505 Yankee. And if anyone wants to see it, I will show it to them. Okay. Mhm.
Oh, okay.
All right. So approaching with the court's permission. You may. Approaching you with States 505 Yankee, okay? That's this. I don't want you to call out any of these numbers. Were those the first 6 digits of your mom's number?
Yes, y'all thought that was my number?
Let me ask you this.
Yes,
Were those-
yes. Yes.
Okay. And is this the number that you believe that they had the records?
No.
So your mother's number that she's had for 20 years, now you're saying that's not the number that they had the records to?
No, that's not the number.
Okay. So whose number did they have the records to?
I told you a cell phone that belonged to me but was in somebody else's name.
So it was your cell phone?
Not that phone right there.
I understand. But the cell phone they had the number to was your cell phone?
Yes.
And you no longer have that cell phone?
No.
Does your mother have that cell phone?
She got the number you just showed me.
I understand. Does your mother have the cell phone that belonged to you but that was in someone else's name?
What the number is? You can show me the number.
You said your mother had one number, and this was it, right?
Can you show me the number so I can make sure?
I can.
That number right there, yes, that's her number.
Did she have any other? Is this the one she had for 20 years?
She got 2 phones.
Oh, she got 2 phones. The second phone, what number does it end in?
I don't remember. It ain't on no more.
So nobody uses that number. Is that the number that you had that was in someone else's name?
No.
So let's stop talking about your mama's phone, okay?
was the phone in that you
John
had?
Doe.
John Doe. Okay. So now, since nobody owns that number now, may I ask you the full number?
Yes.
All right. Did that number end in 5726?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, if the number was in the name John Doe and the police had that number, do you have any personal knowledge of how they learned or found out you were the one using that phone?
No.
All right. And I'm going to show you what I have marked as basically 506. And if anyone wants to see it, I'll let them see it. All right. I'm showing you 506 Yankee, and I'm asking you, is that the number that you had that was in the other?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the number is at the top line of 506 Yankee? Is on the top line?
Yes.
All right. Were you, Demikion, and Moncton?
Material witness warrant. Miss Love, we are currently in the midst of Mr. Zachary's testimony, but have not completed his testimony. And we've already heard, and his physical and medical condition seems to be fine. And I know that when one of the defense attorneys had mentioned the possibility of not being able to complete the testimony and that being problematic, we were contemplating whether that might happen because of his medical condition. But the state had requested a material witness warrant previously because there were concerns that Mr. Zachary wouldn't appear voluntarily. And I'm not quite sure what has suddenly assuaged the state's concerns in that regard, because if he doesn't end up coming back, then we're going to be in the same problematic boat we would have been in otherwise, just for a different reason. So I need some assurances that whatever the concerns were before have disappeared before I am going to release him from the material witness warrant. And there are, I mean, y'all can put him up in a hotel room where he's under the supervision of someone who is law enforcement.
So, Your Honor, the concern that we had was based on our interaction with one referenced family member at the same time as Mr. Zachary.
All right.
And that family member has repeatedly and consistently made it clear that they had no intention of allowing us to have him testify. And there is another family member, however, who seems to be slightly different. And I am as concerned as the court, and I want to make sure that we secure his testimony. So I am also aware that there are concerns, with his condition deteriorating and all of that at the jail and whatnot.
Yeah.
And there is concerns on our end with something happening while he's in a room with an investigator, not a medic or something like that. Like, and they're not trained to, deal with that. But I am trying to combine.
Okay, then just put up the witness and the family member whom you do not have concerns about, but who you were willing to put into Mr. Zachary into the care of. Put them both up, and that way, it seems to all be taken care of.
And I will.
But, if we're just leaving it up to the family members to battle it out amongst themselves, whose position wins out, that doesn't seem like a very good plan. Okay.
Yes. So let me go try that.
Yeah. I thought it was kind of obvious. And I know that you are advocating that he be released home, but that doesn't seem like necessarily the best idea for even him, considering that if he's going to have family members on opposing sides of what should happen next, then that actually could be very stress-inducing for him.
His sister is here, and I'd just like to put her under oath. She wants to be put under oath and have her testify where he's going to be.
It doesn't matter. I'm not going to let that happen. And I appreciate that everybody has good intentions. And if his sister needs to be the caregiver over the weekend, and I'm sorry that we had to stop early, but we couldn't help it. There was a sick juror. Then
Another issue, they may decide they want to have another lawyer because they're not happy with me after being here every day.
all right, well,
I think
you're Mr. Zachary's attorney, not his family's attorney. So it's up to Mr. Zachary.
well, it appears none of them are happy because it's taken so long. I'm not blaming anybody, and I've even been threatened with them taking out a warrant for kidnapping. I'm not worried about that against me. And so I'm a big boy, I can deal with it, but he's got to make a decision what he wants to do.
Okay.
That's where I am right now.
All right. You're not by chance the attorney referenced in the warrant who told him that he could. You are not by chance the attorney referenced in the affidavit in support of the warrant who allegedly advised him that he didn't have to abide by the subpoena, or the subpoena was no longer in effect. Are you? And you don't have to answer that. But I certainly hope not, because I don't know where anybody would have gotten an idea that a subpoena to show up for this trial was somehow not valid just because the judge changed. But
I just, at 2 a.m. in the morning, Sunday morning, I found out about this. I think I've been in here one time.
all right, well, then that wasn't you.
It was an issue, and I came in here to support him.
Yeah.
That,
All right. Okay. Well, that's good to know that you didn't give totally incorrect legal advice.
But I would respectfully submit, we're gonna, the DA is gonna have a conversation, and you and I are gonna have, we need to have him out here because he's really upset about what's happening, where he wants to tell the court. Because I think that's only fair.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
We can get him out.
I'm checking with the people that can control that part on our end in terms of sitting at the location. I'm trying to affect what the court just asked.
Okay, well, I'm sure y'all will be able to do that. Y'all been able to do things like that for years. So, Mr. Zachary, I am sorry that we were not able to finish with your testimony today. We had, I mean, you saw the juror run out, and she had some sort of a sickness issue, and I think she threw up. And I mean, having just come from the hospital, you probably understand. But she's too sick to continue today, and so we're going to have to pick up on Monday. And so, what I think would be the best thing to do in the meantime is over the weekend to just put you up in a hotel room somewhere. You can, I know it's not awesome, but well, because there are certain members of your family who seem very determined to have you not finish testifying.
Grown man, huh?
Yeah, yeah. And I don't want there to be kind of,
If I ain't want to testify, I would sit in jail. Jail ain't letting me.
I'm
I done
Well,
did 9, 10 years.
so you'd rather go to jail than a hotel
Oh,
room?
I'm ready to go home.
I know you are, I know. But we're gonna have you in a hotel room. You are welcome to have your mom or your sister there over the weekend, but I just think that it's better if it's a more controlled environment, where your
Are they gonna let him go to the
father is not going to be wreaking, causing stress for any of y'all. Okay?
My father don't cause stress with me. He cause stress with them. He supposed to do
I
that.
know. Well, I don't know that, but if he causes stress with them, then that might cause stress to you. So,
They took my phones. Can you tell them to get my phones back?
which phones?
My
You just
phone?
for you to come testify?
I don't know. They took them.
Okay. Yeah, you.
No, the officer back there took them.
I mean,
They took both my cell phones.
I mean, I don't really
They
have
ain't
a
turn them into property.
I don't really have a problem with him having his phones. The issue is him showing up for court. So it's fine with me if he gets his phones back.
can he go to the funeral?
So is there anything else you wanted to let the court know?
Yeah. I don't want that lawyer no more.
You don't want that lawyer
Why you working
anymore.
for them?
All right, well, let me say this. When you come back on Monday, it may be that you
I don't need
want
no
a
lawyer.
lawyer. You don't feel like you need any kind of lawyer whatsoever. So what if things change on Monday?
I don't need no lawyer.
All right. Well, Mr. Scheib, thank you for your service. Anything else? Hang on. I'm asking actually Mr. Zachary right now. Mr. Zachary, is there anything else that you need to
I can go now?
know?
Brian laughing.
Because what's going to happen is that somebody probably from the DA's office is going to escort you to whichever hotel this is they end up putting.
Can it be her walking out the door?
Can it be what?
Oh, right there walking out the door.
I don't know whether it's going to
Now, who
be
locked
that particular investigator or not.
She know it.
It might be, it might not be. That one's not going to be up to me. All right, what else?
That's it.
Okay, so they will get you
So we don't know if he's
in,
going to the funeral.
in not too much longer.
Okay.
All right. And we'll see you Monday.
Your Honor, at the risk of just generally being annoying, I would just ask that the witness and also both sides be instructed not to discuss the testimony
Okay.
over the weekend. I
Yeah.
think that's very important.
So don't discuss what you've talked about before or what you might talk about later with anybody over the weekend. Just keep it in your own head, okay? All right. Okay. So I know the state still needs to get the modification of the order together. Are there other things we can deal with right now? Make sure that whatever modified order you put together also includes release of his property back to him. Okay. All right. How about other issues? So would the plan be finish with Mr. Zachary on Monday, and then if he doesn't go through the whole day, pick back up with Mr. Sprinkle? Okay. And that certainly would take us through the full day because Miss, okay. So,
Y'all know I'm over here in tears, right? I cannot with the chat. That's what I'm saying. This why I love y'all so much, but long time autumn, they don't got nothing on us over here. We got the tea from the beginning.
all right, anything else, y'all, this afternoon?
Allow us to handle the matter that we're handling, and to deal with any other.
They can't hear you.
So unusual. Could the court allow us to handle any other matters
Okay.
on Monday? I'm just trying to get.
I know y'all need to get that done, but y'all have at least three and maybe four. I'm not sure if Ms. Knight's an attorney or not. Attorneys at council table right now. So you ought to be able to delegate something to somebody else. So this was what, your number 60 that was today's? I can't even remember what that one was about. So. Give me a second. And had a chance to read it yet.
I told y'all I don't talk about people
Um,
until the time to
Miss
talk
Love must
about
want us to
people.
come in early on Monday instead of being back, if it's staying here late on Friday. All righty. I would not actually, but that's not even when we have to argue on Monday. So, all right, we'll just do our regular old 8:45. So I will adjourn us for the day, but Miss Love, I'll stick around to sign that order, obviously. Okay. Yep. You look familiar to me, but okay. Um, you are you asking to
Day one,
approve
okay?
without the defense?
Day one. Day one. I don't like him, y'all. I can't stand Dennis Shive. Sorry. But, whatever. The audio is from Monday.
Go ahead. All right, so the information I got this morning, and y'all, this is actually what I wanted to discuss on the record, had we, at the bench conference, had we gotten started at 8:45, like I asked for us to get started. So anyway, no, this has nothing to do with
Speaking
that.
on
But the
Jeffrey,
information that I got this morning from the sheriff's office was that he is in Grady.
Your Honor,
So I don't know how recent your information is.
I thought the family 2 a.m.
well, we've spoken with the sheriff has informed us since that time, and that was what I wanted to bring to the court's attention.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Judge,
I
and
told
I
y'all I
think
don't
that
like
this
him.
is
He's
a
a
matter
terrible
that
attorney.
I can speak with Mr. Shive about. I don't know if he wants to fully flesh it out now, but I did want to approach the court with the information and the defense with the information we had. There's more information than just that.
Okay, why don't we just, let's have a bench conference, but I would like to be able to just talk about it without them all huddling at the bench. So just don't record this, please. And you're not supposed to.
Okay, yes. Shout out to Adams for the new word in the dictionary. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna just give y'all some tea. I don't like Dennis Shy. It's very rare that I say I don't like someone. I'm not a fan at all. And the fact that look how he just come. I'm not gonna talk about anybody else, but let's see how well he represents Mr. Zachary and what his purpose is. But he's not one of my favorite attorneys for multiple reasons. I hope he doesn't I mean, there was some. Oh, just let me be quiet. I don't like him because, right, we don't even know where he's at, and I don't like him for multiple reasons. And the crazy thing is, when I first left the DA's office and I got my own office, I used to share office space with him. And a lot of you guys may have never been in trouble before, but it's like, one of those attorneys where in 1940 they were amazing and now we're in 2024, almost 2025. And so he used to have this wonderful reputation. And I think that maybe in 1940 he was a good attorney, but now, mm-mm, he don't give me good vibes. And I had an actual encounter with him where he did some very, very disgusting things as a what we call brother of the bar to me. Okay. And I'm just not a fan. Also, um, I have a few clients who had recently retained him and off of this previous representation and reputation, and they're not fans either. But we'll see. I'm not a fan, and I'll speak. But he's one of them people that he can't talk to me. He know he can't talk to me. And I would say this is a good question. Is there a lack of lawyers in the county that would make his family pick him for representation? Like I said previously, there are a lot of dads, old drug dealers, old criminals who used Attorney Schaub, and I think that they were satisfied in 1940. But I'm sorry, I don't really mean 1940. But as of today, wouldn't recommend. Well, let's see okay, let's see if he knows where his client is at. Let's start there. Let's see if his client is still in custody or if his client is at Grady. So let's start there. Ricky Richardson, I would have loved that for him. I would have loved that for him. He's not cheap. He is not cheap either. He will take your money really quickly. So let's see. if he is, if he is, yes, somebody should have took it pro bono. No, I might go to court on Tuesday or Wednesday, but I say all that to say I told y'all once again. I'm on a roll. I am on a roll. I'm on a roll. I'm going to court on Monday, Amanda. I'm for sure going on Monday. But I told y'all on Monday that it wasn't gonna, and it's like I'm gonna make me a recap video on him because he's the one that gave the state the immunity idea. He's like, well, why don't we just give him immunity? Like, bro, what's up with you? And then for him to say, no, I'm gonna tell y'all my favorite part. For him to say that man has been addicted to drugs for 30 years is wild. Because what? He's a drug addict. He's been addicted to drugs for 30 years. Y'all want to see that part again? I'm 31. Hold on. Hold on. The man say he 31. Hold on. Okay, y'all. Okay. See, this was gonna make me get into it with him. I got time today. I got time today. Okay. Okay, here we go, guys. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Adrian and them earrings. Here we go.
I I don't know why it's so old. Yes, I thought you said cold because it's that too. Sure, I can look at least that. I mean, I assume I know pretty much the motion's going to say what y'all presented orally in court.
Correct.
Okay. So you don't
And
get
I
to
just wanted to make
those
sure I was
kind of
clear on that.
objections. Okay.
And then, but he can consult with me anytime if he wants to stop and talk. to
Yes.
me. Okay. And I just want to make sure he knows that.
All right. Came through. It just basically says the state spoken with Mr. Shive regarding the immunity agreement attached as the motion for the order and a proposed order. And it says we're asking it be filed under seal, which we've already dealt with, and I'm denying. So I will print out the motion and the proposed order. I don't know if, is that the order? I haven't even opened that one up. Of this signed, okay. Conversations with his.
Or we were even able to check on his status, Your Honor, he would not, and the Grady has been apprised of what he is being released for. We know because we have had investigators down there. So the court may or may not have been privy or may have seen transcripts of other witnesses who lose all memory with the state, and it comes back when the defense starts asking questions. I don't know what kind of antics, as we have been apprised that Mr. Zachary doesn't want to testify, and his father wanted to or did call Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele. I don't know what he's going to say, but Your Honor, I believe that he should not be allowed to hamstring, to hijack these proceedings by asserting things that are not. Okay.
So I think we have a fairly good indication through his attorney that he is potentially going to come out here and say some version of, I'm so messed up on whatever drugs they've given me that beats me. I mean, you're an elephant. So then how are you going to deal with that?
Your Honor, as Mr. Scheib did not relay that to me, and I don't
Well,
think
he
related
just
to
relayed
no,
it to everybody in front of you. So
I'm not
you heard it too. And it's been a possibility that he has relayed several times as well earlier this week.
Your Honor,
Yes?
the doctor is on the phone. How about that? That's what we have. We have the doctor on the phone. We can get the doctor on the phone.
I don't know
He's on the phone.
what his demeanor will be on the stand.
We have it.
He has a great deal of anxiety, and that's one of the scenarios that he could go into a crisis with his
Anxiety, yes.
And I think I've spoken to everybody. He's had this for 30 years. It's been built up, and quite frankly, he's an addict. He takes oxycontin every day, and can't take morphine because he's addicted, or you just can't take that. But he's been on drugs for 30 years, and he's been in and out of intensive
Okay.
care.
Thank you.
We have the doctor on the phone.
Guys, so everybody heard him say he has been on drugs for 30 years and he has had anxiety for over 30 years, right? Okay. So everybody heard that. Okay. So I just want to compare, what was said to the testimony here. So we're going to see one of the very first questions
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump to a different witness right now, and we'll circle back to the other witness later. Mr. Zachary, can you please stand and be sworn?
Quindarius Zach, Quindarrius Zachary, Zachary.
Y'all, the comments, stop with the comments.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zachary. How are you? Mr. Zachary, hello.
I gotta speak back.
Yes, you're going to have to answer questions.
You said question, not speak back, but hey, how you doing?
Mr. Zachary, would you please tell the jury how old you are?
31.
Right. And where did you grow up?
I told y'all. I literally told y'all. This man said, he said his client is a drug addict. All right, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Wait. Y'all. I mean, and then let's go back. Okay, now, okay, the funny part is over. But let's go back to even more even more serious even more serious that what? You don't know. First of all, Angela, no. What do y'all want me to replay? We are not none of it's just funny because I told the reason why it's funny because I told everybody from the beginning what the man was about. But here we go.
That was my point, is I have no idea who's on the phone. That was my point. How about a Zoom call?
That's what we're trying to establish, Your Honor. You have his email address. The doctor's email address is.
Well, you don't need to put his email address on the record.
I was going to.
You don't need to put his email address on the record. I'm not emailing him.
I'm not. I'm giving it to the person. I don't need his email address. I need a name.
He gave oral consent a few days ago to a doctor that he knew. I don't know who
All right.
this is.
What is the doctor's name to whom he gave consent to speak about his condition?
I think he needs to give consent to it.
You are his lawyer. What is the doctor's name to whom he gave oral consent to speak to the state about his medical condition?
I think they had the doctor on the phone
Okay, thank you.
Person who's on the phone.
Huh? Okay, well, until he is in person on,
Waiting for the,
virtually in person on Zoom, that everybody can be a part of.
Yana, could we not have this? Could we not have this televised?
I need y'all to not talk at the same time. I cannot pay attention to both of you at the same time. Okay? Hang on, Mr. Schott. What are you asking?
That this doctor's conversation and communication not be televised.
Let me ask Mr. Scheib, because he's representing Mr. Zachary's interests with regard to this. And I do think that it would be appropriate, if requested, to not have this televised, because we're talking about somebody's personal medical information. Okay. Y'all need to not record this. So is the doctor joining us by Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I think you already, or I was asking you to please state and spell your name for the record, and then I will deliver it over to Ms. Merchant to begin her questioning.
My name is Dexter Q. Bond Jr., B-E-X-T-E-R, middle initial Q, Bond, I am a junior.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Bond. Can you tell us what your job title is?
I am the Deputy of Operations for the Office of Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Does that include being the records custodian?
Yes, among many things.
Okay. And before we get into the documents, I want to talk to you a little bit about the portal, how that's set up. If first, let's talk about at the time that I made the request in January of 2024, was there a website link on the DA's website for open records at that point in time?
In January, yes, there was a link on our website, yes.
And when a person clicked on the link on your website, it took them to the county attorney's open records portal, correct?
Yes.
And there was a drop-down box if they went to that open records portal to request records from the district attorney's office.
Man, I can't speak to that because I don't request records from the district attorney's office.
Okay. So at some point in time from then till now, was that landing page from the DA's office website removed?
I don't have information to that. I don't know.
Do you know if the open records page, the page that the public would go to, if that link was ever altered?
Are we talking from, give me a time frame.
From January until now. So what we just talked about was in January. If I went into the DA's office website, I clicked on open records, it took me to the portal.
Yes.
A month ago, if I went on the DA's website, clicked, and there was no open records link at that point.
I cannot speak to that. I do not monitor that site on a daily basis. I do a lot of things for the office, but that is not one.
Okay, so you cannot speak to whether or not there was an open records portal site or portal link on the DA's website?
No, I answered that question. There is an open records link on the DA's website. You will click the link, you can go into the portal, you can request open records request as you do. Oh.
So there was one in January and there is one now, right?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do you know if it was removed at any time over the last 9 months?
I cannot speak to that.
Okay, thank you. Who could?
I don't know. I don't maintain that particular website. Once the information is placed in the portal, if necessary, to be elevated to me, and I do my job as the business records custodian. But as it relates to it sounds like, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm interpreting your question to be a little bit more, I don't know what you're asking me. But
I'm trying to ask how the public asks you for open records.
And I'm saying that if the DA's office has a website, as you know, the DA office has a link that you can use. The DA's has once you click that link, it goes to a portal, which you have used several times. And once you go into the portal, you can put in your request. That's what I'm saying.
Are you able to testify if over the last 10 months that process has been in place?
I don't object just based on the fact that the availability of the link in the portal is not an issue in this case, and it's not an issue pertinent to whether the records were provided.
Ms. Merchant, is there a reason is what you're really trying to get to, that for the entirety of the last 10 months, Mr. Bond or someone else would be tasked with and subject to complying with open records? Or are you really trying to ask if there's an actual portal button on that website for the whole last 10 months? I'm trying to figure out if they've had, so once I made my request in January, I had to make follow-up requests and it went away. And I wasn't able to continue to make those follow-up requests, which is part of when we continue to make those requests. Okay.
Forgive me, I'm gonna reframe your question and you make sure that I'm not reframing it appropriately, right? Your time frame at issue is from January to the present, and you are asking me at any time, did that particular process deviate?
Yes.
The answer is yes. Okay. May I explain?
Please.
Because of the cyber attack. I do know, if I'm familiar, that you received the open records request saying that, hey, we are under a cyber attack, this will require a delay, and I do know that this portal is not maintained by my particular office, right? I think you and I can agree with that they made some modifications. So if your question is, look at 10 months, did something change from the routine? The answer is yes. The reason why is because it was a cyber attack.
I'm just going to interject very briefly. You're like me, you're naturally a fast talker. And for the benefit of the court reporter, she's already asked us once to slow down, so we'll try to be more conscious about speaking slowly so she can take it down. Okay? Yes, thank you, sir. Go ahead, Ms. Merchant. And I just want to make sure I understand. So it changed because of the cyber attack. So that portal link was at some point disabled or not available?
So you asked me, did something change? I reframed the question to make sure that we were on the same page, right? I told you, yes, something did change. I gave you an answer as to why that did change, and that was as it relates to the cyber attack. Again, the framing of your question was from January to the present for the last 10 months, right? And enter in your question, you asked me something about the last 10 days. So forgive me.
10 months, I'm sorry.
You said 10 months, but you also said 10 days. I asked you a follow-up as it relates to the framing, right? I've answered that question from January to the present. I have told you that the reason why that has changed is because of the cyber attack. I've also told you that I do not maintain that website on a daily basis.
My question was, how has it changed? You said it's changed. My question is, how has it changed?
I cannot answer that question. What I can say is that from 2021 to the present, the DA's office has had access that allow constituents like yourself to request open records. That link is displayed on our website. Once you click that link, you can go into the county's portal. I've also told you that I do not monitor that website on a daily basis. So if you're asking me how, I cannot answer that question. But if you're telling me to look at the last 2 months, if it has changed, I am telling you a cyber attack has required a lot of things, including open records, to change.
Do you monitor the open records portal?
Do I monitor it on a daily basis? No.
Do you monitor it at all?
Yes.
How often do you monitor it?
On an as-needed basis.
As needed?
Yes.
How do requests come to you?
You go to the link, you put in, it goes into the portal.
Oh, sorry, and just to save time, I'm not asking how I do it, I'm asking how they come to you.
Once a staff member on my staff, a designated staff member for open records request, receive the open records. If it's standard, like the many of you have supplied, we can go ahead and give you a responsive record, right? If it's not standard and it requires an elevation of some sort, then it is elevated to me by a staff member.
Elevated to you?
Elevated to me by a staff member.
So the first sort of triage is the staff member reviews it, determines that they can just answer it quickly?
I would say that, yes.
And then if it's something that's more elevated, can you describe what something more elevated would be?
I'll do it the opposite way if I can. If you're looking for an invoice, a particular invoice, and that invoice has been commonly requested, my staff knows that this is a particular invoice. And for efficiency purposes, we get that responsive document to you as quickly as possible. And then if you're talking about something that is exempt or possibly exempt, that's an example of something that's going to be elevated. And not in this particular case, but in some cases, my exemptions include open and active investigations. So in those particular cases, that'll be elevated.
Were my requests elevated?
You have to be more specific. You know, you gave me about 40.
So were any of my requests elevated?
Yes, ma'am.
Were any of my requests not elevated? Narrow down.
I'm going to say yes because 40 was not presented to me. I know that you are a frequent open records requester. I know that we have responded to open records requests. I am familiar that you, I would say dozens, and I would not say that all dozens have been presented to me. Those have been closed out based on my monitoring. So I am comfortable saying that all have not been elevated to me.
And you said I did 40 open records requests?
I said dozens, maybe 40. I feel comfortable saying dozens. I know.
They're maintained on the open records portal, right?
Yes, I'm pretty sure they are. So maybe 40, maybe 30, but I know it's a lot.
Would it surprise you that it was less than 12?
Oh yeah, I think I'll be surprised with that.
Okay, well, let's go through them in a minute. We'll go through the specifics.
May I ask a follow-up? 12 an issue or 12 total?
In total.
Since when? January to the present?
Correct. Since Ms. Willis was DA.
That would surprise me. That would surprise me.
You all have a employee manual that you use at your office, right?
Yes.
Right. And that governs, it also talks about open records requests.
I believe so, yes.
And if you want to look, we've got, these have been admitted previously. This is merchant 0602. I believe the county attorney supplied this, I'm assuming, from your office. Does that look like, you can look at it on your screen, part of the employee handbook that's given to new hires that Ms. Willis created?
Mr. Vaughn's eyes maybe better than mine, but you might need to make it bigger, because my screen's pretty small and I'm struggling.
Yes, I agree.
So that's okay. Thank you.
So that looks like the section regarding open records compliance.
Yes, at first glance, yes, 6.6, Open Records Act compliance.
Okay. And it says that all open records requests submitted by members of the public will be handled by the open records officer. Is that you?
It will be handled through the portal, so no, not necessary. It will be handled under my leadership.
Okay. And so handled under your leadership, but through the portal. It also says that DA employees should consider all communications that occur on county email, cell phones, and other county-owned technology to be considered open to a FOIA request.
Subject to no exceptions, yes. So I think that's consistent with the Open Record Act. I would agree with you.
Okay, so subject to no exemptions, county email and cell phone communications would be something that you would provide open records.
General rule, but I think you and I can agree certain things exception. I work with 385 staff members. Of those 35, about 150 or so are attorneys, and we know that there's exemptions. So anything that they're working on as it relates to attorney work product or confidentiality work product are exempt. So yes, this is a general rule, but I don't want the general rule to be mistaken as the norm.
Right, I understand. Definitely, there's statutory exceptions.
You and I are
the statute to statute.
To be clear, the employee handbook, while it is helpful guidance, doesn't change what the statutory obligation is one way or the other. So.
No, and the reason I'm asking him is the process in their office, to try to understand this process.
And if I can clarify, I think the second sentence is certainly important, right? I know that our employees, again, I alluded to the size of the office, 385 approximately. We want to make sure that staff members who receive open records requests know what to do with it. So I think that was the angle.
Okay, so the employees receive this and they are told that they need to forward it to legal counsel of the district attorney when they get something.
At the time of that writing, yes, legal counsel.
This is the current handbook, though, right? I'll represent it's the one that your office provided earlier this week through Ms. Monroe.
I would say yes. If your representation is correct, I will take that as this is the correct one.
And legal counsel, right now it's Ms. Abbasi, I don't want to say her name wrong.
Alabi.
Ms. Alabi is legal counsel now. It was Mr. Armstrong before, correct?
Yes, she was at one point.
Okay. So according to this, Mr. Armstrong or Ms. Alabi would be copied on all open records requests received by employees?
So no, let me deviate. The answer to that is no. The reason why is we had several different legal counsels since 2021, and based on their strengths, weaknesses, or expertise will determine whether or not legal counsel will handle that. I had legal counsel before. That was his expertise. He felt comfortable handling it. I cannot say if Kevin Armstrong handled open records, so I want to be clear. As it relates to Andrea Allaby, a dynamic attorney, however, open records is not something that she handles.
So if a member of the public was reading this and at the time they made their request, Kevin Armstrong was legal counsel, it would be reasonable for them to think that Kevin Armstrong would be apprised of their open records requests, assuming this is followed.
No.
No.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. This also, let's see, if we go down a little bit more, it talks about emails. Let's see, email communications. This advises employees that emails are monitored, and essentially that means that you're telling them you have access to emails, or the office has access to emails, correct?
You have to tell me the line. The way that I read that is my district attorney, Fleming T. Willis, requires us to look at emails. So 3 times a day is our standard.
If you look under section 6.9, the third line, it says to ensure compliance with this policy, computer and email usage may be monitored. Does that mean that the district attorney's office can monitor computers and emails?
Not necessarily. Well, can we? Yes.
Can. That was the question. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So you have access to emails?
Yes. I do have some. Some emails. Yes.
Access to county files? On county computers or county phones?
Yes.
So on a county computer file email system, you've got access to emails.
When you say you,
your office, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And when I say you, it's been represented, and we can pick a term if you want, but as that you're the man for open records. You're in charge of all of this. So
the answer to your question is, as a you, as in Dexter, right? Yes, I will have access to that. Okay. Or I will request access. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
And so this also, if you look at, let's see, after where it says only those who are directly supervised by the district attorney can send emails directly to her. So is that policy that someone who's not supervised by her is not permitted to send emails directly to her?
We have a strict chain of command, so I think that is true.
Okay, so it's reasonable then for a member of the public who is trying to see emails to assume that emails would go through a supervisor before they went to the district attorney.
That would be a general practice. I think so.
As an open records custodian, part of your job is to be familiar with the rules with record retention, right?
Yes, to a degree.
Okay. And so you've got to, and that's actually in the, if you look on the same page, if you go up a little bit, there's a policy for record retention, and it says that all records are maintained in compliance with the state of Georgia's retention schedule. Would you agree with that as the policy of your office?
That is the policy.
So any records that the public is trying to access, they can assume based on the policy of the office that you're going to retain them based on the state of Georgia's retention policies.
That is an accurate assumption based on this policy.
Okay. While we're on this document, if you flip to the next page, 0603, it talks about county cell phone policy. It says that all investigators or attorneys are required to have a county cell phone, and that text messages, recordings, and photos within that cell phone are the property of the county. So that means that if someone did an open records request for those types of documents, that's in the county's property, right?
This is what you get here. As it relates to Fulton County's property, the answer is yes.
So it says they're required to have a county cell phone. So an attorney is required to have a county cell phone. Let's use an example. Jeff DeSantis is required to have a cell phone, county cell phone, correct?
He doesn't work as an attorney in my office. If we're going through your analogy, give me an attorney. I can't speak for Jeff.
And I'm looking, it just says all investigators and attorneys.
And Jeff isn't an attorney.
He's not an attorney?
I don't, in the capacity of my office, no, he doesn't act as an attorney. ADA, yes, is required to have a cell phone. An investigator.
Are you saying that Jeff DeSantis doesn't have a county cell phone?
No, I'm not saying that. You presented the analogy that all investigators and attorneys are. I understood your analogy. You gave an example of Jeff DeSantis. If your analogy is investigators in attorneys. I want to keep you honest, and I'm letting you know that in the capacity of Jeff DeSantis, he doesn't follow either category. So I'm following you, and I offered you an opportunity to present someone else, and I gave you an idea of an 88 because the 88 fits with your example.
Let's back up for a second.
Okay.
Jeff DeSantis, and I was just using him as an apparently unfortunate example. He is the deputy district attorney, correct? That's his job title.
His working title in the office is public relations.
Can I personally research? Sure. Thanks. Showing you a printout of the district attorney's website. You take a look at that and see if that refreshes your memory as to what Jeff DeSantis' official title is within your office.
Deputy district attorney.
Thank you.
Overseeing the media relations unit.
Thank you. So the policy that we're looking at, county cell phone, says all investigators and attorneys are required to have a county cell phone. You're saying that not all attorneys and investigators are required to have a county cell phone. Is that accurate?
That's not what I'm saying. To give an example of Jeff DeSantis, I could not speak specifically as it relates to Jeff DeSantis. I'm not arguing whether or not this policy exists. All investigators and attorneys are required to have a cell phone.
Okay, so all unnamed attorney has a cell phone. According to this policy, if that unnamed attorney on their county cell phone is messaging on an app on their county cell phone, and they're recording things, and they're taking photos, screenshots from an app, that's subject to the open records request.
If there's no exceptions, yes.
If there's no exceptions, thank you. Okay, let's move on to one of the requests that I want to talk about, and I have a couple different identifiers if you need them, but it's the critical mention media monitoring. Oh, do you know if Jeff DeSantis has a county cell phone?
No, I do not know that.
You do not know that. Okay. Who would know that? I'm assuming him. Anyone else?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, so let's move on to critical mention media monitoring. If you need me to tell you the requests, the open records number requests or exhibits or anything, I'm happy to do that. Just let me know, okay? But I'm going to globally refer to them as critical mention media monitoring.
Okay, I'm going to stop you here.
Mm-hmm.
I know that we have a lot of critical mentions. So I would prefer, for the clarity of this court, to make sure that we're specific on critical mentions. I know there's multiple.
Not a problem.
So my ask is don't globally refer to them as critical mentions.
I will not say.
Okay.
Can you pull up merchant 0027, please? There are two requests. This one, just for your clarification, ends in 010924. This is my first open records request. On January 9th, I requested any and all correspondence, as you can see, to or from critical mention, including copies of contracts, payments, analytics, reports to or from critical mention and any member of the district attorney's office. Would you agree this request is pretty clear and concise?
Based on my reading, yes.
And I submitted it through the Fulton County Open Records portal.
January 9th, yes.
And it was received January 9th. It says, if you scroll down a little, it shows it was received that day. That's when they return it with the reference number, that is saying that it was received.
That is correct.
Can you repeat what page you were referencing?
I'm so sorry. Yes, it is a merchant 0027. And it acknowledges receipt of the open records request, correct?
On January 9th, I received that via the portal. We acknowledge receipt because you have a reference number. The answer is yes.
Okay. It doesn't say anything about whether responsive records exist?
Not on January 9th. That's the day I received it.
Doesn't say anything about proposed costs or when the records will be made available?
On January 9th, when I accepted it, no. I think that you have requested several open records requests. You've been given all the records, right, that we closed out free of charge. So there is not anything from my office that would have a cost because I did not charge you on any open records requests that you provided.
I didn't ask that. I asked if it provided any proposed costs. Does this provide any proposed costs?
On January 9th response,
This document
that you put before me, January 9th, I acknowledge that it is a receipt number for tracking purposes. It is an acknowledgement of receipt and is a description of the records you requested.
If you would scroll up, so on January 12th, someone wrote back, or I wrote, thank you, and I followed up saying I was asking for the analytics, the contract, and the analytical reports, and I was asking, following up, when I could receive them.
3 days later, yes, it appears, I don't know, Ashley Merchant wrote, thank you, in follow-up. I also asked for, yes.
Okay. And then on January 11th, someone, either from your office or the county, said, please log into the portal and see attached emails, correct?
January 18th.
January 18th, I'm sorry, if I said it wrong.
So January 18th, based on this email, we gave you attached emails, and included in those emails, there were several different documents. So yes, I responded to this open record request on January 18th.
Did you type this or did someone else? Please log into the portal.
I did not type that.
The attached emails, did you provide those attached emails?
No, I did not.
Who provided those attached emails?
A member of my staff.
Who?
A member of my staff. I do not know who provided that on January 18th, but I do know that this particular request, as you said, was pretty straightforward. So we responded and it was closed out. This wasn't elevated to me.
So you never saw this request? You were not involved in this request at all?
On this particular request based in the portal, I don't recall this being elevated to me on January 18th, no.
So you can't tell us what searches you performed looking for these documents?
I can tell you that.
You can?
Yes, this is a general request. It wasn't elevated to me. Critical mention is something that was always asked. I have several requests that are very similar to this. So I'm pretty sure, not this particular one, but one of critical mention was elevated to me, and we responded the same way we did with most critical mention.
Who did you ask?
I'm sorry?
Who did you ask in response? You said you did ask somebody about these records. Who did you ask?
So with critical mention, you ask, based on this search, you will look and you will reach out to Jeffery Sanchez. Hey, do you have any emails related to critical mention? After that, you will go to the IT department to confirm.
Okay.
See if they need responsive records.
Fulton County IT department?
Yes.
Okay. So Jeff DeSantis and Fulton County IT are the two? Okay.
Especially when you guys look for emails, the answer is yes.
But you don't know if you did that in this case?
I know that I did that in critical mention. I have 1,000 cases. So as it relates to this specific request, I cannot tell you that this particular case was elevated and this was on the top of my list.
And once someone makes a request like this, what steps do you take to ensure that the documents they're requesting are preserved?
Repeat that?
When someone makes a records request like this, as an example, what steps do you take as the records custodian to ensure that the documents they're requesting are preserved?
They are placed in a portal. Once the portal is sent to you, I think that you have access to that, and I think that that is something that the portal does to make sure that it is reserved. And I can have a copy if I needed to go back to those specific documents. So as it relates to you, this is when you and I are going to make sure we're not splitting the baby. But as it relates to the portal, they are reserved.
And we'll use this as an example and sort of walk through the request. So once you get a request like this, whether it's elevated or not, what are the steps your office takes to make sure that the documents I'm requesting aren't destroyed?
Typically, once documents that you're requested are placed in a portal, the portal, right, will maintain those particular documents, right? You have an email version, electronic file of those versions, so that's in the portal. So, and
maybe I wasn't clear. So you're telling me how you maintain the documents you give me. What I'm asking you is when I ask for critical mention documents here, okay, and you get this request and you give me some of them, how do you make sure that they're all maintained? Where do you all maintain them?
I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to make an assumption if I may, okay? I made a comment and I said that there was 40 open record requests. You looked and it appeared, assumption, emphasis on assumption that you was going to go see how many open records requests you had.
Right, it's all there.
Yeah. So the answer to your question is it's in the portal. It's all there.
No, that's why I didn't know if you understood my question. My question is not,
I
how
just
do you
repeated
preserve
you.
your
Hang on, don't talk over each other because the court reporter can't take it down.
My apologies.
That's okay. Ask your question and then you are free to respond in any way you wish.
I'm not asking how you preserve what you tell me you have. What I'm asking is how you preserve the documents inside of your office that I request, not the ones you give me, but the ones I've asked for.
If you ask for 5 invoices, right? I'll take those 5 invoices. Those 5 invoices is given to a staff member to provide to you. So the original copy of those invoices maintain where they are, right? You have a copy that's filed electronically, right? It is given into the portal. So if I understand your question correctly, 5 invoices. The 5 of those invoices are sent to someone on my staff. A copy of those invoices are uploaded to the portal. Those 5 invoices, the original copies, wherever you came from, continue to stay there. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
So the originals continue to remain wherever they originally were.
It depends on the particular document. If you, in my example, I gave you invoices.
Right.
We do know that invoices are electronic, right? Well, I like to think that most invoices are electronic. So in those particular invoices, wherever they are on my particular file, they stay. A copy is employed to my staff member and then uploaded to the portal.
And let's go through some specific things that you gave me, and then we can sort of go back to that question because it might help.
Okay.
If you look, let's see, if you can pull up merchant 0029, on January 18th, there was, I received this packet that we talked about of emails uploaded to the portal. What you're looking at is the beginning of that packet, and it was 44 pages. That was in response to my original request discussing critical mention. You said you did not produce this document, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you assist in retrieving these documents?
For these particular documents, no. These documents appear to be responsive to your open records request. It appears to be delivered to you on January 18th, and it appears to be responsive to your request.
You can look at 0055. If you go down a little on this one, see where it's after Melissa Fritz, it says PR, Fonnie Willis critical mention search. It's a different font, and then PR value for the week, and then there's a couple other things. This, and we now know, because we have the actual emails, we now know this is 4 or 5 different emails that were pieced together. Did you participate in the cutting and pasting of these documents?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. It presumes that he cut and paste documents, and that was never established by his testimony. So we're objecting to that. Okay, well, for now, I'm going to sustain your objection to the characterization of the cutting and pasting, but you can certainly ask him if he participated in the creation or generation of this document that was produced to you, however it came to exist. So your objection is sustained to that sentence, Monroe.
And Judge, I thought that was Mr. Bowman's witness. I might be mistaken, but I prefer not to tag him.
Well, I do agree. I apologize. Who is going to be examining this witness? I will.
Oh, okay.
Well, then fair enough. I didn't know that was a thing. Well, I mean, generally,
had objected, so.
Yeah, generally speaking, you know, whoever's going to be examining the witness is the one who should be controlling the objections. And I think Ms. Merchant's expressed concern was she thought Mr. Bowman was going to question this witness, which would make your objection problematic. But since you're going to be examining the witness, it's fine. That's fine.
I'll frame for the honor.
Well, usually I just ask that you whisper in your partner's ear so they can then say the thing that you want them to say.
And I showed Mr. Bowman the documents because he had made the first objection, so I just was assuming that was the path, but I will check. Okay, so this document, however it was created, did you assist in the creation of this page?
No, I think you and I agree that the first request was straightforward. I don't think that this was elevated to me. On January 18th, no, it was not elevated to me.
Who compiled the document in the form that we see it in here today?
A member of my staff. That's an assumption. A member of my staff.
Okay. Okay, so you're assuming, but you don't know who compiled this?
Specifically,
Yes.
on January 18th, yes, this is a designated employee, yes.
You're positive it's a designated employee?
Well, okay.